Yun Qinglan looked at Su Muyao and softly said, "If I am awake and it makes Miss Su uncomfortable or puts her in a difficult position, I can pretend to faint again, like last time." Su Muyao didn't expect Yun Qinglan to see through her thoughts. No wonder he is a descendant of the Yun family. His nature is so perceptive. She hesitated for a moment and carefully said, "There's no inconvenience or difficulty. This time, I will use my special ability to treat gently. Let's start with some rest and take it step by step." Yun Qinglan replied softly, "All right, Miss Su, whatever you say is fine." He seemed to respect her opinion very much. Whether he believed her words or not is uncertain. But she was worried that if she really undressed Yun Gongzi, her beast husbands might get angry and start fighting. Su Muyao asked Yun Qinglan to sit on the bed, and she sat down as well, just like when she first used her special ability on Xiao Jihan, injecting her power into his body. The fourth-level supernatural ability is completely different from what it used to be at the first level. Su Muyao easily infused Yun Qinglan with wood-type supernatural energy. A powerful flow of wood energy surged into Yun Qinglan's body. The space system spoke. "Host, you are right. The energy you cultivate yourself with your own method won't weaken when used, and it's very easy to control. If the ability is boosted externally, it will also be easier to consume. So, I understand why you always prefer to rely on yourself." Su Muyao said, "Relying on myself makes me feel safer. Look, now my strength isn't decreasing. I can use the wood energy freely, and it's very easy to control. Unlike before, when treating someone, I could lose a level or two, which made me feel heartbroken." Before, she noticed her abilities hadn't changed much, and she felt anxious. But with her beast companion's health issues, she couldn't ignore them. It was quite exhausting to use her abilities. Now, she no longer feels guilty about using her powers. The space system sensed the host's consciousness and said, "Host, your first contract wasn't fully stable yet. Over the next few days, your physical and energy qualities need to be solidified. Once everything is stable, you can use your abilities freely." Su Muyao focused and said, "I understand." After speaking, the space system cheerfully added, "But it's really good now. You don't have to worry about painful refining. Otherwise, I would feel very, very distressed for you." The space system spoke in a soft, cute tone, making Su Muyao laugh. All right, no more refining. She knew that during the refining period, the system was anxious with her. Every time, it would speak in a mechanical voice, either telling stories or singing songs to comfort her. It made her feel warm inside. Since her previous life until now, the space system had always been with her, protecting her wholeheartedly. Thinking of something, Su Muyao asked, "System, do you know what's going on with Shin Sion? He's been gone for so long and never came back. It's obvious he doesn't like me. Why does he insist on staying this time? Does he have some secret plan or problem?" Su Muyao suspected Shin Sion's intentions. She remained very cautious of him. So she had Wen Nanshi and others build a room for Shin Sion right next to hers, almost like an extension of her house. And earlier, he used some bloodline magic. I felt like I was frozen in place, unable to move. Even if his strength is very high, I am a level 4 psychic. How could it be like this? Su Muyao's heart is full of doubt, and her expression is very serious. The space system says, "Don't worry, host. Shin Qianan has no intention to harm you and won't hurt you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed you into exile, nor would he have protected you on the way." Su Muyao says, "I also think about how he followed me into exile and didn't leave forcibly. He protected me during the journey, was very strong, and helped kill many assassins. So he wanted to stay. I didn't really oppose him. If I had truly opposed him, I wouldn't want him to stay. Actually, if it weren't for their protection, this body would have died long ago. I couldn't have traveled here." The space system says, "Host, the reason he wants to stay is probably because he has mind-reading abilities."
What?
Hearing this, Su Muyao is stunned. She almost stops her action of sending psychic energy into Yun Qinglan. She calms her mind and continues to send energy, communicating with the system. "Are you sure it's mind-reading? If it's mind-reading, it's too scary. He would know everything I think. Did he realize something and that's why he didn't leave? Realizing this, Su Muyao feels a bit scared. The space system says, "Don't worry, host." He can only read minds when he's close to you and looks into your eyes, sensing your thoughts. Otherwise, he can't read your thoughts. Moreover, he doesn't always use his mind-reading ability. It requires effort. If you don't want him to read your mind, just don't get too close to him or avoid looking into his eyes. But it's okay if you just look into his eyes without speaking. Hearing this, Su Muyao feels relieved. Maybe he just saw something in that moment. The space system says, that should be it. Maybe he knows that the host isn't her original body, but he hasn't said anything, so he won't tell anyone. Besides, he has no proof, and this body originally belongs to the host. The host formed a contract with Wenanshi, and I also upgraded. So, I was in a deep sleep during the upgrade and didn't notice Shin Qianen's unusual behavior immediately. After upgrading, I am even more sure that this body belongs to the host, so don't worry. Once I upgrade again, I can help the host block mind reading. Su Muyao knows how to avoid it, so it's fine. It's okay. I know how to prevent him from using his mind-reading ability. Space System says, oh right. The host couldn't move before, because he was being held by him. It's because he used the Blood Clan's charm magic. His eyes have a special technique that can cast charm spells. Su Muyao feels helpless. This secret Blood Clan beastman's magic is quite complex and strange. No wonder his gaze has an evil aura. Just one look makes people feel weird and numb. Space System responds, that's because of his charm magic. As long as he doesn't hurt the host, it's fine. His strength is high, so he can better protect the host. Of course, the host is planning to open a shop and do business, so there will be a lot of work. The host can have him work for free. His host is so good, and the outstanding male beast must stick close to him. That's just how it is. The space system thinks as long as the host is safe and well, that's enough. It's no problem that Shin Qian stays behind to work. After finishing communication with the system, Su Muyao almost finished injecting her energy into Yun Qinglan. When she stopped, she didn't expect Yun Qinglan to faint immediately. She withdrew her energy, and Yun Qinglan, lacking strength, fell backward due to inertia, landing right in Su Muyao's arms. Yun, young Master Yun? Su Muyao instinctively caught him. At this moment, Hua Linyue and Mei Qingchen just entered the room and saw the scene. Su Muyao looked at Hua Linyue's eyes and felt she couldn't explain herself clearly. Mei Qingchen felt like his head was about to explode and blurted out, "Why does the wife like someone who's sick?" Hua Linyue, although feeling a bit jealous, hurriedly covered Mei Qingchen's mouth with his hand, saying, "Shut up, don't say nonsense. Are you trying to cause trouble for the wife? I believe things aren't as simple as they seem." Although Hua Linyue initially felt sour and uncomfortable, as if something was pulling at his heart, he knew that as the beast husband of the wife, he must learn to trust her and consider her feelings in everything. He shouldn't act on his own will. He saw Wen Nanshi doing the same, always prioritizing the wife's wishes and thoughts. That's why the wife is willing to be close to Wen Nanshi and trust him. He doesn't understand feelings. No one has taught him. Living in the Su family, he only saw his mother competing with other beast husbands for favor. There's no real love there. But here, he feels his heart slowly healing, as if he's experiencing the most beautiful and warm feelings through the wife. He seems to be gradually understanding love. Su Muyao looked at Hua Linyue with a surprised expression. She didn't expect him to say such words. She had to admit, she liked what he said. If Mei Qingchen had spoken carelessly just now, things could have become very complicated. It might have caused misunderstandings, making others think she wanted to do something to Yun Qinglan. She really had no such thoughts about Yun Qinglan. Carefully, Su Muyao laid Yun Qinglan on the bed. She checked his pulse. There was nothing wrong. He had fallen asleep during his body's healing process, which was actually better for recovery. After making sure Yun Qinglan was lying down, Su Muyao spoke seriously. "Mei Qingchen, if you had spoken a few words just now, it could have damaged someone's reputation. You grew up in the Mei family, spoiled by your parents. They worked hard to pave your way, but you might not understand others' situations or feelings. Sometimes, words spoken casually can hurt others. Sometimes, what you say without thinking can cause pain to others. Mei Qingchen seemed to listen carefully to Su Muyao's words. His earlier angry expression disappeared, replaced by a complex look. He glanced at Hua Linyue and told him to let go. Hua Linyue saw that Mei Qingchen looked normal, so he released his hold. Mei Qingchen said, "So, did I cause any harm to the lady of the house with what I said earlier?" Su Muyao didn't want to talk about the past at all. She thought for a moment and emphasized, "Mei Qingchen, you should know what the Yun family has sacrificed for the Northern Territory. The reason Yun Gongzi's body is like this is because his mother was supposed to rest while pregnant, but she had to fight to protect the Northern Territory and was injured, leading to an early birth. As a member of the Yun family and the city lord, she could have enjoyed a comfortable life, but she chose to sacrifice herself by fighting off many enemies, winning peace and stability for the Northern Territory and all of us. Our current peaceful life is thanks to those who carried heavy burdens. This is a hero's family. I respect Yun Gongzi. I would never do anything excessive to him. You should think before you speak." At this moment, Su Muyao's expression was serious and solemn. Hua Linyue was deeply shaken, and Mei Qingchen seemed to become very respectful as well. After a pause, Su Muyao said, "Mei Qingchen, I might sound a bit strict, but I don't mean it personally against you. She knows he might speak impulsively sometimes. You actually could return to the bustling city life, where it suits you best." Recently, Mei Qingchen has been helping with work, and she has noticed it. But she feels that Mei Qingchen comes from a noble family with a special bloodline, and he is very favored. His situation is different from others. Living back in the city would be very comfortable. Perhaps she might choose a gentle and good-looking female beast to marry, so she could stay with him alone. That way, her emotions might become more stable. He might not be happy here. Mei Qingchen's face suddenly turned pale. "Madam, please don't send me away. I'm really sorry. I got nervous just now. I will change, I promise I will." Mei Qingchen also felt uneasy for no clear reason. When he felt nervous, he couldn't help but hold Su Muyao's hand and looked at her with sad eyes. He seemed flexible and adaptable. "I'm not trying to send you away. I just think that." "No, madam, your thoughts are not my thoughts. I'm very useful. The Mei family supports me, and I support you too. I am your backing. Chen's family will surely be destroyed, and I can protect you. I can do many things, and I can form a contract too." Seeing Mei Qingchen speak more and more confusingly, Su Muyao quickly said, "Stop talking. I am not sending you away. If you can't understand now, just stay for the time being. Maybe he will understand later." Anyway, when she was exiled, the Mei family didn't betray her like others did. Instead, they helped her in many ways. Mei Qingchen also protected her during her exile journey. Thinking of this, she couldn't bring herself to be heartless. Unbeknownst to them, while they were talking, Yun Qinglan lying on the bed moved his fingers slightly, and his elegant eyelashes fluttered. Su Muyao said, "Let young Master Yun rest first. I will go cook." Mei Qingchen and Hua Linyue also went out to help. Now, Mei Qingchen was very diligent and serious about his work. "Madam, the room next door is ready. Would you like to go see it?" Su Muyao shook her head. No need. It was enough that Shen Xian had a place to stay. She didn't care about the room. She didn't really chase him away. She did it because he had followed her during her exile and protected her on the way. This body belonged to her, so her safety was very important. After Su Muyao and the others left, Yun Qinglan finally opened his eyes. At this moment, his refined and calm features no longer showed tranquility, but instead a faint ripple of emotion. He had just woken up and heard their words, but he was afraid that suddenly waking up might make them feel awkward. So, he stayed silent to avoid disturbing them. The guards of the Yun family in the northern border seemed to have carried this responsibility for a very long time. His mother and ancestors all volunteered to sacrifice themselves to protect the northern border. Perhaps most people have forgotten this, and he didn't expect her to say such words. It made him realize that everything the Yun family has done is meaningful and worthwhile. He understood the unwavering choices of his ancestors. This made him sincerely willing to take on the responsibility of the Yun family and continue guarding the northern border, rather than passively accepting it. At some point, Steward Yun entered the room. "Young master?" Seeing the young master lost in thought, Steward Yun was surprised. What was he thinking about, so absorbed? "Young master?" Only then did Yun Qinglan hear Steward Yun's words and slowly sit up. Steward Yun hurried forward to support him. Yun Qinglan gently said, "Uncle Yun, you don't need to support me. I feel much better." A sense of comfort he had never experienced before. Steward Yun looked at his young master's complexion and said, "Young master, your color looks much better." Yun Qinglan replied, "Not only that, I feel much lighter and stronger." No longer the weak and powerless feeling he had before. He also caught the aroma of food, which made him suddenly feel hungry. Hearing his young master speak, Steward Yun felt as if he had gained new strength. His complexion and expression were completely different. His face was no longer pale. Steward Yun was so excited that his eyes teared up, shimmering with a hint of tears. "That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Thanks to Miss Su." Steward Yun had watched his young master grow up. He was chosen by old Master Yun to be his daughter's bodyguard, and he had always protected Miss Yun. Later, the young lady married a beast man and had children, then sacrificed herself to protect the northern border. He was seriously injured at that time and thought he might die. But in the final moment, Miss Yun used a bit of her strength to send him away. Thanks to her, he survived. After a few years of recovery and regaining his health, he stayed by his young master's side to protect him. The young master was his own son. Whether it was old Master Yun or everyone in the Yun family, they had consulted countless doctors and shamans about his young master's health. They could only stabilize his condition, but his health continued to weaken. Now, finally, they saw that his young master's health was improving. Miss Su said he could live well and be healthy. Yun Qinglan looked at Yun's steward's expression and softly said, "Uncle Yun, don't cry. I'm really fine. The servant knows, and he's happy. Happy for the young master." Yun's steward choked up, quietly wiping his tears. "I was just too excited." Yun Qinglan gently replied, "It's been you all these years. Please don't say that, young master. It's an honor for me to serve you and see you well. Others want to serve you, but they can't. His young master is so good, and he treats his servants very kindly. He's the best master. The family head will be very happy when he finds out." Yun Qinglan said, "A few days ago, my grandfather asked the family doctor to check my pulse. The doctor was surprised, saying my health is improving and my body is getting better. If I have the doctor check again when I return, they'll be even more amazed. He can feel the changes in his body, it's truly getting better, and his senses are sharper." In the evening, Su Muyao prepared a table full of delicious food, many of which were tofu dishes. Once ready, she called Yun Qinglan to come and eat. "Everyone please sit down and eat." With so many people, the table was a bit small, but everyone could squeeze in. Hearing this, no one moved. When Nanshi understood what they meant and said, "Wife, you sit first, and we will sit after." Yun Qinglan definitely wouldn't sit first, he was a guest. Originally, Yun Qinglan didn't want to stay and eat to avoid trouble, but the aroma of the food was too tempting. Uncle Yun insisted he stay, pretending the carriage was broken and needed repairs, so he wouldn't leave. Seeing everyone's expressions, Su Muyao felt a bit overwhelmed. "Then I'll sit first. Feel free to start." Su Muyao chose her usual seat, sitting between Wen Nanshi and Siegue Shua. Shen Xian lazily said, "Wife, let me sit next to you." Su Muyao raised an eyebrow and said, "If you don't want to eat, you can leave." She would be considerate of others, but she didn't care about Shen Xian's feelings at all. Shen Xian sighed softly and said, "Wife, your treatment of Xian really hurts my feelings." Su Muyao ignored him and told everyone, Please start eating. The middle dishes are all tofu. Try the texture. Knowing everyone's eating habits, she took the first bite herself so others would follow. She picked up a piece of tofu to taste. Only then did everyone start eating. Master Maid Qingchen moved quickly and, after taking a piece of tofu, couldn't help but praise, delicious. Really so tasty. I didn't know there was such a food as tofu in this world. Then he focused on eating the tofu dish. When Nanshi softly said, "It is indeed very good. My wife has worked hard." While Linyue also showed a surprised expression, not expecting the texture of the tofu dish. He sincerely said, "Every dish made by my wife is delicious." Xiao Jihan gently said, "This is tofu made personally by my wife. It's a bit more complicated to prepare." When Xiao Jihan said this, everyone cheered for her, except Shin Xian, who looked relaxed. Shin Xian watched everyone and was a bit surprised. Is it really that tasty? These people are noble and powerful, used to eating all kinds of food. Would they really find it so amazing? Or were they just trying to flatter her? Shin Xian slowly picked up his chopsticks, ready to try. He wasn't very particular about food. As long as it filled his stomach, it was fine. Su Muyao looked at Yun Qinglan. Seeing he seemed a bit reserved and hadn't picked up his chopsticks, she said, "Young Master Yun, you should try some too. These two dishes are a bit spicy, but these others are not. You can eat freely."
"Thank you, Miss Su."
Yun Qinglan finally started eating. He ate slowly and gracefully. When the food entered his mouth, his clear and elegant features showed a faint light. The food was excellent, and the flavors were even more impressive. For the first time, Yun Qinglan developed an appetite for food and began to eat slowly. After eating a few dishes, Shin Xian's eyes moved slightly. He smiled and said, "I wonder where my wife learned her cooking skills. Such dishes are even beyond the royal chef's abilities. I remember my wife never used to go into the kitchen, nor did she recognize ingredients." After Shin Xian finished, everyone paused their eating. Had someone finally spoken such a sensitive topic? Everyone understood to some extent, but no one had asked so directly before. The room suddenly became very quiet, with a subtle atmosphere. Everyone instinctively looked at Su Muyao, as if waiting for her explanation. Xie Guishue realized she knew nothing about her past. Su Muyao knew Shin Xian's mind-reading ability had initially detected something, but she wouldn't admit it. "Did I learn it in my dreams?" Shin Xian calmly said, "I learned it in my dreams, either from the beast god's teachings or through inherited memory. But I heard that my wife still can't transform her true form. We don't even know what her true form is. It's really a pity." Su Muyao's hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly. Her true form? Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in her mind, as if she remembered a childhood memory. She recalls that as a child, she could transform into her true form, which was a colorful, fluffy ball. It was strange, an animal not recorded in the beast world continent. When she was sensible enough to change shape, she was confused, but her father was terrified. He quickly held her and infused her with powerful special energy, transforming her into a human form. "Don't worry, Daddy's girl is the most precious treasure in this world. You haven't awakened yet. This is just your young form. One day, when you awaken, you'll realize your true form is the most noble and shining. Your mother is also the most beautiful and noble. But right now, you're still young and weak. Please don't let others see your true form, okay?" Su Muyao's expression moved slightly. This memory made her realize that her father loved and cared for her very much. That memory felt like her own, different from the memories of her previous life from a few years ago. In her past life's memories, the head of the Su family was very indifferent to her, with no emotion in his eyes. But in her childhood memories, her father looked at her with so much love and gentleness. Su Muyao felt many doubts. Now her father was gone, said to have disappeared, so she had nowhere to ask her questions. At this moment, when Su Muyao was lost in thought, everyone was watching her, seemingly holding their breath and waiting for something. Perhaps the answer they were eager to hear was about to come out. Their long-standing doubts might finally be explained. But when Su Muyao snapped back to herself, she said indifferently to Shinxia, "Whatever you think." She wouldn't admit or reveal her secrets. The space system said, "Yes, exactly. Don't reveal the host's secrets." Shinxia has been testing the host all along. Just after returning, she was also testing Wen Nanshi, trying to find out what the Su family had told Wen Nanshi. But Wen Nanshi didn't say anything. No wonder the Su family had trusted her. She is indeed calm and steady, worth trusting. Su Muyao knew that no matter what she did, her system was always protecting her wholeheartedly. Shin Qian and chuckled softly, with a mischievous look in his eyes. "It's okay. Wife doesn't want to say anything, so I won't ask." But now, wife is very different from before. The rumors about Beast King City are really insulting to her. If Jiang Mo Chuan and the others knew what she looks like now, they might be surprised.
Su Muyao frowned sharply.
If you still want to eat, don't mention unrelated people. Or maybe enemies. When Jiang Mo Chuan was mentioned, Su Muyao's killing intent surged. Her cold aura shocked everyone. When Nanshi saw that his wife was unhappy, his commanding presence also appeared, no longer gentle but fierce, releasing a strong pressure. "Shin Qianan, no one can force my wife to do anything, nor make her say anything. If you're unhappy, you can fight." Shin Qianan knew Wen Nanshi was also angry. If they really fought, it would be hard to say. Plus, there was a young Master Yun nearby from the Yun family with thunder-based skills that could summon lightning, which was quite intimidating. "Don't be angry, wife. I just want to understand you better, so I can serve and protect you more." He then took a bowl of pork rib soup and offered it to Su Muyao, pretending to feed her with a spoon. Su Muyao didn't drink what Shin Qianan offered. She smiled and said, "Shin Qianan, if you doubt me or think I don't match your expectations, you can leave. This is a marriage contract." She had written many copies and stored them in her space, ready to be taken out whenever needed. Shin Qian took one, and with a flick of his finger, the marriage contract shattered. "Mrs. Wife, this doesn't matter to me. I just want to stay by your side. I think you're very good now, and I don't want you to go back to how you were before. If you're worried, that's why I ask. If you don't like it, I won't mention it again. If you're uneasy, I can go to your room tonight and serve you well," he said, stirring his bowl of pork rib soup with a meaningful look. "I'll feed you properly. Whatever you want to see or have, I will give it to you." At this moment, everyone's murderous gaze was fixed on Shin Qian, and Hua Linyi released his aura and said, "Even if the wife wants to form a contract, it's not your turn." Xiao Jihan said softly, "Shin Qian, and even if you use tricks to stay, you are not in the wife's heart. So she won't accept you or form a contract with you. Don't even think about it." Master Machen said, "That's right. The wife doesn't even accept me. You've been gone for so long, and even if it's a line, it's not your turn. Anyway, he's not at the bottom, so he feels a bit comforted." When Nankei and Xie Shui didn't speak, Xie Shui, having received a promise from Su Muyao, was naturally not worried. Yun Qinglan sat quietly, his elegant and refined aura slightly subdued, and no one knew what he was thinking. Su Muyao earnestly said, "Shin Qian, I don't need you to do anything. Also, tonight I want to sleep alone. I need to practice and strengthen my power." After this reinforcement, her physical condition would stabilize completely, and she wouldn't lose her strength later. She also promised Xie Shui that once his body was better after treatment and recovery, they would form a bond. She wanted to wait for him and give herself some time. Last night she almost fainted. Thinking back to those romantic scenes, she felt a bit warm. At this moment, Su Muyao couldn't help but blush slightly, adding a touch of charm. She looked like a blossoming flower, beautiful and radiant, dazzling enough to captivate everyone's gaze. Yet she also carried a noble and proud aura, a kind of elegance she hadn't had before, more dazzling and more likely to move people's hearts. Su Muyao didn't realize how beautiful she was at this moment. After saying these words, she stopped speaking and focused on eating. Everyone saw there was nothing to argue about, so they quietly continued their meal. After dinner, Yun Qinglan thanked Su Muyao and then left with Steward Yun. Of course, before leaving, Su Muyao asked Steward Yun to bring some tofu and a bamboo tube of soy milk to take back and let Lord Yun try. When young Master Yun came, he also brought gifts. Although she didn't want anything else, she only accepted some wild beast meat. It's a matter of courtesy. On the way back in the carriage, Steward Yun was excited and said, "My lord, I noticed you ate quite a bit more tonight than usual. I'm very happy. I wish you could eat more every day." Yun Qinglan sat in the carriage, holding a scroll of book, but hadn't turned a page for a long time. "Today, I caused trouble for Miss Su. I can't do that again in the future." Steward Yun sighed. The young master didn't want to interact with any female beasts, except for talking a few more words with Miss Su. Why couldn't it be like that? Well, but still, the beast husbands around Miss Su almost fought over her during dinner. That doesn't match the rumors. The rumors say that Miss Su's beast husbands dislike her a lot. The 5 male beasts who broke off relations with her in Beast Emperor City also dislike her very much. However, the subordinate thinks Miss Su is very good, and he doesn't understand what those people are thinking. Yun Qinglan said, "Uncle Yun, do not judge Miss Su's family matters, and do not spread them around." The steward's mind tightened. "Understood," he replied, and he no longer said anything. One early morning, after breakfast, Su Muyao went into the forest to hunt. This time, she specifically explored deep into the woods. Su Muyao personally hunted with her level 4 ability. She leapt into the air and swung her soft sword. A wild ox was struck down instantly. Her movements were fast, fierce, and precise, looking like she had done this many times before. Her grace was sharp and stunning. It seemed like her true self. Everyone looked at her with amazement and admiration. When Su Muyao was in battle mode, her expression was focused and stern. She wore a plain long dress, and in the morning light, she looked like a beautiful scene, like a snow-covered plum blossom standing proudly in the cold wind, elegant and breathtaking. Everyone watching her couldn't help but feel their hearts shake. The space system said at this moment, "Host, you are so beautiful. This is the real you. Before, your abilities were too weak, and you couldn't fully show your strength. Now it's better. If there were assassins, we wouldn't need anyone to protect us. You could handle everything." Hearing the system, Su Muyao snapped out of her daze. The fight had helped her regain her feeling from her previous life in the apocalypse. Back then, she was a level 9 expert, but now she was only level 4 and needed to keep training. But the best way to improve was through battle. Right now, they were still on the outskirts of the forest, not in the most dangerous center yet. They had only encountered normal beasts, which were easy to kill. When Su Muyao turned around, she saw everyone looking at her. She touched her face and asked, "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" As she spoke, everyone came back to their senses. When Nanshi stepped forward, gently fixing her wind-blown hair, and softly said, "Nothing much. It's just that I didn't expect the lady to use her soft sword so well." She looked very skilled and quick, not like it was her first time using it. Su Muyao couldn't say she learned it in her previous life, so she just smiled and said, "Maybe my ability improved automatically, so I just learned it." Shin Qian moved closer silently, like a quiet breeze. As it looked like it was about to touch Su Muyao, she remembered his mind-reading ability. Instinctively, she jumped to the side and quickly avoided Shin Qian's approach, so he didn't even get a hold of her sleeve. Su Muyao moved aside unexpectedly, and it happened to be Xie Guishua nearby. Xie Guishua naturally embraced her gently and carefully set her down. His soft voice sounded, "Wife, are you all right?" Su Muyao looked up into Xie Guishua's clear, beautiful eyes like ice, feeling her heart flutter slightly. Even though she was now familiar with Xie Guishua, every time she saw his face, she still felt amazed. But she knew her admiration for his looks wasn't without reason. She felt a kind of deep connection with Xie Guishua, so when she was around him, she naturally felt close. She shook her head and said, "I'm fine. Did you sleep well last night?" She noticed Xie Guishua looked healthy, but still seemed a bit worried. She planned to help him recover his health fully. It was a lovely thought, but since he had acted a bit strange before, she was a little uncertain. Xie Guishue showed a gentle, picturesque smile. Very well.
Don't worry, wife.
He knew she had agreed to the contract with him and was waiting for his body to recover before forming the bond. This time was precious. He could feel her kindness toward him. Last night, the house was very quiet, and he slept very well. Shen Qianan looked at Su Muyao and Xie Guishue with narrowed eyes, a sad tone in his voice. Wife, you're really heartless. You didn't even let him touch your sleeve. Hua Linia coldly said, who asked you to disappear for so long? The wife did nothing wrong. Not driving you away was already kind. If she hadn't used force to keep you here, she would have already asked you to leave. And now you're here nitpicking about this and that. Mei Qingchen added, I came back early and have changed a lot. The wife hasn't accepted me, so I can't get close to her. You're even worse. You're still trying to get close to the wife. What are you thinking? Xiao Jihan, with a cold aura, was also on guard against Shen Qianan, worried he might do something to the wife. He spoke softly, your secret techniques are useless on the wife. If she doesn't like someone, any method won't work. If tricks could work, he would have already formed a bond with her. That's why he hadn't yet. He understood that the wife valued genuine feelings most. Learning this, he slowly tried to let her accept his presence. Forming the bond was a long journey, but he would keep trying. One day, he believed he could win her over. Su Muyao said seriously, Shen Qian, you can leave any time you want, but if you stay, don't think you can use any tricks against me. That was her stance. Shen Qian looked at Su Muyao's serious and stern expression, and his usually charming, lazy look also softened a bit. I won't leave. It's okay. One day, the wife will see my good side. I will also pursue her again and start over with her. Mei Qingchen, standing nearby, seemed to think of something and sighed sadly, getting hit by the returning boomerang back then really hurt. He patted Shen Qian's shoulder and said, between us, you're the lowest. But thinking of the 5 in Beast Emperor City gives me some comfort. The wife treats us all like this. Even if they find out how good she is in the future, it'll be too late for regrets. It's no wonder the wife wouldn't forgive them for her way of doing things. Seeing Mei Qingchen looking contented, Shen Qian thought about his childhood environment, growing up in a family full of love and no fights, which made him very optimistic and able to comfort himself easily. Shen Qian smiled lazily and said, haha, you have a point. That's why I like the wife even more when she acts like this. His beautiful, narrow eyes sparkled as if he was very interested in something. Su Muyao knew Shen Qian's thinking was strange. His mind was not normal. But considering what the space system said that Shen Qian could do work if he stayed, she decided to let him stay voluntarily. This was working willingly, not forced. At this moment, Su Muyao sensed an unusual aura. When Nanshi and others all changed their expressions, Xie Guishue quickly protected Su Muyao and said, wife, be careful. Shen Qian's lazy expression turned serious, and he said, it's a mutated beast tide. There's a strange sound, and someone is manipulating the mutated beasts. Everyone naturally formed a protective circle around Su Muyao, shielding her. Su Muyao said, you don't need to worry about me. I can take care of myself. Perhaps this was another assassination attempt against her, but it was also a good chance to strengthen her realm and practice through battle. Suddenly, a large group of mutated beasts charged at them, with faintly strange controlling sounds in the background. Everyone quickly fought back. Su Muyao's eyes flashed with cold determination. She tiptoed, leaped into the air, her figure like lightning. She swiftly drew her sword, rushing into the midst of the mutated beasts, moving fast, fierce, and precise. Her soft sword seemed to tear through the sky, unstoppable once she struck. Her swordsmanship was like flowing clouds and water, agile yet powerful. She had no fancy moves, only precise and practical strikes. Wherever she went, the sand and stones on the ground were swept up by her sword energy. Her hair was blown wildly by the wind, and her fighting grew more fierce with each battle. Her presence and aura amazed everyone again. They realized that she had become strong without them noticing, shining brightly and being so powerful. She could defeat every mutated beast with a single strike. It was as if she had fought countless times before, cold, elegant, and deadly. She no longer needed their protection, unlike during her exile journey. Shin Qian's sharp eyes glinted with a dangerous, cold charm. While fighting, he listened carefully to something and then quickly moved toward the source of the sound, disappearing like a gust of wind. Seeing Shin Qian's strange movement, Su Muyao's expression changed. No wonder the space system said he was very strong and mysterious, making it hard to see his true power. Xie Guoxue was about to use a powerful ability, but Su Muyao watched him while fighting. She didn't allow him to use such strength because he had promised her not to. Xie Guoxue looked at Su Muyao with helplessness. As long as she was safe, it was fine. If she was in danger, he would risk everything, even hurting himself, to protect her. Her safety was the most important to him. Soon, more mutated beasts fell, but then a strange tone sounded. After a while, the eerie sound stopped, and the mutated beasts stopped their frenzied attacks. Taking advantage of this moment, the remaining beasts were easily killed. Then Shin Qian came down holding someone. "This person is behind the control of these mutated beasts," he said, throwing the person onto the ground. The person was weak and trembling, unable to move. He begged, "Please, don't kill me. I was just doing this for money." The man wore tattered beast skins and looked as thin as a bamboo stick, with fear on his face. When Nanshi's imposing presence suddenly pressed down on him, her voice cold and deadly, filled with murderous intent and danger. "Who ordered you to do this?" Her tone was no longer gentle but icy and sharp, with killing intent spreading out. Not only Wen Nanshi, but Hua Linyue and the others also looked at the man with fierce killing intent. This person is trembling even more and nervously explains, "I don't know, I really don't know. That person came at night and taught me how to this, saying it could control mutated beasts. I have limited abilities and can only control low-level mutants." I couldn't see what he looked like, and I couldn't tell his age from his voice. "I really don't know anything. I just took the money to do the job. Don't kill me. I've told you everything." He is a wandering beast man with decent abilities, skilled in using sound to control small animals. He prefers sound control because it helps him hunt, but he only hunts small beasts. The tune he just played was taught by that person. Mei Qingchen frowned in displeasure and said, "Is this all useless information? Looks like I need to use some force to make him feel pain." As he spoke, he clenched his fist, ready to hit him. Shin Qian stopped him quickly, saying if you hit him again, he might die. He had already used his powers to disable the man, preventing him from harming himself. "I'll use soul-searching magic to check." After Shin Qian said this, everyone looked at him with surprise and admiration. Soul-searching magic is a legendary secret technique. When Nanshi focused and said, "He is a pure-blooded bloodline beast man. With enough strength and abilities, he can use soul-searching magic. But each use consumes a lot of his core energy, and it goes against the natural order, so it shouldn't be used often." Shin Qian glanced at Su Muyao with his narrow eyes, a lazy, charming look in his gaze. "As long as it makes my wife happy and helps her, a little soul-searching magic is no problem." Su Muyao was surprised by Shin Qian's abilities. The space system said host bloodline beings are not ordinary races. Shin Qian has many secret techniques. He's been helping the host a lot by staying close. It was right to let him stay. Besides, he hasn't done anything to harm the host. He's different from the 5 in Beast King City, so you probably don't need those love letters stored in space anymore. The host had always wanted Shin Qian to leave and had written many love letters in space, just to find a chance for him to go away. Listening to the space system, Su Muyao pondered thoughtfully. Shin Qian pointed his finger with a burst of power directly at the man's forehead. Su Muyao's mind changed suddenly. No need for soul-searching magic. "I have pills here. I can question him directly." Shin Qian said, "My wife is truly kind. Do you feel sorry for me using soul-searching magic?" Don't worry, it's okay. Finding the person behind everything is very important. Otherwise, hiding in the shadows and plotting schemes could still harm the wife. Shin Qian insisted on using soul-searching magic. His power flowed into this person's body, directly searching their soul. He looked carefully, his expression becoming serious. Seeing Su Muyao's confused look, Shin Qian took out a shadowy image and placed it in front of them so Su Muyao could see as well. Afraid the wife won't believe me, so you can look for yourself. The space system said, oh, host Shin Qian is quite clever. This way, there's no hiding. If he doesn't tell what he sees from the soul-searching magic, no one will know what really happened. Actually, right now, neither the space system nor Su Muyao fully trusted Shin Qian. They didn't expect Shin Qian to realize the truth. Seeing this shadowy image, they understood everything. This person is indeed a stray beast. He is a weak, abandoned beast man who grew up in the forest among wild animals. He can mimic some animal sounds, has some special abilities, and can control small beasts. Later, he used this method to control beasts to hunt beast men and get their food and crystal coins. Maybe because of this, he was targeted. A man in a black cloak appeared, teaching him to control mutated beasts with strange tones. That man was elusive, his face hidden inside a large black cloak, making it impossible to see his features. It seems this person really knows nothing. The person behind him is very hidden, but he's targeting the wife. Su Muyao also saw clearly now. The person behind wanted this person to kill her, yes, to kill her. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Muyao's mouth. It seemed many wanted her dead, but she was determined to live well, brightly alive. Since they came to kill her, there's no turning back. She moved her finger, and her soft sword instantly killed this person. At this moment, she looked fierce and cold. Shin Qian's face turned even paler. His body trembled and suddenly collapsed towards Su Muyao. What are you doing? Mei Qing-chun pushed Shin Qian away. Even if he was close to the wife, he didn't deserve to be before Shin Qian. Shin Qian looked relaxed, acting lazy and indifferent. Wife, my body hurts. I think only being close to you can make me feel better. The space system was stunned. It stammered, host, what kind of wild beast is this? They're all so fierce. It had seen other beastmen's tricks, but Shin Qian used a completely different approach. Before Su Muyao could speak, Mei Qingchen punched next to Shin Qianan. Then Shin Qianan fainted and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Mei Qingchen's face changed color. He felt nervous and instinctively looked at Su Muyao. Madam, I didn't mean to do it. I didn't use much strength. He was very strong, so who would have thought it would turn out like this? When Nanshi crouched down to check. Maybe it's because of the soul-searching technique. The space system said, host, using soul-searching indeed consumes your original power and is quite cruel. It goes against the natural way and shouldn't be used often. Plus, he took out the light and shadow of what he saw to show you, which also uses a lot of energy. It's normal for him to become weak and faint. The space system sighed. He really spent a lot to stay here. Su Muyao looked at the time and still wanted to continue hunting and gathering herbs. She also hoped to open a shop in Yunshao City soon. She crouched down to check Shin Qianan's condition. Because of the blood beast, his aura was shrouded in a mist, so she couldn't see his exact condition, but he was not in immediate danger. Thinking of how he just did all this for her, Su Muyao took some spiritual spring water from her space to feed him. Then she used some wood element powers to treat him. Her wood powers hadn't decreased, so she used them without worry. After confirming he was fine, Su Muyao said, Mei Qingchen, it might be best if you take him home. Please help watch over him there. Why me? Mei Qingchen instinctively didn't want to send him back. Su Muyao's expression darkened. Seeing her change in tone, Mei Qingchen quickly changed his words. Madam, I don't refuse. I want to stay with you, help hunt and protect you. He missed a chance before and didn't want to miss it again. He wanted to stay by her side forever. Su Muyao said, with Wen Nanshi and others protecting me, I'm fine. Plus, I now have self-defense ability. Shin Qianan is here, so we can't focus on hunting and gathering herbs. Hua Linhua looked at Mei Qingchen and said, Mei Qingchen, you're only thinking about your feelings and not about madams. Moreover, you were the one who knocked him out. If you're unwilling, I'll send Shin Qianan back. Hua Linhua now understood that the wishes of madam were the most important. Mei Qingchen quickly said, no, I will follow my wife's arrangement. I will take him back. Thus, Mei Qingchen transformed into his true form, carried Shin Qianan, and went straight home. Meanwhile, Su Muyao and the others continued hunting and gathering medicinal herbs. There was no real danger afterward. They caught many prey and collected a lot of herbs. Of course, when gathering herbs, when Nanki and the others didn't understand their properties and couldn't help Su Muyao pick herbs. Su Muyao was worried they might touch poisonous herbs, so she didn't let them do it. She let them hunt while she gathered herbs herself. However, Xie Guishue could easily identify whether herbs were poisonous. He stepped forward to help and said, Wife, I can gather herbs. I can tell if they are poisonous or not. Seeing Xie Guishue's clear and serious eyes, Su Muyao nodded and said, All right, thank you. It's faster with your help. When Xie Guishue really helped, Su Muyao realized he was even faster than she was at gathering herbs. Su Muyao looked surprised and asked, Can you really tell? He gathered herbs so quickly, it looked like he could easily identify whether they were poisonous. Xie Guishue explained softly, Yes, when I was young and lived at the Xie family's old residence, there was a special herb field. It's like I was born knowing how to identify these herbs. Plus, I've been weak since I was a child and needed medicine, so I probably know more about these. Su Muyao thought Xie Guishue was being modest. He probably learned on his own. No wonder he was an ice spirit beast with a natural ice soul, very smart. But despite being so good, his health was very serious. Some of the herbs I gathered today are quite good. I'll make some medicine for you to drink, and your health will improve. Xie Guishue looked at her with gentle, warm eyes and said, I don't want my wife to work hard. My body is fine. Su Muyao found his attitude a bit amusing. But the person who turned dark before didn't say that. Hearing this, Xie Guishue's beautiful, icy features turned red, and his ears became pink. His blush was stunning, like a blooming flower, both bright and pure. Seeing him like this, Su Muyao couldn't help but tease him. She liked to see him shy and embarrassed with his head lowered. But remembering the dark version inside him, she decided to hold back. Xie Guishue still explained seriously, He rarely came out before. It's because I lost control this time. Su Muyao did not want to see him feel guilty. She said, Don't say that. Whether it's him or you are both you, and you're both very good. The space system said, Host, he might have a split personality. One is the innocent him, and the other is the obsessive darkened him. When he is stimulated, the darkened side is more likely to appear. It seems that his fighting ability is stronger when he's darkened. Host, his current personality is not suitable for living in the courtyard with everyone. Your beast husbands now think you've improved and are starting to care about you. One by one, they are competing for your favor. He seems calm on the surface, but his heart is not peaceful, so he's easily influenced. Su Muyao asked, So you mean he's better off returning to his own oasis? The space system replied, If his body is healthy, he can be anywhere. But if he's not well and gets affected again, his health could be at risk.
Su Muyao understood what the system said.
I'll pay attention to that and ask for his opinion. She only hoped that the people she cared about would be happy. But before she could say anything, Xie Guishue spoke, Wife, after a while, once we formalize our bond, I'll take you back to the Xie family to meet my mother. She will definitely like you. Hearing this, Su Muyao's lips moved slightly, wanting to say that might not be the case. Her reputation wasn't good, and the heads of noble families looked down on her. She still remembered the disdainful looks from the noble family heads in Beast King City. But she didn't know how Xie Guishue's mother was. On this point, she thought that Mei Qingchen's parents were really kind. Although Mei Qingchen had issues, his parents were truly good people. Thinking of what the system said about Xie Guishue's health, Su Muyao felt very sympathetic. To her, no matter what, whether it was one side or the other, he was still him, and she liked Xiaoguishue regardless. She smiled softly and nodded directly, okay. Hearing her agreement, Xiaoguishue's face lit up with a stunning, icy smile. He reached out carefully, trying to hug Su Muyao. Feeling his movement, she didn't wait for him to act first. She reached out and hugged him herself, then looked up at him and said, if you want to hug me, just do it, or I can hug you. Su Muyao took the initiative to hug him. Xiaoguishue's body stiffened, unsure how to react. A cool, divine blue light flickered in his icy, beautiful eyes, mysterious, sacred, and mesmerizing. He looked down at her, his gaze filled with a hint of warmth, but he tried to hold back. Slowly, he reached out and gently placed his hand on her waist, gently holding her, showing how much he cares. Su Muyao felt Xiaoguishue's cautious movements and said, I'm not that fragile. You can hold me tighter. He was very different now from his darkened self. But Su Muyao liked teasing his innocent side. If he were still darkened, she wouldn't dare to provoke him easily. Okay, he replied. He gently embraced her, and then slowly applied a little more force. He didn't use too much strength, afraid of hurting her. Su Muyao looked at his cold, perfect appearance, like a celestial being, and felt no desire to disrespect him. She just wanted to hug him and comfort him, not make him overthink. She also didn't want him to feel sad because of everyone's attention. Just holding him like this, she could smell the fresh, cool scent of snow on him. It was very refreshing, like it could cleanse the soul, making the heart feel calm and pure. Su Muyao's body naturally relaxed, leaning against his chest. Breathing in his scent and listening to his heartbeat, she felt very comfortable. Xiaoguishue didn't dare move, afraid of making her uncomfortable. Su Muyao sensed something and looked up at him, seriously saying, Guishue, if you come back with me and stay in the same yard as everyone, isn't it a bit hard for you? You live in your private ice palace, cared for by someone, and don't have to do anything.
Isn't that?
Xiaoguishue lowered his head and suddenly pressed his lips to Su Muyao's. She was stunned, her eyes wide open, her eyelashes trembling quickly. His face turned even redder as he hurriedly turned away. I got nervous just now and couldn't help but do that.
You can blame me.
I just want to say I don't feel tired. My previous life wasn't what I wanted. Being with my wife makes me feel alive, and I can feel happy and joyful. Xiaoguishue gently placed his fingers on his chest. His heartbeat was very fast, as if it might burst out of his chest. He slowly spoke, not wanting his wife to misunderstand. He didn't want his presence to be a burden for her. If it was a burden, it was his fault. Su Muyao's heart moved. She tiptoed, hugged his neck, and gently kissed his cheek. I like that you tell me these things. Only when he said this would she understand what was in his heart. When he is silent, he seems like a noble immortal with icy purity. When he speaks, he feels like a fallen immortal in the mortal world. Having been touched by the mortal world's breath, she dares to get close. Otherwise it feels like a blasphemy. Su Muyao kisses him and then pulls back, unaware that this act seems to encourage Xiaoguishue. He gently holds her arm a little tighter, then lowers his head. His warm breath surrounds her, soaking into her bones and muscles. His cold, clear eyes show signs of melting like snow and ice. Gentle and tender, yet slightly entangled. For the first time, Su Muyao feels his kiss when he is sober and not darkened. It carries a cool, icy breath. So gentle and charming, it makes her feel lost in it, unable to resist. Her body softens like water. She feels unsteady. Xiaoguishue supports her waist with his arm, giving her strength. A gentle breeze blows, bringing a subtle floral scent that refreshes the mind. After a long while, Xiaoguishue releases Su Muyao. Her eyes are dreamy, holding a spring water glow, her face with a blush like rouge, more beautiful than ever. Her eyes are full of stars, shining and captivating. It's as if she's silently saying something, longing for something. Xiaoguishue sits beside her, holding her in his arms so she can rest and breathe easily. He gently covers her eyes with his hand. Su Muyao is a bit confused, asking what's wrong. Xie Guishua's soft voice carries a hint of huskiness, saying, I'm afraid I might lose control when I look into your eyes, and I might scare you. Her eyes are so beautiful right now, she might not even realize it herself. He can feel the passion in his body, his eyes warm. His feelings are overflowing. The emotions in his eyes reveal what he's thinking deep down, which might scare her. Su Muyao thinks about his physical condition and says, Oh, then you can't lose control. You need to focus on healing now. But you're so good. How could I be scared of you? It's okay, I won't be scared. Xie Guishua looks helpless yet affectionate, holding her tightly, trying to suppress the rising heat. He thinks that perhaps his wife accepted him because of his usual calm appearance. But when he's emotional, he's different from usual. He can't always stay rational. How can he tell her these things? After a while, Xie Guishua calms down, releases her, and gently tidies her hair. At this moment, Su Muyao also calms her breathing. They are in a mountain valley, while Menengsi and others are hunting nearby, having caught many prey. They should also gather some medicinal herbs quickly. On this day, everyone worked together, catching many prey and gathering lots of medicinal herbs. However, when they returned home, Shun Xian was still not awake.
My Kingshan was busy chopping firewood seriously.
After arriving home, when Nanshi and the others naturally started their own tasks. They needed to process the wild animals as they couldn't eat all of them at once, so they stored the leftovers in the ice cellar to freeze. Xiao Jihan also began helping with the medicinal herbs. He had previously been responsible for drying the herbs. Now he handled these tasks very skillfully and efficiently. Someone nearby overheard the mention of the young city lord and couldn't help but praise him more. They said the entry fee to Yunxiao City is low, unlike other cities where the cost is very high. And the rent or stall management fees for our shops are also affordable. In Yunxiao City, the costs are low. As long as we honestly set up stalls or run businesses, we can earn some money. So our Yunxiao City is still the best, but not everyone can set up a stall and do business here. Listening to this, Su Muyao's expression changed slightly. Yunxiao City is indeed very good, with good management and safety, so you can feel safe opening a shop and doing business here. When Nanshi smiled and exchanged a few words with the other person, Su Muyao took out the key and went ahead to open the shop door. Inside was very clean and spacious, with a backyard, a water well, and side rooms. One of the side rooms had a specially built kitchen. It must be said that the two shops given by Yun Qinglan are both very good, with water wells, making it convenient to prepare food and do business involving water. Later, she could also turn one of the side rooms into a bedroom for resting in the shop. When Nanshi softly asked, Wife, what should we do next? If we need tables and chairs, I can make them now. The tables, chairs, and stools at home were all made by Wen Nanshi from what he chopped, using his wind elemental abilities. Su Muyao nodded and said, Yes, we need some tables and chairs. I will draw the plans later, and just follow the drawings to make them.
Okay.
Hua Linyue also expressed a positive attitude. Wife, do you also need bowls and chopsticks? I can make those too. If we start the shop and cook, I can use my fire elemental ability to help with fire. Xiao Jihan said, Wife, I can make ice. Shun Xian chuckled softly, with his narrow eyes curling lazily, and said lazily, I can help the wife with anything. Please, wife, just arrange everything. Mei Qingchen looked at Shun Xian, knowing that these were the words he wanted to say. Mei Qingchen could only speak up. Wife, I have plenty of strength. I can help with chopping wood, fetching water, kneading dough, chopping vegetables, and so on. I've learned the basics of cooking at home these days. Xie Guishua didn't say anything, but his cold, elegant features carried a gentle glow.
She silently watched Su Muyao.
She knew he was willing to do a lot for her. One look from him was enough for her to understand. The space system cheerfully said, Host, the benefits of having many beast husbands are now showing. They can all help with chores. That way, the host can relax much more. Su Muyao had to admit it was true. Then everyone will work hard. Later, I will make some new dishes that everyone has never tried before. They don't want any crystal coins from everyone. Instead, she plans to surprise them with delicious food. Everyone truly loved the food Su Muyao made, delicacies they had never tasted before. Over the past few days, Shun Xian has eaten with us, and we all know how good her cooking skills are and how delicious her food is. Su Muyao looked at Xiao Jihan and said, Xiao Jihan, it might be hard for you, but could you build an ice cellar in the backyard corner? It will be easier to store food and prevent spoilage. This way, we can also have ice during the summer when making seasonal foods. Xiao Jihan's ice element ability is indeed very good. Okay, I will build the ice cellar now. Without hesitation, Xiao Jihan nodded and quickly went to work on this task. He felt happy to do something for his wife, as it showed he was useful to her. If he was not useful or valuable, he would feel uneasy deep inside. Su Muyao looked at Wen Nanshi and said, Nanshi, these are the blueprints I drew. I might need your help to make some tables, chairs, and utensils. She then took out her already drawn blueprints, which showed the styles and sizes of tables, chairs, and bowls. When Nanshi looked over and was surprised and impressed. The blueprints were very detailed, something he had never seen before. What is this? When Nanshi looked at the Arabic numbers on the plans, confused about what they meant. Su Muyao patiently explained, these are numbers that record the sizes, lengths, and widths of tables and chairs. She explained the measurements carefully. When Nanshi's gentle eyes sparkled with a clear light. This way of recording is very convenient. He had never seen such numbers before. Hualinia and the others also looked over. When they saw the blueprints, they were also very surprised. Shun Xian sighed and said, I didn't expect the wife to be good at drawing. If she ever returns to the Beast Emperor city, everyone will be amazed. But what if someone comes to compete for her? Are they going back to the Beast Emperor city? At this moment, she hadn't thought about that yet. In the past, everyone didn't believe they would return to the Beast Emperor city, but now, seeing how much the wife has changed, they suddenly felt that maybe one day they could truly go back with her.
But
just thinking about how wonderful the wife is, they would rather stay here and live a simple, peaceful life with her. Su Muyao frowned and said, I learned this in my dreams. I study these skills to use them, not to show off to anyone. She then explained the sizes of the tables, chairs, and utensils to Wen Nanshi again. Next, she took out some drawings of food, picturing stuffed pancakes and steaming soy milk. Hualinia stepped forward and seemed to understand something. Wife, I can embroider this pattern on cloth and hang it at the door. That way, everyone can see clearly. Many stalls and shops have canvas banners embroidered with their shop names, but he thinks he can also embroider images of food on them. Hualinia says this with hopeful eyes, looking at Su Muyao, her fox-like eyes shining brightly. Su Muyao originally planned to have someone paint the images and put them on the wall. But after hearing Hualinia's idea, she thinks it's a good plan. In this world, most ordinary orcs can't read, so embroidering food images on the canvas makes it easy for everyone to understand at a glance. However, embroidery will be very hard work. Once, in his restless mind, she saw her father's experiences. She thinks that maybe embroidery is indeed difficult. It's not hard, wife, he says. I can do it. I like embroidery. I can embroider anything. Then it's a lot of work for you. If possible, please also embroider the Suji restaurant logo.
okay.
Su Muyao didn't assign any tasks to Mei Qingchen. Now that he had learned to find work himself, he took the initiative to chop firewood and fetch water. Su Muyao also didn't pay attention to Shin Qian. Shin Qian went to help chop wood and make tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks. Xie Guixue helped Su Muyao tidy up the nearby shop. The neighboring shop needs to open a medicine shop, which requires preparing many cabinets and boxes for storing herbs. Su Muyao went to the kitchen to get busy. Although the shop had nothing yet, she still planned to make pies for lunch. The soy milk she ground in the morning was stored in her space. She planned to reheat it and sell it, also helping to promote Suji restaurant. Thinking of this, she took flour out of her space and started working. That night, After forming a contract with Nanki, her supernatural ability and her space both upgraded. After the upgrade, her space's farmland expanded again, and she planted wheat. The space also rewarded her with plenty of wheat flour, enough for her use. With her ability improved, she could also accelerate the ripening of food, but since she already had enough flour, she decided to wait for the wheat in her space to mature naturally before grinding it into flour. While busy in the kitchen, Shin Qian entered holding a bouquet of flowers. "Wife, these are for you. I hope you like them."
沈慈安一直观察着苏慕瑶的表情，他微笑着说：“看起来妻子很喜欢这些花。”苏慕瑶看着这些不同的花，包括薰衣草、茉莉花和山茶花，微微动了动神色。他不否认自己喜欢这些花。你为什么送我这些花？苏慕瑶问。即使喜欢花，他也不会轻易接受，怀疑他有其他目的。沈慈安说：“这段时间我没有回来，是我的错，我承认。我想重新追求妻子，让她重新接受我。”说话时，他的眼角微微动了一下，泪痣也轻轻晃动，眼睛狭长迷人，容易让人心动。尤其是当他低头专注看着他时，仿佛天生带着深情。苏慕瑶刚想说话，沈慈安似乎知道他要拒绝，没等他开口，又继续说：“我知道现在你可能不会接受我，但请给我一个机会，我会认真追求你，让你看到我的真心。”他不会像那个傻瓜梅清晨那样让他厌烦，他会用他喜欢的方式追求他。我这段时间消失也有原因，并不是无缘无故。苏慕瑶看着沈慈安，他如此认真地说这些话，他有点不习惯，这不像他。妻子也知道我沈家情况复杂，我的母亲后院有很多寿夫，也有很多儿子。以前我母亲觉得我的容貌有用，可以为家族联姻带来利益，所以对我还算照顾。只是我母亲对我好一些，会引起其他人的不满和嫉妒，家族的资源自然就不平衡，就有人想让我死。苏慕瑶突然想起前世的记忆，似乎在流放途中，有一批杀手似乎是针对沈慈安的。你家里人想杀你？沈慈安嘴角带着诡异又自嘲的笑容，解释说：“是我同父异母的兄弟想杀我，还有我母亲的第一受夫也想杀我。”苏慕瑶知道，有些家族为了争夺宠爱和资源，兄弟之间互相残杀也很正常。可是你母亲的第一受夫为什么要杀你？你是雄兽，沈家有雌兽，当然由雌兽继承家业，和你无关，你也不会损害他们的利益。沈慈安邪魅地笑了笑，摸了摸自己的脸，因为我这张脸啊。
I look somewhat like my father. My mother, after meeting my father, favored him for a long time, which made the other men in the backyard resent my father. So, my face, which resembles my father's, naturally makes them uncomfortable when they see it. Listening to these words, Su Muyao was also a bit shocked. Isn't this just the hatred and violence brought out by backyard family conflicts? So, you want to deal with them? Shin Qian smiled mischievously. Of course, I drew them out and took care of them all. Su Muyao wasn't sure whether to say she understood or not. Madam, don't worry. I only kill those who deserve it. Only those who threaten me. My face may not look like a good person, but that's not what I want either. Vampires and beastmen are naturally beautiful, but that's just how it is. If you're worried, I can even cut my face to prove it. Shin Qian didn't actually like his face. It could cause trouble because it looked too attractive. But if his appearance could make his wife happy, it would be worth it. Others see his face with greedy, malicious eyes, which he finds disgusting. Only when his wife looks at him does he see clarity. Su Muyao quickly said, no need. Thinking for a moment, she comforted him, don't punish yourself for others' mistakes. There's a saying, kindness to enemies is cruelty to oneself. If someone wants to harm you, killing them is the most normal thing to do. Hearing this, Shin Qian suddenly smiled. When he truly smiled, he was captivating, like a night-blooming flower that was strange and intense. I really like this saying. Madam, you are so kind. So, can you give me a chance? I don't ask to be accepted by you, just give me a chance to pursue you. Su Muyao seemed to think of something and asked, what about your former fiancé? Shin Qian curled his lips in disgust. She's a hypocritical and sneaky woman. Two-faced. She's also the female beast my mother carefully chose for me. A beast who's not a good person. This way, my mother's first beast husband gained a good reputation and was able to manipulate others. I guess he didn't expect that the family he chose would be punished and exiled, while I married you and escaped their control. Hearing this, Su Muyao seemed to understand something. So, you deliberately appeared in front of me, making me want to take you? Her previous impression was that she was captivated by his face, and just one look made her want to have him. Shin Zian lowered his head, a gentle sparkle flickering in his narrow eyes. He spoke softly, the wife isn't her. I was wrong in the past, but now I only want to pursue the current wife. Su Muyao's heart trembled sharply.
You.
It doesn't matter if the wife denies it. I just need to know in my heart. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. After confirming his feelings, he observed her for a few days before seriously pursuing her. His face often gave off a bad impression, but in truth, he was very sincere about his feelings. Madam, this is my first time pursuing a female beast. It's also my first time giving flowers. If you don't like them, I can pick other flowers. The space system couldn't help but speak up. Wow, host, this is what serious pursuit looks like. Then what about Mei Qingchen? His way isn't the same as Shunzian's. Look, Shunzian is the one pursuing the female beast. This Shunzian is very smart. His mind-reading ability is different. He probably observed for a while and figured out your preferences, so he used this way to pursue you. It won't make people feel disgusted or uncomfortable. Instead, it's quite refreshing. Su Muyao also understood, as the system said, that Shunzian was genuinely sincere. She couldn't bring herself to be cold toward someone who was so earnest. She reached out and took the bouquet. Where did you pick these flowers? They looked beautiful, and suddenly, she thought they could be used to decorate the shop. Placing a vase with flowers on the kitchen windowsill would make cooking feel even more delightful. Shunzian explained, I saw them when I was chopping wood on the mountain and picked them. Actually, he had specifically looked for them on the mountain. If you like, I can pick more. He then took out a vase and placed it on the windowsill. This is a handmade wooden vase. You can put fresh flowers in it. Su Muyao looked at Shunzian, who appeared romantic, elegant, and knowledgeable about female beasts. She felt surprised and a bit uncomfortable inside. Why did he suddenly become like this? But she had to admit, she didn't mind this way of pursuing her, because it didn't make her uncomfortable. The space system understood Su Muyao's doubts and guessed, host, perhaps because he has mind-reading abilities, he has been able to understand people's hearts since he was young. He's probably good at reading people, so he knows how to please you. Su Muyao thought that might be the reason. Space system path. But anyway, host, he knows how to send you flowers and talk to you. He is sincere, much better than Mei Qingchen, but Mei Qingchen's family influence and parents give him an advantage. People like Shun Qianan have their family background working against them, but Shun Qianan is strong himself, with many secret techniques. As a beast husband, he can better protect the host. For daily interactions, the host only needs to get along with the beast husband and doesn't need to contact their family. However, this world is more complicated than we think, with places and forces we don't know yet. Behind the scenes, there are powers that can help the host. For example, the matter of Beast King City, Mei's family can help handle it. Also, the host's mother seems very noble and powerful, but no one can find any information about her, nor do they know where she comes from. Just like when Nanshi, who appeared out of nowhere in the bamboo forest years ago. It seems the host's father must know where he came from, or he wouldn't have saved him, brought him home, and trusted him to protect the host. Listening to the system's words, Su Muyao's expression became serious. Some things she had to think about more, including her true body, which she couldn't let others know about. She pondered these things and placed the bouquet into a vase. Shin Qianan naturally helped arrange the flowers and used his supernatural ability to trim them, making the bouquet look more layered and beautiful. Su Muyao looked at Shen Qianan deeply, with a hint of satisfaction. Shen Qianan's stunning features also showed a genuine smile. I'll go pick some more flowers. Su Muyao nodded without refusing. All right then, thank you. Shen Qianan's charming eyes narrowed with a captivating smile, and his voice was soft and alluring. Doing these things for the wife, how can it be called hard work? I'm happy to do things for the wife. The wife can also assign me more tasks. I can even help in the kitchen. I've learned some recently. Since tasting delicious food, he has been helping in the kitchen whenever he cooks, observing and learning. He returns late, but if he wants the wife to see him, he's willing to learn and do anything. If only he had known earlier that the current wife would come into his life, he would have resolved those dangers sooner and returned earlier, avoiding falling behind. Now, he can only make up for it later. Su Muyao's eyelashes fluttered quickly. Nothing else for now. She can handle kitchen matters herself. After gaining new abilities, I have become much stronger. I have more strength for kneading dough, cutting meat and vegetables, and preparing fillings quickly. Making stuffed pancakes is also faster, so I don't get tired easily. Shen Qian knows that if he stays longer, his wife might lose patience. So he wisely says, I will go pick some fresh flowers. Then he leaves the house. When Nanshi returns from chopping wood and also brings back the iron stove that Su Muyao had asked the blacksmith to make earlier. The stove is round, with firewood at the bottom and a flat surface on top for cooking. Su Muyao's eyes light up. You went to the blacksmith's shop and brought it back? I was planning to go pick it up this afternoon after I finished my work. She didn't expect when Nanshi to help carry it home directly. When Nanshi smiles softly and says, I knew. Before, without a shop, the wife planned to set up a stall with this small stove. Now that we have a kitchen, there's no rush for that. Su Muyao feels that when Nanshi is very gentle and understands her thoughts. Yes, having a shop and a kitchen now is very convenient. The pot is big, making it easy to fry pancakes in a large pot. While talking to Su Muyao, when Nanshi looks at the bouquet of flowers on the windowsill, his gentle expression darkens briefly, but he says nothing. Instead, he takes out a handkerchief and gently wipes the flower on Su Muyao's face. He then takes out a bamboo tube and offers it to her. You've been busy for so long, have some water first. It's warm water from home, carefully kept at the right temperature. When Nanshi doesn't say much, but Su Muyao suddenly realizes she's thirsty. She takes the bamboo tube and drinks a few sips. The water is just right, making her feel very comfortable. Did you bring water when you went out? Yes, I was worried you'd be thirsty and drink cold water. Sometimes, her husband doesn't take good care of himself and can forget about his own needs when busy. Su Muyao can feel that when Nanshi is very thoughtful, like a gentle spring rain, always caring for her carefully. She feels very touched and moved. Seeing him makes her happy and feel safe. She's used to having him around. But at night, things feel different. Thinking about him at night makes her face flush and feel a little shy. When Nanshi looks at her beautiful, charming face, his heart stirs with deep affection, but he's busy now and doesn't want to disturb her. After taking care of Su Muyao, when Nanshi goes to work on making tables and chairs. At noon, Su Muyao makes many stuffed pancakes and packs them in a basket. She sets up a table outside the door and arranges everything. She also takes out a large jar of soy milk she cooked earlier and prepares many bowls. Then she starts selling pancakes and soy milk. Su Muyao called out for a while, and someone came over to look. Happy? I've never heard of it. It smells really good. What's this soy milk? I've never heard of it either. Is it tasty? Su Muyao smiled and said, the taste is often more enjoyable than the smell. Customers are welcome to try. This pie has a thin crust and lots of filling, made with meat. How much does it cost? Su Muyao replied, one pie costs 6 copper crystals, and a bowl of soy milk is 2 copper crystals. When Nenki quickly made tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks, with Shen Qianan helping. They made many bowls out of wood. Making these bowls was hard work, so they couldn't be used as disposable bowls. Su Muyao used oil paper to cover them, similar to plastic bags in modern times, making them clean and easy. She remembered that there seemed to be a type of large, soft, non-leaking leaf in the forest. She thought she could pick more of those leaves later to put on the bowls. Someone frowned and said, 6 copper crystals for just 1 pie? I don't know how it tastes, and it's too expensive. Some people thought it wasn't worth it and didn't want to buy. But while a few people were watching, a fierce beast recognized Su Muyao. Hey, isn't that Boss Su? Wow, you're finally back selling again. The chili meat sauce you sold before was really delicious. My wife is pregnant and she can't eat other food, but with your chili meat sauce, she can eat rice. Sadly, it's all gone now. I wanted to buy more, but I haven't seen Boss Su selling here lately. He spoke excitedly. I still want to buy some chili meat sauce. Su Muyao didn't expect to meet an old customer. She smiled and explained, sorry, I don't have chili meat sauce anymore, but I have pies and soy milk. You can take some home for your wife to try. The taste is just as good. The man directly said, all right, I'll buy 6 more bowls of soy milk. His wife wasn't the only one. He had 2 other beast companions. He bought more to share and let everyone try. Since he had bought chili meat sauce before, he trusted the food's quality and paid directly for the pies. When he was about to leave, he seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, Boss Su, will you keep selling things here in the future? Don't worry, my wife will enjoy the food, and I might buy more later. Su Muyao smiled and said, this is my restaurant. I will open it every day. Hearing this, the man felt reassured. Seeing this scene, those hesitant people also decided to buy a pie to try. However, as more spectators gathered, many of the previous regular customers recognized Su Muyao at the stall and immediately came to buy things. Everyone started purchasing eagerly. Boss Su, your products are definitely top quality. They must be very good. Boss Su, your previous herbal packs worked really well. The stopping bleeding ones can save lives, and the insect repellent packs are very effective. Yes, I also bought the insect repellent pack. When I put it in my house at night, no mosquitoes bit me. Plus, when hunting in the forest, poisonous snakes and insects tend to stay away. It's amazing. Boss Su, I wonder if I can buy some more herbal packs this time. I want to buy more. Old customers who had bought herbal packs before looked at Su Muyao with bright eyes, as if they saw life-saving medicine. For these fierce orcs who often go hunting, injuries and bleeding are common. They are used to it. For small wounds, they go to the shaman to get some hemostatic ointment, which is not deadly. But the hemostatic ointment takes a while to work. And if the wound is serious, it can be deadly. The herbal packs they buy are simply not enough. Heavy bleeding can cost them their lives. But Boss Su's hemostatic packs can quickly stop bleeding when applied, which is very effective and amazing. Later, when they wanted to buy herbal packs at the market again, they found none. They felt annoyed and wished they had bought more. Seeing Boss Su here, they hurriedly asked about it. Last time, Boss Su said that her herbal packs were made from her family's exclusive recipe, so she would definitely continue making them. Su Muyao pointed to the shop next door that hadn't opened yet and said, in the future, I will open a clinic here and sell some herbal packs. If anyone needs them, you can come to the shop to buy. Hearing about the shop opening, everyone felt relieved. It meant they could buy herbal packs every day. Everyone smiled happily and bought pies as well. Some also bought soy milk to drink while eating pies inside the shop. When Nanshi and Shenqian quickly made some tables and chairs, enough for now. Shenqian also picked some fresh flowers, placing a bouquet in each vase on the tables and decorated some on the walls. It all gave a fresh and clean feeling. Delicious, so delicious. Wow. I don't know how these pies are made, but they taste so good. Someone was eating inside the shop, excitedly talking. They even shouted, another pie. No, 3 more pies. They're so delicious. I have never tasted such delicious food before. Sniffle, I feel like crying. Someone was eating happily and even wiped away tears of joy. The customers outside were stunned. Was it really that impressive? Was it really that extraordinary? Someone bought some to take home, and upon hearing this, hurriedly took a bite to try. Wow, this is really tasty. No exaggeration, truly no exaggeration. While eating, they mumbled vaguely and quickly reached out to order. 5 more, please." Others who were hesitating also decided to buy after seeing this. At this moment, customers inside the shop were drinking soy milk and excitedly said, "So good, so tasty, it's really delicious." "You're right, brother. Drinking this makes me feel warm and comfortable. If it were winter, having a bowl of soy milk like this would definitely keep you warm." "Yes, exactly." The beastmen eating in the shop were so excited that they started talking with the people at the next table. Because of this, Su Muyao's pie and soy milk business was booming. Some people brought their own bowls and bamboo tubes, bought the food, and took it home. Others drank right there in the shop. Business quickly became very busy. When Nanshi and the others also started helping out, their faces unable to hide their smiles. Mei Qingchen said, "It's still the wife who knows how to do business." Seeing everyone enjoy the pies and soy milk and the business booming, it feels more rewarding than hunting. He felt that in this lively atmosphere, everyone was eager to work. Seeing everyone's happy faces and hearing their praise, he felt very happy. He didn't quite understand why. When Nanshi glanced at Mei Qingchen and thought he was right. The over 100 pies Su Muyao prepared were almost sold out, and with more customers coming, she felt it might not be enough. She needed to quickly go back to the kitchen to make more pies. When Nanshi saw Su Muyao's expression and stepped forward, saying, "Wife, I'll watch over things." "Okay, I'll go to the back to make some more pies." Without enough soy milk, they couldn't continue. It looked like they would need to grind more soybeans early tomorrow morning. They also planned to buy more soybeans in the afternoon. If they could find soybeans in the forest, that would save a lot of costs. But even if they bought them, soybeans were quite cheap. Xie Guishue tidied up the nearby shops and set up some herbal cabinets before returning to the kitchen to help Su Muyao, helping with kneading dough and cutting meat. Even while doing these tasks, Xie Guishue still carried a cool, ethereal aura. But at this moment, his eyes and brows looked moist, as if touched by the dust of the mortal world, making him even more charming. After finishing the embroidered canvas patterns, Hualinia went to the kitchen to help Su Muyao with the fire. With both of them helping, Su Muyao's speed in making pies was faster. At this moment, Xiao Jihan was still digging the ice cellar. In the shop, Shen Qianan and Mei Qingchen helped serve water and clean dishes for the customers. When Nanshi was responsible for watching the stall at the door. "Why are the pies gone?" "Yeah, I was just about to buy some. I just came back from home, rushed here to buy, but they're gone. How can I explain to my master? The whole family is waiting to eat." Everyone looked at Wen Nanshi with bright, eager eyes. Seeing this scene, Wen Nanshi was a bit surprised. But inside, he felt a strange joy and a sense of achievement. It was as if he was doing something very meaningful. It was hard to believe. When Nanshi softly explained, "My wife is still in the backyard kitchen making pies. They will be ready soon. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait a little while." "Of course, we're not in a hurry. We'll wait. I'll pay first for 12. Yes, 12. I'll queue up first." Some people, afraid they might not get any, paid in advance to reserve theirs. When Nanshi memorized everyone's orders after receiving the crystal coins. "Hey, isn't that young Master Wen? Why are you and your wife now selling things at a stall? Isn't your wife a wicked fool? How can she make food? Aren't you afraid she'll put poison in the food to harm you?" At this moment, a sharp, harsh voice suddenly spoke. A thin, charming woman with a sharp look stood nearby and said this. When she looked at Wen Nanshi, her face twisted into a fierce expression. Her bright red lips looked cruel, like a venomous snake or beast, giving her a very vicious appearance. When Nanshi heard the voice and cast a calm, cold glance over, his expression indifferent and stern. He directly swung a bamboo slip toward her mouth. The beastman beside her immediately stepped in to block the attack for his wife. But because of Wen Nanshi's strength, the beastman's arm was cut and bled. Seeing this, the female beast sharply said, "Wen Nanshi, how dare you hurt me? Don't forget, this is Yunshao City. If you attack, you should be driven away." Wu Zuexiang glared fiercely at Wen Nanshi. She saw clearly that Wen Nanshi had just moved to attack her. If her beastman husband, Ge Qing, hadn't protected her, her face would have been ruined. She managed to marry several powerful beast husbands because of her looks, her face. This when Nanjing is still as hateful as ever. When Nanjing didn't bother to give Wu Suixiang a glance. The look she gave just now was like she was looking at trash or a dead animal. Su Muyao happened to come out of the house holding a basket filled with freshly baked pies. She heard the earlier noise and saw Wu Suixiang as she stepped out. She sneered coldly and said, "You say my family's Nanjing made a move? Who saw it? Don't spread lies. If you cause trouble on purpose, you could be driven out too." The moment she saw Wu Suixiang, Su Muyao immediately remembered who she was. She is the second young lady of the Wu family, also Wu Suifei's sister, Wu Suixiang. As for Wu Suifei, she was the fiancée that Shen Qian once set her sights on. There is naturally some enmity between her and the Wu family. In the past, the Wu family couldn't do anything to her. But now they've been exiled to the northern border. When they meet again, it's only natural that old grudges flare up. Wu Suixiang saw Su Muyao, and her eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at Su Muyao as if she couldn't believe it. When did that ugly Su Muyao become like this? She had actually regained her beauty and looked so stunning. Wu Suixiang couldn't help but feel jealous. Her eyes seemed to be filled with poison, cold and vicious. She wanted to reach out and scratch Su Muyao's face. "Su Muyao, this is Yunxiao City. I really can't do anything to you. But you think that with Wen Nanjing and the others, you'll be safe? They only pretend to protect you on the surface. In a place like the northern border, no one will know how you die." Hearing this, Wen Nanjing's killing intent suddenly flared up, and he was about to attack again. Su Muyao just put down the pie, reached out to hold Wen Nanjing's hand, and shook her head. "This is Yunxiao City. They can't break the rules. Besides, it's just a few taunts, nothing serious." She was fine. Su Muyao curled her lips into a cold smile, looking at Wu Suixiang with icy eyes. She crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Wu Suixiang, I have the same words for you. In the capital, you're no match for me. It's the same here in the northern border." Wu Suixiang gritted her teeth and said, "Su Muyao, don't be too proud. Many people want you dead. With your forced marriage to those beast husbands you despise, I want to see how long you can survive." Wu Suixiang knew that although Su Muyao's beast husbands looked powerful, they were all forced into marriage with her and disliked her. It is said that Shen Qian has never returned. "He was once my sister's fiancé, and his heart only belongs to her." "So what if you took him?"
"His heart does not belong to you."
"Really?" A faint, cool voice sounded, lazy yet full of danger. Shen Qian stepped out of the house, leaning lazily against the door with his arms crossed, looking down at Wu Suixiang. His narrow eyes narrowed dangerously, as if hiding a threat. Upon hearing this, Wu Suixiang looked up at Shen Qian and couldn't help but show a surprised, admiring expression. Shen Qian was so handsome, every move he made was charming, just the way she liked. She had originally been interested in Shen Qian first, wanting to marry him and become his partner. But because her sister was the eldest, had a better reputation, and could inherit the family business, her sister and Shen Qian ended up engaged. In the end, it was Su Muyao who got him. Wu Suixiang hated Su Muyao very much. She even thought about trying to attract Su Muyao's partner, Wen Nanshi, but that time, she hadn't even used any tricks. She was several steps away from Wen Nanshi when Wen Nanshi used his special power to throw her away. She stayed home for days, injured, before she recovered enough to go out. Wen Nanshi looked gentle but was actually very ruthless in his actions. "Shen Qian, I know you dislike Su Muyao and think she forced you. I will help you get away from her." Shen Qian suddenly smiled softly. His laugh was hoarse yet gentle, like a whisper that stirred the heart, making people feel itchy and dry in the throat. Wu Suixiang stared at him, enchanted by how nice his voice sounded. But what she didn't know was that Shen Qian's next words were truly cold and sharp. "What should I do? I just want to stay close to my wife. I used my own means to break off the engagement with your Wu family and marry my wife. Do you still want me to leave my wife? Why don't you just die?" Anyone who tries to ruin my relationship with my wife deserves to die. Shen Qian spoke these cruel words in a gentle tone, but Wu Zuixiang's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what she heard. Her voice grew sharper and higher. What are you saying? You say you willingly stay by her side? That's impossible. She must have forced you. Shen Qian enunciated clearly. If you don't want to die, get out. Don't think that just because we're in Yunshao City, I won't fight back. Your few partners won't be able to stand against me. Shen Qian spoke as he moved his hand, his fingers suddenly transforming into slender claws. His narrow eyes glowed with a red light, squinting dangerously as if ready to attack Wu Zuixiang at any moment. Wu Zuixiang instinctively felt a chill upon seeing Shen Qian like this. A cold sensation rose from her feet. She sensed danger and hostility. Shen Qian showed his intent to harm her. How could this be? Just for the sake of that rude woman, Su Muyao. At this moment, some customers in line couldn't bear it anymore and started to scold Wu Zuixiang. I say, you shameless beast, aren't you? Aren't we here to buy things? You're just delaying us. Exactly. Can't you see people dislike you? Why are you still here? Leave already. Look at yourself. How do you compare to Boss Su? Her looks are better than yours. Yeah, Boss Su can make such delicious food. Even a strong beast wouldn't leave. What can you do? Just curse people. The customers in line looked at Wu Zuixiang with dissatisfaction. Originally, it was about Boss Su and this female beast, so they didn't want to interfere. But after listening for a while, they couldn't hold it in anymore and finally spoke up. Who is this person? Who gave her such nerve to shout so loudly here? Exactly. She has no self-awareness. She can't compare to Boss Su in any way and still wants to steal her mate. Anyone with a brain knows Boss Su is better. Can you go away? You're affecting our shopping. Yeah. Wu Zuixiang listened to their words and nearly spat blood in anger. She pointed at everyone with her finger. You all. She really wanted her mates to beat these rude people so they'd see her power. But before Wu Zuixiang could speak, one of her mates stepped in to advise her. Wife, we should leave here first. This is Yunshao City. The rules set by the city lord of Yunshao City must be obeyed. That's the Yun family. No one dared to cause trouble or be disrespectful. The words Yunshao City were like a bucket of cold water poured over Wu Zuixiang's head, making her calm down. The reason she came to Yunshao City's trading market now was because she heard that young Master Yun had visited here several times recently. She often thought about visiting the market, hoping to her Yun Shaocheng, the city lord. If Yun Shaocheng took a liking to her, she could have such a powerful beast husband. Once Yun Shaocheng became her beast husband, she could do whatever she wanted in the northern region. She might even divorce her current beast husbands and marry into the city lord's family. That way, she could even surpass her sister. Wu Zuixiang imagined such scenes excitedly. But unexpectedly, she met Su Muyao here. Wu Zuixiang had to hold back her anger tightly to prevent anyone from attacking Su Muyao. Originally, she was a proud female beast of the Wu family, but because of Su Muyao, the Wu family was exiled. Su Muyao, Wu Zuixiang said these words with gritted teeth. Su Muyao looked at Wu Zuixiang coldly. Seeing Su Muyao's sharp gaze, Wu Zuixiang's body involuntarily trembled. Why did Su Muyao have such a fierce look? Why did she instinctively fear Su Muyao just now? No imposible. How could she be afraid of Su Muyao? She was once arrogant because of her family background, but now she was exiled. What was she? Su Muyao, if you dare look at me like that, I will make someone. Madam, perhaps Yun Shaocheng is nearby. Before Wu Zuixiang could say something irreparable, her beast husband whispered this to her. Wu Zuixiang immediately looked around and swallowed her threatening words. But she glared at Su Muyao with a fierce look. Su Muyao didn't bother to give her any more attention. Su Muyao and Wen Nanshi started greeting customers and handing out pies. Wu Zuixiang, feeling embarrassed, couldn't do anything and was taken away by her beast husband. Boss Su, your pies smell so good. Exactly, I don't know what's in them. We've lived in Yunshao City for so many years, but I've never tasted anything this delicious. Boss Sue, I live nearby. I just bought some to take home. My daughter said they're tasty, so I rushed here to buy a few more. I usually eat enough meat, but these pies are really fragrant and delicious. Everyone praised Su Muyao's pies enthusiastically, and they were very happy when buying them. Listening to these words, Su Muyao felt that running a food stall was very meaningful and gave her a sense of achievement. She loved making food and seeing people enjoy her dishes. Actually, it was because the local food culture was behind that everyone was so supportive. Soon, all the pies were sold out. There were still many people waiting in line behind them, and everyone was a little annoyed because they couldn't buy what they wanted. Boss Sue, we just came back and are waiting in line. Could you make some more? Yeah, my master is very picky about food. I just bought some pies, and my master said they were delicious. He asked me to buy a few more. If I can't bring enough home, he'll be upset. My child is also picky and wants to eat a few more. I wish I had bought more earlier. So, the people in front of us each bought 5 or 6 pies. That's why they sold out so quickly. Most of the people in line came back because they liked the food and wanted to buy more, but they didn't expect the line to get so long. By the time it was their turn, there were no more pies left. Su Muyao thought for a moment and said, "Sorry, today we only have these ingredients. We've sold out and can't make more. If you like it, come early tomorrow." Actually, if she made a little more, she could still do it, just a bit more time would be needed. But Su Muyao thought that would be too tiring, and everyone needed to go back and rest. The restaurant is right here. If you like the food, you can come every day. Hearing this, everyone could only feel disappointed and give up. Then, Boss Su, please make more tomorrow. We'll come earlier. Su Muyao smiled and replied, okay. After everything was sold out, they closed up shop. Shun Xian and the others also packed up the tables, chairs, and dishes. After closing the door, Su Muyao sat down at the table. As usual, everyone started counting their crystal coins. When Nanshi and the others naturally sat down and began counting their coins as well. Shun Xian and Mei Qingchen didn't understand what they were doing. After counting, Su Muyao's eyes lit up. Today, we made 420 pies in total, earning 2,520 copper-colored crystal coins. Using their special abilities, making pies was very fast. If we make these pies every day, we could earn about 70,000 to 80,000 copper-colored crystal coins in a month, which is about 7,000 to 8,000 silver-colored coins. If we make a few more, we could earn even more. But at the start, we should focus on quality and quantity, not greed. Once we earn more, we can hire people in the tribe to open a workshop. Thinking this way, she felt full of energy. Everyone listened to Su Muyao's plan and was very moved. She didn't want them to be dependent on her. She had her own goals. Shun Xian's eyes flickered. His wife was truly unique. Especially when she talked to customers, she shone like the sun, so bright and warm. Of course, Su Muyao gave everyone crystal coins, but they all refused. Su Muyao placed the crystal coins in her space pouch and went to check on the medical clinic she was preparing to open. She found that Xie Shiwa had already arranged the cabinets, counters, tables, and chairs. It was exactly as she had imagined. Su Muyao looked at Xie Shiwa with a happy expression and asked, "You finished the setup so quickly?" Xie Shiwa replied softly, "Yes, my wife mentioned her ideas before, when we were at the other courtyard. She even drew some plans. At that time, he already understood her thoughts and wishes. For some reason, the first time he saw his wife, he felt a deep, familiar connection, as if they had known each other long ago. Recently, in his dreams, he would vaguely see a figure, but he couldn't make out the details. He knew it was his wife. He could feel her holding him gently, softly stroking his fur. Sometimes, when he sleeps, he also lies close to her. He can't mistake her scent or the aura of her soul. Because of this, his instinctive desire to be close to her grows stronger, especially the part of him that tends to go dark. When he can do something for her, he wants to do as much as he can. He hopes she is happy and relaxed, and he doesn't want her to be tired.
So, he remembers everything she says. He will do his best to arrange things for her. Didn't expect you to remember all that. At the oasis where Siegueshua lives, during those days when she stayed with him every day, she also talked a lot. He doesn't speak much, but he listens carefully every time she talks and silently stays by her side. Some things she mentions casually, maybe she forgets herself, but he remembers. He was surprised that he remembered. Siegueshua said softly and elegantly, "Yes, I remember every word my wife says." He remembers her dreams and the things she wants to do. Hearing this, Su Muyao smiled happily and said, "Then we can open the medical clinic directly. Just dry some of the medicinal herbs at home, and we can prepare some medicinal packs to sell in the shop. We also need some tools for grinding herbs." She was also thinking of making some pills and selling them later. It is said that when the weather gets cold, many beast men without fur can't withstand the cold and are prone to fevers and catching colds. The cold here can be deadly. So she thought about making some medicinal pills to treat colds and fevers. And also some ointments for frostbite, since many beastmen's hands and get frostbite in winter, which is very painful and uncomfortable. The medical market is actually quite large. This is mainly because there are few shamans and doctors here. Noble families usually have their own court doctors to serve their family. Many larger tribes have their own shamans. However, orcs living in the city are not under their tribe's control, so they usually go to city clinics to see doctors. Therefore, opening a clinic in Yunshao City is definitely a good idea. The popularity of first aid kits and deworming packs shows this clearly. Shin Qianan gently said, "Wife, I will help you make the tools for crushing herbs." Hua Linyue hurriedly replied, "Wife, I already made the tools for crushing herbs earlier." Su Muyao suddenly remembered that she had mentioned making herbal packs to Hua Linyue before. But she didn't do much alchemy afterward and didn't ask again. She didn't expect Hua Linyue to have already finished. With the tools, we can start crushing herbs directly. First, we need to make our restaurant famous and stabilize its business. After a few days, we can open a clinic. By opening a shop and doing business, Su Muyao believes that the orcs living in Yunshao City have good financial strength. They are willing to spend on food. Also, every half-month, there is a trading fair where various tribes' orcs come here, which will boost business on that day. After tidying up, everyone prepared to leave. They plan to come back early tomorrow morning, when Nanshi and the others all have special abilities, so they can reach Yunshao City quickly. Besides, the backyard rooms in the shop are not enough to accommodate so many people. On the way back, Shin Qianan saw everyone eager to have their bodies send Su Muyao, so he suddenly manifested his true form. His stunning, enchanting eyes shone brightly. "I'll take the wife flying." When Su Muyao saw Shin Qianan's true form, she couldn't help but show a look of amazement. His true form resembled a peacock, but not with peacock feathers. Instead, it had interwoven rainbow and emerald feathers, like a rainbow in the sky, beautiful and breathtaking. Su Muyao finally understood why Lord Shin thought he was useful and wanted to use him for a marriage alliance. Mei Qingchen looked at his wife's expression, then at Shin Qianan, feeling a bit sour, and said, "You haven't shown your true form before." Shin Qianan had also noticed these days that Mei Qingchen had no status with his wife. So he didn't reply and simply looked at Su Muyao, saying, "Wife, please come up." Su Muyao had no intention of accepting Shin Qianan and naturally wouldn't let him carry her with his true form. Xiao Jihan also saw Shin Qianan's true form for the first time and focused intently. "You are a pure-blooded beast man from the Blood Clan." Normally, pure-blood vampires and humanoid forms are quite similar, but when transforming into their true form, their blood-red eyes and sharp teeth become more prominent. It is said that pure-blood vampires have a more enchanting and striking appearance in their true form. However, he changed into this form, so he could fly with his wife. Shin Qian explained, "My bloodline is a pure-blood vampire's bloodline, but my true form can also change like my mother's, into this appearance." Shin's family bloodline belongs to the peacock family. To gain more strength, he shows a different side, such as the ability to fly and having a beautiful appearance like a peacock. Su Muyao said, "No need to trouble you. Gui Shui can take me."
Xie Shui transformed into his true form, revealing 2 hidden wings beneath his snowy feathers. He gently carried Su Muyao up, and she sat on his body. Xie Shui then took off into the air. Shen Qian's face suddenly changed. He looked at Xie Shui with a serious expression. He was the legendary Ice Snow Spirit Beast. The bloodline of the Ice Snow Spirit Beast is very noble and does not belong to this place. When Nanshi and the others had never seen Xie Shui fly before, Su Muyao had seen him like this before. When they were at the courtyard oasis, Xie Shui learned about the situation from Xie Yi and thought she liked flying in the air, so he took her flying. They spent several happy days like that. When Nanshi watched Xie Shui and Su Muyao circling in the sky and softly said, "Let's follow and protect the wife at all times," everyone nodded, feeling very impressed by Wen Nanshi and the others because they always prioritized the wife. As the first beast husband, everyone naturally followed his arrangements. No one wanted to cause trouble for the wife. To protect his wife, Xie Shui didn't fly too high. He stayed midair, balancing the speed of Wen Nanshi and the others on the ground. But as they passed through a forest, Xie Shui suddenly sensed something. His face changed, and he said, "Wife, be careful." He then descended with Su Muyao. Wen Nanshi and the others also sensed danger and became alert, forming a protective circle around Su Muyao. Suddenly, 4 giant eagles swooped down from the sky, showing hostile intent. They quickly used their supernatural powers to fight back. Their powers struck the giant eagles, trying to kill them. Wu Chuixiang was sitting on one of the eagles nearby. She coldly said, "Su Muyao, today is your death day." Wu Chuixiang pointed at Su Muyao with a fierce, venomous look in her eyes, as if she had been poisoned. She seemed determined to see Su Muyao die.
Kill Su Muyao for me.
No, let her die without a complete body. Haha, Su Muyao, I will use your corpse to feed the wild beasts. Wu Chuixiang hated Su Muyao very much, especially inside Yunshao City, where Su Muyao dared to incite the commoners to insult her.
They all deserve to die.
After Wu Chuixiang spoke, the giant sculptures began to attack Su Muyao and her group fiercely. "Kill her. I will feed her body to the wild beasts." When Nanshi raised his hand and waved lightly, his wind elemental ability surged, causing his clothes to flutter loudly, showing his impressive presence. He easily spun a wind vortex at his fingertips. The wind spiral moved on its own, carrying a sharp, chilling, killing intent, and struck the descending giant sculptures. Within the wind vortex, there were also bamboo blades, as if countless knives were slicing toward the sculptures.
Ah!
One of the sculptures was hurt and quickly flew higher to avoid the attack. Hua Linya released flames from his fingers toward the sculptures. The flames moved with the sculptures' evasive actions. The sculptures were level 4 abilities, stronger than Hua Linya, so the flames almost couldn't keep up with their speed. But Hua Linya transformed into his true form, with 9 red tails, each trailing flames, attacking the air swiftly. A small, unnoticed flame landed on one of the sculpture's wings.
Ah!
The sculpture flapped its wings, but even water elemental abilities couldn't extinguish the flames. "This flame is the true sunfire. Our strength can't put it out," someone exclaimed.
What?
How can a fox have the true sunfire? The giant sculptures were all shocked. Reluctantly, one sculpture had to quickly cut off a wing. Otherwise, the flames would burn them to death. Everyone looked at Hua Linya with strange eyes. Hua Linya's expression was serious. He infused his own blood into the flames. His strength was limited, so he could only do this. He absolutely couldn't let anyone harm his wife, even a little. Xiao Jihan's ice ability melted into countless ice blades, shooting into the air. The feathers of the giant sculptures turned into arrows, shooting at Su Muyao, but when Nanshi and others blocked them. Meanwhile, Mei Qingchen and Shen Xian fought the 2 lions and 2 gray wolves brought by Wu Cuixiang. They were Wu Cuixiang's beast masters in the Beast Emperor City. After Wu Cuixiang was exiled, they followed her to the Northern Territory. Once, They were all part of a large orc family, and their strength was not weak. They had 1 level 5 and 3 level 4 fighters. Mei Qingchen's speed was very fast. Even though he was only at level 3 now, his body spun so quickly that he appeared as a blur. When he landed, his claws precisely grabbed the shoulder and neck of a level 4 lion beast man, tearing flesh and blood. He was both fierce and quick. Shen Qian also used some strange technique, making one of the level 5 lion beast men unable to move. With a flick of his finger, that lion collapsed suddenly. Xie Shui activated his domain power, causing snowflakes to float in the air. Su Muyao thought about his physical condition and hurriedly stopped him, saying, "No, you can't use those powers." Xie Shui knew his body was not well, but he couldn't watch everyone fight. He could only fight simply. In a short time, a giant eagle and a lion beast man had died. Wu Zuixiang felt her partner Mark disappear from her body twice. Seeing the scene, she understood what was happening.
Ah.
You all deserve to die. Using blood sacrifices, let them die. Revenge, I want revenge. Wu Zuixiang screamed sharply, her voice filled with hysteria. Su Muyao's lips curled into a strange smile as she said, "Gui Shui, I need you to take me up there. Wu Zuixiang, I will personally go and kill her." Xie Shui immediately transformed into his true form to carry Su Muyao. Shen Qian, while fighting, also kept an eye on Su Muyao's situation. Seeing this, he hurriedly said, "Lady, I'll take you up. Mr. Xie's body isn't well, and he can't take any risks." Xie Shui looked coldly at Shen Qian but ignored him, flying up with Su Muyao. Su Muyao headed straight toward Wu Zuixiang. Although Wu Zuixiang was shouting loudly, she was afraid of dying. When she saw Su Muyao's beast partner flying toward her, her face changed. She remembered that Su Muyao's beast partner couldn't fly, so why could this one? She told her giant eagle to fly away quickly.
Run.
The giant eagle sped off in one direction. Just then, Shen Qian transformed back into his original form and flew up to intercept Wu Zuixiang. The giant eagle had to stop. At that moment, Su Muyao leapt into the air, drawing her soft sword and rushing toward Wu Zuixiang to attack. Su Muyao was fast, fierce, and accurate. Even though the giant eagle and Wu Zuixiang dodged quickly, Su Muyao's soft sword cut off Wu Zuixiang's arm.
Ah!
Wu Zuixiang screamed in pain. Meanwhile, all her beast husbands were too busy to fight and wanted to protect Wu Zuixiang. But the lion and gray wolf beast men on the ground couldn't jump high enough and could only desperately cling to Wenenki and the others. They even had to activate blood sacrifice to boost their strength and hold on to Wenenki and the others, because Wenenki's level 5 supernatural power could suppress them. However, before they could start the blood sacrifice, Wenenki and the others interrupted them. One giant eagle was killed, but 3 other giant eagles flew over to help. To protect Wu Zuixiang, the 3 of them didn't care about anything else and cut themselves open to activate the blood sacrifice. This blood sacrifice involved burning their life essence and blood to fight. It's a strange method and very dangerous, with a strong backlash that could easily cost them their lives. But it could also directly increase their supernatural level. Xie Shui released a powerful aura. At this moment, Shen Xian spoke, "Young Master Xie, don't use your supernatural power now. Your wife will get worried again. Protecting the wife is more important. They're counting on me." Shen Xian looked at the 3 giant beast men with a blood-red glow in his eyes. One eagle beast man shouted, "Don't look into his eyes." The 3 eagle beast men quickly avoided Shen Xian's gaze. Shen Xian spun and charged forward. His claws transformed into a powerful force that tore through the air at high speed. He held back the giant eagle, distracting it. Xie Shui only needed to confront the giant eagle that Wu Zuixiang was sitting on. That eagle beast man also needed to activate blood sacrifice, but it wasn't easy and took time. Meanwhile, Shen Xian was rapidly circling in the air, descending to prevent Su Muyao's sword from hitting Wu Zuixiang again. Wu Zuixiang was clutching her broken arm, trembling in pain. She screamed, How can you have supernatural power?
How can you fight?
Su Muyao fought in the air, and when she descended, Xie Guishua flew over to catch her. Su Muyao jumped from Xie Guishua's body, leaping into the air again. This time, her soft sword was faster and sharper, moving with Wu Zuixiang's turns. It seemed she predicted her dodge perfectly. Her eyes were cold, and with a flash of her soft sword, a cold light flickered. Wu Zuixiang's neck was cut open in one swift move. A fatal strike. Wu Zuixiang stared at Su Muyao with wide eyes, in disbelief. Mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. She has never been a good person. She is less likely to spare the lives of those who want to kill her. Wu Zuixiang is doomed.
Ah!
As she died, all her beast husbands involuntarily spat blood, stopped moving, and then their bodies fell straight from the air.
Bang! Bang!
They all died instantly. The lion beastmen and gray wolf beastmen still fighting on the ground also collapsed and bled to death. Seeing this scene, Su Muyao's expression changed slightly. Seeing her wife die and all her beast husbands follow her, she looked very cold. It turns out it can really happen like this. When a male beast marries the wife and chooses to become her beast husband, he is bound by the rules of heaven because they made a marriage promise under the heavens. Even if they haven't formed a true bond or intimacy, they are still affected by the rules of heaven. If the female beast dies, the beast husband also dies, unless they have secret methods to break the rules, like powerful families such as Jiang Machuan. Usually they are affected. Heaven is lenient to female beasts but quite cruel to male beasts. She knew this rule before, but didn't feel it deeply until she saw such a scene. It was shocking and overwhelming. She can imagine that if she had died during her exile journey, Hualinia would have died with her. As for Wen Nanke, Xiao Jihan, Mei Qingchen, and Xinzian, they surely have ways to avoid this restriction. At this moment, both Xie Guishua and Xinzian were stunned by Su Muyao's fierce and noble presence. Everyone was deeply shocked and couldn't take their eyes off her. Xie Guishua slowly brought her down from the sky. Everyone returned to their human forms. Is the wife okay? Is she hurt? Is she all right? Wife, are you uncomfortable? Drink some water first. Everyone looked nervously at Su Muyao, but her cold and icy gaze made them feel a bit uneasy. She was completely different from her usual self. She carried a hardened aura of killing and decisiveness. When she killed Wu Zuixiang, she was swift and resolute. Few female beasts could do this, and even among male beasts, none had her skill and determination. This kind of aura is forged in battlefield slaughter, dazzling and intense. Wife. When Nanke cautiously approached her and gently held her hand. Feeling the warmth and familiar scent in her palm, Su Muyao snapped back to herself. Just moments ago, in the heat of battle, she seemed to have returned to the feeling of slaughter from her previous life. Seeing everyone caring for her, her cold and fierce aura finally faded. She smiled at everyone and said, "I'm fine. Is everyone okay? Are there any injuries?" Everyone shook their heads. When Nanshi explained, "No one is hurt. We're all fine." Just now, seeing everyone fighting, she understood that this time, everyone was doing their best to protect her. Like on the exile road, everyone was protecting her body and no one wanted her to get hurt. Su Muyao asked, "Is there any way to lift the restrictions, such as the restrictions that happen if the wife master or beast husband dies?" Hualinue's face turned pale. Why does the wife master want to lift such restrictions? Hualinue was worried that the wife master might change her mind and end their relationship. Since they hadn't truly formed a contract, he felt insecure. When Nanshi held Su Muyao's hand and couldn't help but use a little strength, as if afraid she might pull away. Mei Qingchen said, "Now that the wife master has become stronger, do you think we're useless?" The wife master now has level 4 strength, even stronger than him. It's understandable that she thinks this way. He's been working hard to become stronger, but he also knows about a special awakening ritual in his family that can help him awaken early. Once awakened, his strength will increase faster. However, his father previously wanted him to awaken naturally, without using that ritual. That ritual can have backlash on the body, but now he has to consider that option. Shin Qian's charming face showed a serious expression. Wife master. Even if there is such a method, I don't want to lift the restrictions. If the wife master dies, I will die with her. In the past, Shin Qian's words were often careless, but at this moment, he looked very serious, making it seem like he truly meant what he said. Seeing everyone's tense expressions, Su Muyao quickly said, "It's not what you think." From what just happened, everyone saw that when Wu Tsuexiang died, her beast husband also died. That's a bit cruel. It also makes me feel I need to protect myself better, or else you all might get into trouble. She has many enemies, and her mother's background is a mystery. Her true form cannot be exposed for now. Many people and forces might want to kill her. When facing danger, she never hides. Instead, she always thinks about killing all her enemies. But if others' lives depend on her, she would worry a lot during battles. In the apocalypse, she fights more bravely and never cares about life or death. Having too many worries is not good for fighting. After a pause, Su Muyao added, "I don't want any of you to get hurt." Between life and death, Su Muyao does not bother with small details. Overall, they followed her into exile here, and they shouldn't have any accidents in this place. No matter what, she hopes they are all safe and well. Listening to Su Muyao's words, everyone feels deeply moved. Most female beasts prefer this kind of control, but the wife master wants to lift the restriction for their sake. Such a wife master is truly wonderful. Shin Qianan quickly said, "Without this restriction, the wife master doesn't need to worry about these things. If the wife master lives, I live. If she dies, I die too." Shin Qianan's attitude seems to be indifferent to life and death. While Lin Yue also hurriedly said, "Without the wife master, I have no meaning to stay alive. I would lose my home, and life and death wouldn't matter anymore." When Nankei sighed softly, looking at her with caring eyes, and said, "Wife master, don't think too much. None of us will be in danger." In fact, when Nankei knew this, but he couldn't or wouldn't say it, nor would he want to lift this restriction. Moreover, after forming a contract, the restriction becomes even stronger. Even if someone wants to kill her, they must cross his dead body. He would never be as foolish as Wu Tsuexiang and the other beast husbands. Mei Qingchen restrained all his temper this time and said seriously, "Wife master, I won't let anything happen to you, so you don't need to worry about us." He decided to go back and awaken his powers. He couldn't let his strength stay at level 3, he was too weak. Although he could use secret techniques to fight beyond his level, doing so would weaken him afterward, and he would need time to recover. This is not acceptable. Plus, after awakening, he could open the Linglong heart passage and reach a certain level of spiritual communication. By then, the wife master probably wouldn't dislike him anymore. Everyone also wouldn't think he was clueless. Xiao Jihan's clear and cold features show determination as he said, "Without this restriction, the wife master can do whatever she wants. Even if something happens, I will die first, so she won't have to worry or be troubled." He actually should have such a restriction, but he doesn't want it. Xie Shui gently arranged Su Muyao's hair and said softly, "The wife master definitely won't be in danger. No matter whether this restriction exists or not, I will stay with her through everything. Even if it means sacrificing himself, he won't let anything happen to her." He doesn't dare to say they will face life and death together, because if his body dies, the wife master must live well.
"Let's not talk about it," she said.
She didn't expect that just lifting restrictions would cause such a strong reaction from everyone. So, let's leave it as it is. However, the beast world seems very vast, with many unknown places, possibly containing secret techniques to lift restrictions. She believed she could find a way, but she couldn't tell them, to prevent such a strong reaction. She just didn't like the idea of the wife master dying, with the beast husbands dying along with her. "Let's go, it's getting late. We'll go home first." Wait a moment, while Lin Yi spoke, using fire element magic to produce flames, burning the bodies into ashes. Without the bodies, no one would find evidence of the fight that happened here before. Seeing Hualin Ye's flames, Shen Xian's narrow eyes showed a serious look, then he smiled charmingly. Fox, are you sure you're just a fox? Your flames are the true fire of the sun. As far as I know, fire element magic can't produce the true fire of the sun. Legend says that the true fire of the sun is only possessed by the mythical divine beast, the golden crow. In ancient beast times, the golden crow was a symbol of the sun and the faith of all beast men. Your mother was just an ordinary wild goose beast. No goose beast has ever had fire element magic, let alone the true fire of the sun. So, are you just an ordinary fox? If you're not just an ordinary fox, then your mother's treatment of you is truly, absolutely foolish. Hearing this, everyone looked at Hua Linyi with surprised and serious expressions. Hua Linyi looked at the flames he was releasing from his fingers and felt a bit confused. He always thought he was just an ordinary fire element user. He had been confined in the Su family's backyard before, and no one paid attention to him or noticed him. He had never used fire magic before. On the way with his wife Master, he used fire magic to kill people, but no one thought his fire was special. During the fight earlier, someone mentioned the true fire of the sun, but he didn't think much of it. Now Shen Xian said that, and he was even more confused. He didn't want to cause any misunderstanding with his wife Master, so he explained in detail, I don't know. My father is just a regular red fox, and the Hua family I belong to is just a small clan. My grandparents are also ordinary red foxes, nothing special. If there was anything special about him, his father wouldn't have been deceived and killed in the Su family's backyard by his mother. Shen Xian said, the true fire of the sun doesn't appear without reason. It only exists if there's a bloodline inheritance. Perhaps you could ask your grandparents what is going on. Maybe your ancestors had a divine beast like the golden crow. When Nenki nodded and said, that's true. Even if you don't ask, one day, when your strength reaches a certain level, you might gain the memory of your heritage. If it's not the memory of a fox beast, it could be another kind of inheritance. Your ancestors might not be ordinary. These things are something only Hua Linyue can explore himself. Su Muyao was momentarily stunned. She thought about the outfit Hua Linyue made for her, his embroidery skills, and how he stitched fox fur into the clothes with thread. It was truly unique. She also remembered the murals of the Red Fox clan from the Hua family that he mentioned. They seemed unusual. The clothes Hua Linyue made that day, she tried on and immediately took off. She needed to work, cook, and do chores, and wearing such clothes would easily get dirty. Such clothes are only for important ceremonies or special moments. Others haven't seen her wear that outfit, so they probably don't know about Hua Linyue's special ability. Hua Linyue was frowning and deep in thought. Suddenly, he remembered something his father left him, a box with strange runes on it. With his current strength, he couldn't open it. Could there be something important inside? Su Muyao looked at Hua Linyue's expression and said, no need to think about those things for now. Actually, those things aren't that important. Just remember who you are. Her gentle words instantly eased Hua Linyue's restless heart. Yes, he is himself. As long as his wife doesn't dislike him, he has nothing to worry about. Hua Linyue's fox eyes sparkled with a gentle glow, and he smiled, saying, yes, I just need to remember that I will always be my wife's beast husband. Nothing else matters. Seeing Hua Linyue like this, Su Muyao also smiled at him. Everyone watching the wife master smile so brightly at Hua Linyue couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Actually, I previously thought my flames were normal, but it might be related to fire poison. Recently, my wife has been brewing medicine to detoxify me, and I can use fire abilities freely, without restrictions. My body no longer feels uncomfortable, so my flames are a bit different from before. Su Muyao looked serious and said, that means the fire poison was suppressing your hidden potential. But after a few more days of medicine, your fire poison will be completely gone. Hua Linyue's fire poison was cured, but Xiao Jihan's cold illness still needed some time. Xie Guishue's body was also almost fully recovered. Thinking of these things, Su Muyao couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Once, she still hoped to heal them so they could leave. Now, everyone has stayed. Hua Linyue said seriously, I am grateful to the wife master for my current health. If it weren't for her, he might have died.
Don't say that.
It was you who protected me first. They protected this body. Otherwise, if the dark soul had kept tormenting him, she might not have arrived in time, and this body could have died. Back home, Su Muyao first prepared medicine for Xie Guishua, Hualinia, and Xiao Jihan, boiling herbs for them to drink. After some time of rest, their bodies were gradually getting better. Once the medicine was ready, they used clay pots to boil their herbs, while Su Muyao started packing dried herbs and preparing medicine pouches. When Nanki and others came to help willingly. Although Shen Qianan returned late, in the past few days, he learned to do everything by working alongside them. Shen Qianan took out the tools for pounding herbs from Hualinia and began helping to grind herbs. Mei Qingchen looked at Shen Qianan working hard and became more eager to do his part. He couldn't let Shen Qianan get ahead. But if he went back for the awakening ritual, it would take a long time. When he returned, would he be the last? Now, with weak strength and little understanding of what the wife-master thought or felt, staying here meant she didn't have him in her heart. Unlike Shen Qianan, who gave flowers, had insight, and could say sweet words that touched her heart. Because he was working too hard, there was a sudden snap. Mei Qingchen's pounding tool broke. Mei Qingchen was stunned. He hadn't used much force. Shen Qianan paused and looked at him, saying, Mei Qingchen, this was made with Hualinia's hard work. Why are you helping to ruin it? Mei Qingchen's face changed, and he immediately looked at Su Muyao. Seeing Mei Qingchen's pitiful, nervous expression, Su Muyao said, It's okay. Just make a new one. She saw how much effort he had put in recently and wouldn't blame him for this. It's normal for work to have problems. Having a positive attitude is already good. Mei Qingchen was silent for a moment, then seemed to make a decision and said, Wife master, I have something I want to tell you. Su Muyao listened to Mei Qingchen suddenly speaking so seriously and felt a bit uncomfortable. Usually, Mei Qingchen wasn't like this. Could it be that he suddenly couldn't stand doing chores at home? She looked at him carefully and said, Go ahead. Mei Qingchen looked at Su Muyao with complex feelings. This was the first time he truly looked at him. His gaze was full of him. Mei Qingchen's dark eyes softly said, Wife, can I speak with you alone? There are some things he doesn't want to tell others. He wants to talk to his wife alone before they go back. Even just a few more words would be good. That is a secret between them. Su Muyao hesitated for a moment and then said, Okay, let's go to my room to talk. As she spoke, Su Muyao got up and headed to her room. Mei Qingchen suddenly felt a little excited. Everyone else had been in her room, but he had never been inside. Even just talking to her felt different. Shen Qian looked at Mei Qingchen's figure and touched his chin, saying, He probably doesn't want to do anything to her, right? Are you not going to check? He knew he wasn't very popular now, but when Nanshi was currently the most famous and true beast husband of Su Muyao, he could keep an eye on things. Hua Linyue was controlling the medicine in a jar with her fire element ability, listening to Shen Qian's words, and said he wouldn't. Besides, the wife doesn't allow it. She's a level 4 ability user, and Mei Qingchen is only level 3. Even if he's at the peak of level 3, it's still level 3. Xiao Jihan was not worried and said, If the wife doesn't want something, no one can force her. Mei Qingchen wouldn't do anything to pressure her. Mei Qingchen probably hadn't awakened his ability yet. He probably didn't understand feelings very well. At most, he wanted to tempt his wife but wouldn't do anything to force her. Recently, Mei Qingchen should have realized that his previous tricks didn't work, so he stopped trying to her physically and focused on helping her with chores. When Nanshi didn't speak, he bought some oil paper and was making paper cups. The wife said it was troublesome to use bowls for soy milk, and disposable paper cups would be much more convenient. When Nanshi didn't understand what disposable paper cups were, but after the wife explained, he understood. So he was trying to make thicker, leak-proof paper cups for soy milk. It would also be easier for everyone to hold and drink. He wasn't worried about what they were talking about. These were small matters. When they entered the room, Su Muyao sat on a chair and looked at Mei Qingchen, saying, Sit down and talk. After sitting, Mei Qingchen seemed unsure of where to put his hands and feet, looking very nervous. Su Muyao looked at him and felt a little amused. She hadn't paid attention to him recently and didn't expect him to become so tense. Thinking about how Mei Qingchen returned with a look full of killing intent and cold eyes, I felt a bit emotional. Just say what you want to say directly. You used to say whatever was on your mind without hesitation. Mei Qingchen shook his head. That's different. Before, I didn't understand much. I said things that hurt both myself and others, and I did things I couldn't undo. I know saying sorry to my wife is useless now. Once it's done, it's done. I also know I don't understand many things. I can't make my wife happy, and I don't do things well. Su Muyao quickly reached out. No, you're still capable of doing things. You've helped a lot. He is just a bit impatient. Mei Qingchen's eyes flickered. He softly said, My wife is truly the best person in the world. Even now, you still comfort me. What I want to tell my wife is that I plan to go back and awaken the Mei family's bloodline power. Su Muyao was surprised but supported him. That's great. There's nothing wrong with that. Has he finally decided to go back? Mei Qingchen looked at Su Muyao's clear and honest eyes. He felt no sadness or regret, just a calmness that made him feel a strange, uncomfortable sensation inside. He didn't quite understand what was happening, but he felt uneasy. He wanted to see something, but he wasn't sure what. Many things in his mind were blurry and unclear. No, I'm not going back permanently. I'm just going back temporarily. Once I awaken the bloodline power, I will return. I am your beast husband, and I will always be your beast husband. I know I haven't done well. Once I awaken the bloodline power, I will understand more and do better. I won't make you tired of me. Mei Qingchen spoke a lot, trying to explain himself. Seeing him like this, Su Muyao said, When you once wanted to kill me, I might have disliked you, but I didn't hate you later. He changed a lot afterward. His attitude completely shifted and he did many things. His past also hurt him, so it's hard to say whether she hated him or not.
But she...
Mei Qingchen said bitterly, I know I didn't do well. It's normal that my wife doesn't like me. There was no hatred, at least there was still a small hope. He believed that once he awakened the bloodline power, he would try his best to impress his wife. Can my wife wait for me to come back? I will definitely return. I will not do anything to make her dislike me. For some reason, Mei Qingchen felt a bit scared inside. He was afraid that when he returned, everything would have changed and he would no longer have a place. My wife, can you save my room for me? Right now, Mei Qingchen is anxious, with slightly red eyes and a very worried heart. He fears that if he returns, there will be no room left for him. He knows that his wife has her own principles about accepting beast husbands, and that young Master Yun's behavior was very obvious, yet she didn't notice. His wife is not someone who likes everyone she sees. She has principles and beliefs about love. Because of this, those outstanding male beasts will surely notice her goodness. He is afraid that if he returns, there will be no room for him, and if he stays longer, he will have no chance to compete. Su Muyao thought about many things, but in the end, she nodded and said, All right, if you want to come back, I will keep your room for you. If you wake up and don't want to come back, I will give you a farewell letter. Mei Qingchen said seriously and firmly, I will definitely come back. I will become stronger and be useful. Su Muyao sighed in her heart and said, Mei Qingchen, my beast husband. It's not about being useful to me. Beast husbands are not meant to be used for others. You may not understand now, but maybe you will in the future. Mei Qingchen said, I just feel that everyone has their own use. I am not strong enough now, so I have no value. He felt that he himself was very useless. Shen Qian was very powerful, and Xie Guixue and Wen Nanxi didn't need to be mentioned. Now, even Hua Linyue has the sun true fire. He felt useless. Even the sword spirit inside his main sword seemed to be sleeping and hadn't spoken to him again. That's not true. Everyone is a unique existence in this world. We should all love ourselves well. Mei Qingchen, after you go back, please also love yourself and take good care of yourself. I hope you can continue to be a bright and carefree person. These 5 beast husbands, for whatever reason, chose to follow her and protect her when they were exiled together with this body. She is grateful to them in her heart. She hopes they will be well. For some reason, hearing these words, Mei Qingqin's eyes grew a bit moist, and he felt an urge to cry. He didn't understand why. His wife is so good. He once shouted and fought against her, yet she still spoke to him like this. She is truly so wonderful. He took a deep breath, his voice slightly hoarse, and said, "Wife, thank you." Then he took out a mechanical bird from his space, saying, "Wife, this is my family's mechanical bird. It can send messages quickly. Using special abilities, I can activate it, and it can fly very far. This is a gift for my wife. If anything happens in the future, she can send me a message through the mechanical bird. No matter what, I will do it. The Mei family will always support my wife. This is my serious promise." Seeing how carefully Mei Qingqin behaved, as if afraid she might refuse, Su Muyao reached out to take it. She looked at the mechanical bird in her hand and found it very amazing. Is this the art of mechanism? The mechanisms on it are complicated, and even when looking closely, she couldn't understand how it was made. The Mei family also seemed skilled in mechanism arts. Seeing how much Su Muyao liked the mechanical bird, Mei Qingqin finally relaxed a little. "I have some other mechanical toys at home. When I return, I will bring some for my wife." Su Muyao looked at his expression and couldn't stay cold-hearted.
She said, "Okay."
That one word made Mei Qingqin's tense mind relax. He finally felt at ease. After leaving Su Muyao's room, Mei Qingqin went back to his own to pack. Actually, he didn't have many things, just a few. But he was a bit reluctant to leave this place. When he first came here, he wished he could leave quickly. But now, he didn't want to leave at all. He held his sword and looked at every corner of the room as if he wanted to memorize it. Just then, there was a knock at the door.
"Come in."
The door creaked open. Mei Qingqin turned around and looked, surprised to see Su Muyao entering his room. He almost thought he was dreaming, his body stiff and unmoving. He stared at Su Muyao without blinking. It seemed he couldn't believe it. When Su Muyao reached him, Mei Qingqin still hadn't moved. She saw him standing there blankly and reached out her hand, waving it in front of him.
"Mei Qingqin."
Hearing her voice, Mei Qingqin finally came back to himself. "Wife. Wife." He was a bit stammering now, his voice trembling. Su Muyao held up more than 10 pieces of smoked and cured meat and said, "This is the smoked meat I made. It can be stored for a long time. Don't come back empty-handed. Bring some to your parents to try. You work in the kitchen and know how to cook. You can cut the meat into pieces and stir-fry with some vegetables. Or you can cook it with rice and eat it together. Also, please thank your parents for me. They helped me deal with the Qin family." A few days ago, Mei Qingqin's parents' letter arrived, saying that the Qin family no longer exists. For this, she is grateful to the Mei family. Also, the 1,000-year frost flower. I will keep an eye out for it. Once I find it, I will have someone send it back to the Mei family. I hope your mother's health will fully recover. Mei Qingqin looked at what Su Muyao was holding and, hearing her words, his eyes filled with warmth and a bit of tears. His phoenix eyes slightly reddened. "Wife, He felt he shouldn't accept it, but it was something she gave to his parents. Su Muyao didn't let him say no. "Just take it," she said. "It's for your parents. You should also eat some. It should taste good. I just smoked and prepared it." They had been smoking it earlier, but no one had eaten it yet. But she was experienced in cooking, so the food would taste great.
Mei Qingqin nodded.
He lowered his head and looked deeply at Su Muyao. He wanted to ask if he could hug her, but he didn't dare. He really wanted to hold her, even just a gentle hug. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. Su Muyao naturally didn't know Mei Qingqin's thoughts. And so, Mei Qingqin left with the things Su Muyao gave him. Su Muyao and the others stood at the door, watching him go. Mei Qingqin took step after step, not daring to look back. He was afraid that if he turned around, he wouldn't want to leave. He had to use strong self-control to keep walking forward. After Mei Qingqin left, Su Muyao turned back and went into the house. She told everyone what they needed to do. Shin Qianan was grinding herbs quietly, whispering to Xiao Jihan, who was drinking medicine nearby. Why did Mei Qingchen leave so suddenly? How could he be willing to leave? Xiao Jihan's clear brows deepened slightly. Wife didn't give him a farewell letter, so he should come back. Shin Qianan sighed silently. Now, the wife wouldn't even meet his gaze, so he couldn't use mind-reading techniques. He didn't know what the wife was thinking. He couldn't understand her at all. Not understanding her, he didn't know what she liked. To pursue her, he had to please her, but now he was a bit confused. It seemed he could only guess. When Nanshi's gentle eyes shimmered with tiny flashes of light, he knew why. It was probably because he was going back to awaken his bloodline power. The Mei family's bloodline was special. They could communicate with spirits. Once awakened, it would directly open the 7 orifices and even gain ancestral memories. He would understand everything he needed to. If the bloodline was even stronger, awakening spiritual communication power, he would gain divine qualities, and his temperament would change greatly. Xie Guishui thought of Mei Qingchen, and a slight movement flickered across his eyes, hiding his emotions. He quickly drank the medicine he had just prepared. In a few days, his body should be able to form a bond. Mei Qingchen's departure did not affect anything. Su Muyao and the others continued their business as usual. Everyone seemed to have silently forgotten about Mei Qingchen. The business at Su's restaurant grew busier every day, with daily earnings becoming quite substantial. Her meat fillings and soy milk also gained fame. Now, many people in Yunshao City know about Su's restaurant. Those who have tasted the meat pies praise them highly, saying they are delicious. People flock to the shop to buy pies and soy milk, showing great enthusiasm. However, the meat pies are always sold out each day, and Su Muyao did not increase the quantity, as she didn't want everyone to work too hard. Thanks to the paper cups made by Nanshi, buying soy milk became much more convenient. People could buy and drink while walking, which was very popular. North Lion Tribe Wu's head called Wu Tsuefei and asked, "What's going on? Why hasn't your sister returned for so many days?" Right now, the leader is planning a large hunting event with the male beasts. They're not here. What's really happening? We, the Wu family, need to store more food and exchange some items at the trading market. Normally, Wu Tsuexiang liked to go out with her beast husbands for a few days before returning. They were used to it. But it was strange that she hadn't returned for so many days, and there was not even a message. Wu Tsuefei listened to her mother, and a flicker of irritation crossed her eyes as she looked down. "Mother, my sister's actions are normal. Going out for a few days without returning is common. Moreover, she has 9 beast husbands. How could she not be protected well?" Wu Tsuefei's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Her sister hated that she married the son of the leader of the North Lion tribe and tried to surpass her in numbers. Her sister also liked the leader's son, but that was useless. He still preferred her. Wu's head focused and said, "I feel uneasy. It's been so many days." Although Wu Tsuefei disliked her sister in her heart, she showed no sign of it on her face. She comforted her mother, saying, "Mother, don't worry. Maybe she has her eye on a beast husband from a nearby tribe and went to find one. It's not the first time this has happened. Besides, my sister values her life very much.
She'll be fine."
Wu Tsuefei didn't really care about her sister's life or death. Wu Tsuexiang always wants to compete with her for the position of heir in the Wu family. Of course, the Wu family is now exiled and has lost everything. But maybe they can return someday. She doesn't want to have another rival. The head of the Wu family said, "I heard that Su Muyao was also exiled to a tribe in the Northern Territory. Your sister once had a conflict with her. Don't cause any trouble." Wu Tsuefei sneered with a mocking look on her face and said, "Mother, you're just overthinking." Su Muyao used to rely on her father and the Su family's power, acting arrogantly and recklessly. But now it's different. The Su family has been sealed off, and they are all criminals.
Her father probably died.
What trouble can a useless person like her cause? The Wu family had said, "Shut up." The head of the Su family isn't as simple as he looks, and he's very protective of his own. If he's not dead, Then let him know that we are planning against his daughter.
He'll do something.
Seeing her mother's expression, a surge of anger rose in Wu Tsuifei. Mother, what are you afraid of? Our Wu family was once strong in Beast Emperor City, a noble family. Yet you fear a criminal like Su Jihong. The Wu family head frowned heavily. She felt that the head of the Su family was very extraordinary. She had seen the Su family head at a palace banquet. His gaze was distant and commanding, making her instinctively want to kneel. That feeling of bloodline dominance, she still remembers clearly. Of course, she couldn't say these embarrassing things aloud. So she quickly broke off her engagement with the Shin family. Since the Su family head's daughter liked Shin Xian, her daughter couldn't compete. Moreover, back then, when the Su family head was still a young man, countless female beasts in Beast Emperor City admired him, willing to give up marrying more beast husbands, even willing to become his exclusive wife. Of course, she was no exception, but she had no right then. In the end, the Su family head somehow had a daughter with someone and brought her back. No one knew who his wife was. People said she was an unimportant female beast and that she had died. A criminal? Don't call him by his name. Wu Tsuifei was almost laughing with anger. Her voice raised involuntarily. Mother, it's because you worry so much about the Su family that our Wu family was exiled and harmed by them. If the Su family head is so powerful, why did he choose those beast husbands who disliked his daughter? That was creating enemies. Those people wish her dead. If it weren't for the beast husband contract restraining them, they wouldn't even protect her. A despised and fallen waste. What is mother worried about? Wu Tsuifei looked down on Su Muyao, but a hint of hatred appeared in her eyes. Seeing her daughter's expression, Wu Jiazhong said, "Do you still remember Shin Xian?" Wu Tsuifei's face darkened. Wu Jiazhong looked at Wu Tsuifei and seemed to understand something. Mother knows that Shin Xian's looks are so good, it's normal for you to like him. When the head of the Shin family brought Shin Xian to the banquet, many noble women admired his appearance. The Shin family had carefully chosen for you. Mother knows you were happy and satisfied, but in the end, the engagement was broken off. It's normal for you to feel unhappy. But you also see our Wu family's current situation, so don't cause trouble. Wu Tsuifei, however, smiled coldly and said, Mother, Su Muyao forced Shin Xian to become her beast husband. Shin Xian doesn't like her at all. I'm not unhappy. It's just that Su Muyao can't get what she wants, which makes her suffer the most. Unbeknownst to them, Shin Xian was busy pursuing Su Muyao every day, trying to be kind and attentive. He didn't want to leave like Mei Qingchen did. Since the reputation of the Su restaurant grew, business gradually stabilized. Su Muyao also opened a nearby medical clinic. Recently, she prepared some medicinal packages and placed them on the shelves, mainly for stopping bleeding, qigong, and treating stomach issues. People here often eat food that isn't cooked well, which can cause stomach pain and discomfort. So, Su Muyao added some medicines for stomach health. The clinic just opened, so she started with these medicinal packages, planning to add some pills later. Medical conditions in this beast world are quite backward, but her prepared packages are genuine and affordable. She believes that over time, her clinic will also become famous. Xie Guixue and Shin Xian watched the clinic. Shin Xian mainly answered questions from customers. She, along with Wen Nankei and Hua Linyi Xiao Jihan, continued to handle the business of the Su restaurant. Hua Linyi and Xiao Jihan served customers in the shop. Boss Su, I'll have a cup of soy milk. Okay. Su Muyao took the crystal coins and scooped a cup of soy milk from a wooden barrel, handing it to the customer. Boss Su, I have to say, this paper cup is really good. I can hold it and drink at the same time. Su Muyao smiled and said, My beast husband made it. This was made by Wen Nankei himself. She looked at the paper cup, feeling warm inside. Wen Nankei lowered his head and looked into Su Muyao's eyes, showing a gentle, water-like glow. At this moment, they did not notice a luxurious, yet understated carriage parked nearby. The carriage was decorated with dark patterned totems, symbols only the top noble families possessed, resembling deep sea creatures. A young servant stepped down from the carriage and approached Su Muyao's stall. "Boss, I'd like to buy 2 pastries and a cup of this soy milk. How much in crystals?"
Su Muyao replied, 14 crystals.
Su Muyao felt her voice sounded somewhat familiar. She looked up and, upon seeing the servant's face, her expression changed instantly. When the servant handed over the crystals, he also saw Su Muyao clearly. His eyes widened in surprise when he recognized her.
Eso.
Su Muyao's face suddenly grew cold. She immediately remembered her past in Beast Emperor City. Her gaze turned icy, and she coldly said, "Sorry, I don't sell." The servant looked extremely shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Could this really be Su Muyao, the former wife of her master?
No.
How did her appearance become so restored? Wasn't she naturally ugly? Why is she so beautiful now? Her aura is so noble and unique, more so than Miss Liu, who is admired in Beast Emperor City. The servant was so stunned that his eyes nearly popped out. He was usually calm and experienced, having seen many things with his master, but seeing Su Muyao like this still shook him deeply. Is this really Su Muyao? He looked at the young master when beside him, and his certainty grew. He even doubted if he was hallucinating.
Are you Misu?
Su Muyao frowned impatiently, a sarcastic smile curling at her lips. "If there's nothing else, please step aside and don't block the customers behind." Su Muyao was trying to hold back her temper and not lash out. When Nanshi looked at Wei Dong, the loyal servant of young Master Wei, standing beside the young man from Wei family, his gentle expression flickered slightly. He glanced at a carriage parked nearby and quickly understood. Wei family? Wei Dong's appearance here meant that his master, young Master Wei, was also here. Young Master Wei wasn't suited to come to the cold Northland, yet he had come. Unexpectedly, he was in the Northland now. "Miss Su, I am Wei Dong." "My young master." Su Muyao coldly interrupted, "Don't mention that. It has nothing to do with me. Your young master's situation is also none of my concern." She didn't want any connection with the people of Beast Emperor City. Initially, they abandoned her and even considered sending someone to harm her, so she had no reason to expect any kindness from them. She was not a good person and had never learned to repay evil with kindness. She clearly remembered what they said back then about forcing her to break the contract, even though it was because of her previous identity. Those memories belonged to her now. Since they severed ties, they were no longer connected. She wouldn't treat them as she did Mei Qingchen and Shin Xian, nor would she worry about them. She didn't need to worry at all. Wei Dong paused, feeling that the person in front of him, Su Muyao, was completely different from before. She was still the same person, but her appearance was more beautiful, and her temperament and speech had changed completely. In the past, Su Muyao would flatter the young master of their family, even trying to please his close aides. When talking to him, she was always deferential. But now, she was cold and distant, with clear and pure eyes, yet her gaze was sharp and unfamiliar. Wei Dong felt a bit uncomfortable. If the young master saw her now, he would probably be even more surprised. "Miss Su, I'm here to buy something. I have some crystal coins," he explained. Since their young master arrived in the Northern Realm, he had been feeling unwell, eating less, and losing his appetite. As their carriage passed by here, he overheard many people saying the pies were delicious.
He thought to get a few for his master to try.
When he approached, he smelled the pies and found them very fragrant, along with the soy milk, something he had never seen or smelled before. Su Muyao's expression was cold as she said, "Sorry, I don't sell." She didn't want any connection with these people. Her things were her own, and if she said she wouldn't sell, she wouldn't. When Nanshi's gentle eyes showed a hint of pity, he reached out softly and held Su Muyao's hand, as if silently sending her warmth. Su Muyao felt the warmth in her palm and looked up at Nanshi, offering him a small smile.
"I'm fine."
Wei Dong watched from nearby, feeling even more surprised. She was smiling so brightly and happily at Mr. Wen, completely different from her previous cold attitude. Of course, He was just a servant and not important, but behind him was the young master. His attitude toward when Nanshi reflected how he felt about the young master. That's why Wei Dong was so surprised. The customers behind couldn't wait any longer. I say, little brother, if they won't sell to you, you'd better leave quickly. Exactly. Don't disturb us while we're shopping. You said you used to serve some master, but that must have been because your master did something wrong. That's why Ms. Su is treating you like this. The boss, Mr. Su, is very kind. His shop has been open for almost a month, and he treats us very well. But he treats you differently. You should reflect on your own problems. Everyone now is a regular customer, often buying pies, and they are all familiar with Su Muyao. When Su Muyao sells pies at her stall, she always talks and laughs with everyone. The elderly and children all like her very much. People even think that seeing such a beautiful woman every day is very pleasing. It's truly because she is beautiful and the food is delicious. Wei Dong, a close aide to young Master Wei, was respectful and polite when they were in Beast Emperor City. No one had ever treated him like this before. He felt a bit embarrassed and could only return to the carriage empty-handed. He wanted to say something about the young master, as Su Muyao used to be eager for them to talk more about him. But now, she seemed different. She looked uninterested and even a bit annoyed. Could she really be annoyed? Wei Dong thought about why the young master came to the northern border, and his face changed. On the carriage, Wei Dong returned empty-handed and was a little afraid to look at the young master's expression. Does the young master still not know that the stall was run by Miss Su? She is the ex-wife who broke their contract. Wei Jinma looked at Wei Dong's expression, paused his tea drinking, and asked, "What's wrong?" Wei Dong looked up at the young master's perfect face. No matter what, it shouldn't cause Miss Su's attitude to change so much. He hesitated to speak. Did you feel wronged? Wei Jinma had never seen Wei Dong like this before. Young master, I think you shouldn't come to the northern border. Since we came here, your health has been a bit off. Maybe we should go back. Wei Jinma slowly put down his teacup and said calmly, Wei Dong, be honest with me. His tone was calm, but carried great authority. Wei Dong could only muster his courage and say, Young master, I just saw Miss Su. Wei Jinma lightly tapped the tea table. Really? Wei Dong couldn't tell if the young master was happy or angry, so he continued, I wanted to buy pies and soy milk, but I didn't expect that the person selling them was Miss Su. Oh? Wei Jinma slowly lifted the car curtain and looked toward the stall in the distance. The crowd was blocking the view, so he couldn't see clearly, but he could tell the business was good. Wei Dong felt that the young master didn't understand what was happening. He took a deep breath and said, Young master, I used crystal coins to buy things, but Miss Su wouldn't sell pies and soy milk to me. He still seems very cold toward his subordinates and appears to dislike their presence. Miss Su has regained her appearance, and her subordinates think she has changed a lot. In the past, she enjoyed hearing about the young master. Now, they have no chance to mention it, and Miss Su seems unwilling to listen. When Wei Jinma heard this, he paused his hand, then slowly lowered the curtain. Wei Jinma's elegant, white fingers gently touched the teacup, lost in thought, perhaps pondering Wei Dong's words. After a long silence, he spoke softly. Is that so? Wei Dong knew that his young master was reserved and didn't show his feelings. Even after many years as his confidant, he couldn't read the young master's mind. Young master, let's go back. Actually, Miss Su's words are correct. You and Miss Su have already dissolved your contract. It's completely over. The official documents in the Beast Emperor City's government office have been stamped with the dissolution seal. Under the Heavenly Way, you are no longer connected. In their Beast World continent, for female beasts to marry and establish their status, they must kneel and perform a bow to the Heavenly Way as a formal ceremony. To dissolve a contract, a document similar to a separation letter is sent to the government office, which uses a seal made from Heavenly Way stone, embedded with a restriction. When the Heavenly Way stone seal is pressed and confirmed, it signifies that the relationship is officially dissolved under the Heavenly Way's approval. Otherwise, they must abide by the Heavenly Way's rules. Heavenly Waystones are spiritual. If the document isn't written by the female beast, the Heavenly Waystone's seal won't leave a mark and the relationship cannot be dissolved under the Heavenly Way. Years ago, the 5 of them used a method to bypass the Heavenly Way's rules and forcibly dissolved their relationship, which was recorded in the official records. Also, young master, since you didn't like her anyway, why did you come to the northern border to take a look? The environment there isn't good, not comparable to Beast Emperor City, and there are many mutated beasts. Wei Dong felt that Miss Su had truly changed from before. Her gaze and expression showed she wasn't interested in their young master and didn't want to interact, not playing hard to get either. Wei Jinma suddenly smiled faintly. Some things are different now. I need to see for myself. There was an ancient prophecy in Beast Emperor City, known by very few, but it concerns our entire continent. Miss Su's family had earned everyone's respect and admiration as a man, so she must be different. Wei Dong said, the young master shouldn't have ended his relationship with Miss Su in the first place. Wei Jinma smiled softly. Back then, everyone thought ending the relationship was the right choice. Even the Wei family supported that decision. Wei Dong was speechless, unable to argue. But now Miss Su is really different. For some reason, seeing Miss Su like this made him feel uneasy, worried that the young master might regret it. Right now, the young master doesn't regret it. Wei Dong came here just to find out some things, not because he's interested in Miss Su. But what if he spends more time with Miss Su? Wei Dong felt uncertain. Plus, Miss Su's attitude is so clear. He fears the young master might regret and get hurt in the end, which can't be changed now. After Wei Dong left, Su Muyao continued to enthusiastically serve everyone with pies and chat with them. To her, it was just a small, insignificant episode that didn't affect her business at all. Someone bought a new flavor of pie, took a few steps while eating, and was amazed by the taste. He hurried back and said, "Boss Su, why is this chive and egg pie so delicious? I thought vegetarian pies wouldn't be as good as meat pies, but this one is really tasty." He spoke while eating a large bite. "I want to buy 3 more chive and egg pies. The flavor is so unique and delicious. Really good." He quickly finished 1 pie and wanted to buy more. A customer in line couldn't help but say, "Hey, big brother, you've already bought 1 and left the line. If you buy more, you'll have to queue again." Everyone's waiting anxiously. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. Everyone was just worried that such delicious pies might sell out before they could buy. Oh, exactly. The others, originally planning to buy meat pies, also bought 2 more chive pies directly. Boss Su's food is always delicious. Buying is definitely safe. Plus, the chive pies are cheap. Only 4 copper coins each. They were the new pies Su Muyao just made that day, mainly because the chives grown in her backyard had all sprouted, very fresh and abundant. Her family couldn't finish them all, so she decided to use the chives to make chive and egg pies to sell. The eggs were found accidentally during a hunting trip in the mountains. Her little chickens hadn't started laying yet. She was also worried that everyone was used to meat pies and might not like vegetarian ones, but since everyone liked her pies, she felt reassured. Later, I can make more vegetarian pies to sell, such as tofu and cabbage pies. For example, at home, I grind yellow soybeans to make soy milk and tofu, but I can't finish it all. I can also use tofu to make pies. Some customers prefer lighter foods, so they might buy tofu and cabbage pies, which cost less and can be sold at a lower price. Boss Su, I want to buy 3 chive and egg pies and 3 meat pies."
Okay.
Su Muyao collects the coins, and when Nanshi naturally helps everyone pack the pies. "Boss Su, I'll buy 4 cups of soy milk. I brought my own ceramic jar, so just fill it here." Most customers are regulars and know they can bring their own jars to save money. Usually, 2 copper coins per cup of soy milk, and bringing your own container can save 1 copper coin for 2 cups. So everyone who can bring tools does so. When Nanshi is in charge of pouring soy milk, while Su Muyao handles the money. Business is lively and busy. Su Muyao enjoys this atmosphere and doesn't feel tired. They only serve a limited amount each day, and after noon, the family goes home. At this moment, not far from the marketplace, there was a commotion at a medical clinic. "Doctor, please save my child. Boo-hoo, I beg you, I kneel before you." A woman kneels with her beast husband, begging the doctor. The beast man holds a bloodied boy, who looks about 11 or 12 years old. Soon, the boy's injuries become too severe, and he transforms into a small black bear. The doctor says, "It's not that we don't want to save him, but with these injuries, there's nothing we can do." The woman and her beast husband continue to plead, seemingly desperate for any chance of survival. At this moment, someone from the clinic steps out and points at Su Muyao's clinic, saying, "Everyone says that the owner of that clinic is skilled in medicine. Many people buy medicine packs from her. You should ask her. She might be able to save him." Su Muyao's clinic's medicine packs are very popular and cheaper than others nearby, which has taken some business away from local clinics.
Some people are unhappy about this.
Now, with this opportunity, everyone can see the skill of the clinic owner, so they won't lose more customers. The woman and her beast husband are stunned for a moment, then quickly bring their child over. They are dressed in rough animal skins and run over here. Many customers watch them, especially those buying medicine packs. Su Muyao sees the black bear's abdomen with a torn wound. It's just an external injury. The internal organs seem fine. Under everyone's watch, she speaks, "Let's go into the clinic first." The woman and her beast husband suddenly became very excited. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor." Although the doctor in front of them looked young, as long as there was a small hope, they felt very hopeful and grateful. The doctor told them to hold their child and go inside, which meant there was a way to help. They nervously went in. In front of Su Muyao's clinic, there is a place for medicine and consultations. Behind it, in a side room, she set up some beds to care for injured people. Su Muyao guided the two of them to place the little black bear on the bed. Then, Su Muyao took out the necessary medicines and tools from her space. She carefully treated the bear's injuries and stitched up the wounds. The woman and her beast husband were stunned. They wanted to say something but dared not speak. They could only hold their breath and wait. After sewing the wounds, Su Muyao used some wood element healing magic to stabilize the bear's health. Once everything was done, she calmly said, "It's fine now." The woman and her beast husband immediately knelt down and bowed repeatedly to Su Muyao. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, kind benefactor." Tears welled up in their eyes as they cried and bowed to Su Muyao. Their hearts finally felt at ease. They could see with their own eyes that their son was better and no longer bleeding. It was truly amazing. "Doctor, we don't know how much the consultation fee is, but we will pay it." Su Muyao looked at their patched-together beast leather clothes and said, 200 copper-colored crystals." The couple was stunned. They couldn't believe what they heard. 200 copper-colored crystals? Is it that cheap? Other clinics charge more for consultations, not to mention medicines. A few days later, when the couple left the clinic with their lively, bouncing son, it caused a big stir. Many people were watching what was happening here, but since no one had come out, no one knew what was going on. When they appeared, many people came over to ask, "Really? He's really fine now? I saw the wound myself before. It was big, and the flesh was exposed. How did it heal so quickly? He's bouncing around happily now." The woman explained, "Dr. Su's medical skills are amazing. We don't know how he treated it, but the bleeding stopped immediately, and the wound healed.
My son is doing well now."
The most important thing is that Dr. Su only charged 200 copper-colored crystals. He's really a good person and a great benefactor to our family. Little Black Bear calls Lin Hei and keeps nodding, saying, "Sister Su is very kind." She not only speaks gently to him but also gives him food, which is very delicious. Sister Su is his lifesaver, and he wants to thank her properly in the future. Everyone starts talking excitedly. "Wow, if I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it." From now on, everyone should trust Su's medical hall. That's right. The medicine I bought before was very effective. I know it well. I didn't expect that not only are their medicines good, but their medical skills are impressive too. Sometimes, Medicines made by some doctors are powerful, but that doesn't mean their medical skills are good, because making medicine just follows a recipe, but true medical skill is different. Moreover, Dr. Su's medical hall's medicines are cheap and effective. This news quickly spread like a whirlwind. For the people of the Beast World continent, having a good doctor nearby means they can be treated when sick or injured, which ensures their safety. So, everyone values these highly. Soon, Su's medical hall also gained a good reputation. Many people came to visit, and the hall was so crowded that Su Muyao was busy nonstop for a while. She felt that this couldn't go on. She would get exhausted. Fortunately, when Nankei and the others learned how to make pies, so she didn't have to do it herself. At the restaurant, when Nankei could lead everyone to help out, everyone felt sorry for how busy Su Muyao was. Stop working so hard. You're too tired. From now on, the reception at the medical hall will be limited. Although Xie Guishue and Shin Qian helped out in the hall, there were too many people, and it didn't really ease Su Muyao's burden. Seeing everyone's worried and caring expressions, she felt she shouldn't let them worry. From now on, we will only accept difficult cases. Simple illnesses won't be treated here, but everyone can still buy medicine freely. And we will only take 3 patients a day. Also, we will recruit some apprentices and teach them, so after some time, they can handle things on their own. Taking apprentices is also for future preparation. She plans to open medical halls all over the Beast World continent. With this decision made, Su Muyao simply went ahead and decided accordingly. In a mansion somewhere in Yunshao City, Wei Dong informs the young master of his family about the news he received. Wei Jinma is reading messages from Beast Emperor City. Although he has temporarily bought a house to live in, many matters from Beast Emperor City are still being relayed to him daily. Hearing Wei Dong's words, he puts down the letter and says, "Medical skills?" "Yes, young master." Miss Su doesn't know how, but she is very skilled in medicine. A few days ago, she saved a young man, and I had people observe him for several days. His health is now lively and healthy, with no problems at all. Also, the Su Medical Clinic is very busy now. They just announced they are accepting apprentices, and many people want to become her students. Once someone becomes her apprentice, they must follow the rules of master and disciple and cannot betray or harm her. To her disciples, the master is like a parent or elder. Even so, many older people are willing to become Miss Su's students, waiting eagerly to learn from her. Miss Su is becoming more and more different. Wei Jinma listened to this and looked a bit complicated. During the busy day, Su Muyao finally took good care of Xie Guishue's health. After closing the shop that afternoon, Xie Guishue transformed into his true form and flew with Su Muyao into the sky, heading straight to the oasis courtyard where he stayed. Everyone understood without words that their wife wanted to form a contract with Xie Gongzi. They felt a little sad, but they had known this for a long time, so it didn't feel strange. They accepted it. They went home together, doing whatever they needed to do, because their wife would return the next day. The restaurant and medical clinic at home all needed her. Tomorrow, the medical clinic has 3 appointments, all booked early by patients. Su Muyao sat on Xie Guishue's body, looking at the swirling scenery high in the sky. She reached out and hugged his neck, smiling softly. "Wife doesn't fear heights. If you like, I can fly even higher."
Don't worry, wife.
"I won't fall while carrying you." Su Muyao knew very well that this feeling of looking down from such a high place was wonderful. And being personally carried by Xie Guishue felt completely different. Flying high must be tiring, right? The wind was strong up high, and she didn't know why, but she felt that the spiritual energy was thicker up here than below. During the time spent together, he learned to express his inner thoughts. He knew he shouldn't keep everything silent inside, so his wife wouldn't find out. Like Shin Qian, who is very good at talking, Xiao Jihan is also a quiet person, but now, when facing his wife, he no longer remains silent. In fact, he has learned a lot from them. He is gradually getting used to the life of caring for his wife with everyone. Su Muyao couldn't help but smile softly. "I feel like you're also becoming more talkative." She still remembered when Xie Guishue first came to their home. At that time, he mostly stayed silent. Over the past month, he no longer remains as silent as before. If the wife doesn't like it, I will speak less, he said.
He just wants her to be happy.
Su Muyao's smile grew wider, and she said without hesitation, I like it. Guishue, don't be so cautious. Do whatever you want, say whatever you want. No matter what, I like you. She also hopes Guishue is happy. Guishue hopes his wife is happy with him. He carefully takes care of her and tries to understand her feelings and preferences. So he flew up high, but the wind at that height was quite cold. Quietly, he used his special powers to block some of the wind for Su Muyao, but not completely, so she could still feel the gentle breeze. Because he knew she liked this. A smile appeared on Su Muyao's face. Recently, she has been busy with the shop and hasn't rested much. Coming out with Guishue now, she feels like she's on a fun outing. At this moment, she feels very relaxed. Guishue moved his wings, and before she knew it, many birds and butterflies flew over and circled around Su Muyao. Wow, so beautiful. Many cute and pretty birds surrounded her, along with beautiful butterflies. She reached out her hand, and those butterflies landed on her fingers. Su Muyao couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her happy, Guishue's icy eyes radiated a gentle expression. During this busy time of running two shops, she was often busy and rarely took a break. When he wanted her to rest, she would agree at first, but then quickly get busy again. So, he could only find his own way to make her happy. By the time they arrived at the oasis courtyard, it was already late afternoon. Returning to this place, Su Muyao felt a bit emotional. More than a month ago, she and Guishue had spent a few days here, enjoying a very happy time. Look at that ginkgo tree, it's actually full of flowers and vines, with a wicker chair underneath. There was nothing before. Guishue said, you mentioned it once before, so I asked Xie and the others to arrange it. Su Muyao felt a bit emotional, thinking that he remembered everything, she said carefully. Actually, she had only mentioned it casually. This ginkgo tree means something different to us. It was under this tree that she and Guishue worshipped the heavenly way. He became her beast husband, and their ceremony was complete. Guishue looked at the ginkgo tree, feeling touched. He remembered all the moments they shared here and thought they were very beautiful. Su Muyao stepped forward and gently touched the names on the ginkgo tree. At that time, they knelt under the tree, worshipped the heavenly way, and after the ceremony, they carved their names on the tree. Seeing their names side by side on her return made her feel warm inside. While Su Muyao was touching the ginkgo tree and feeling emotional, Guishue had already woven a flower crown with fresh flowers. This flower crown is for you. I hope you like it. Guishue's voice was soft, like gentle spring rain in the south. Su Muyao turned her head and saw the beautiful flower crown in Guishue's hand. Beautiful. The different colored flowers matched well, and the crown was decorated with flowers of various sizes, looking bright and lively. I like it very much. Guishue's clear eyes also carried a smile, shining like polished jade, filled with her image. As long as you like it, I will put it on you.
Okay.
Guishue gently placed the flower crown on Su Muyao's head, and in the sunlight, she looked radiant and dazzling. Very beautiful. She was more stunning than blooming flowers. Are you seeing me as a beauty in the eyes of a lover? Guishue's delicate fingers gently brushed her hair, saying, no, it's because the wife is naturally very beautiful. The wife is also the best in my eyes. Seeing Guishue's serious gaze, Su Muyao smiled and teased him. What if I become ugly? Then you are still beautiful. The soul of the wife is very beautiful. Su Muyao smiled softly. Although I know you're praising me, I'm very happy. No, it's true. Recently, for some reason, he kept dreaming of blurry scenes, unable to see clearly, but he felt that the vague figure in his dreams was his wife. It was like the first time he saw her, he could feel a resonance of the soul, but back then, he didn't understand what was happening. Su Muyao looked at the distant scenery and said, it seems like this place is full of flowers now, prettier than when we came before. When I arrived more than a month ago, much of this land was empty. Now it is filled with flowers and plants, and the air is sweet with the scent of blossoms. Because I know my wife loves flowers. Planting flowers here was also to make her happy when she sees them. Over there is a field of lavender. Would my wife like to go see it? Su Muyao's expression changed slightly. She turned her head with a curious look and asked Xie, "How do you know I like lavender?" She liked lavender, especially large fields of it, which looked very beautiful. Xie calm eyes softened with a gentle, water-like glow. "I think my wife will like it." Su Muyao felt a strange sensation inside, as if some of her preferences, though not openly shown, were known by Xie. "I also brewed osmanthus wine. I buried it under a tree long ago, and at night I dug it out to give to my wife."
Osmanthus wine?
When she mentioned osmanthus wine, Su Muyao's expression became a bit distant. No one knew that in her previous life, she actually enjoyed drinking brewed osmanthus wine. In the harsh environment of the end times, she sometimes drank a little to relax. Back then, her constant companion was a pet cat. That cat was pure white and very beautiful, with lively eyes. She often felt that sometimes, when she whispered her thoughts to him, he understood. When she drank osmanthus wine, he would stretch out his paw to try some, but Su Muyao was afraid it might harm his health, so she never let him have a drop. So she drank, and he quietly kept her company. Thinking of her pet cat, Su Muyao felt a wave of nostalgia and emotion. All those moments, her pet cat was always there with her. During thunderstorms or rain, sometimes she would wake up and find him beside her, which made her feel safe. Even when she kicked off the blankets at night, he would help cover her by biting the blanket and pulling it over. After a busy day, when she returned home and opened the door, she would see him waiting at the door for her. While she ate, he would lie nearby. She usually fed him cat food, but sometimes he would meow at her food, and she would share some with him. They ate together. Thinking of those times, every little moment was warm and tender, making her face soften with gentle feelings. Sadly, he passed away later. Su Muyao's eyelashes fluttered softly, and she lowered her head slightly, hiding the sadness in her eyes. She didn't want Xie to notice anything, nor did she want to disturb the mood or affect his feelings at this moment. Xie softly said, "Yes, it's osmanthus wine. I don't know if you like it." Su Muyao smiled and replied, "I like it. I enjoy drinking osmanthus wine. So tonight, we'll have hot pot and drink osmanthus wine." Okay. It seemed that whatever she said, he would always agree, showing a very good temper. Su Muyao took Xie hand and said, "Let's go see the lavender fields." Okay. Su Muyao ran quickly. Seeing her happy and lively, a smile appeared on Xie face. The spring breeze seemed to warm everything, like a snow lotus blooming. When he looked at her, his eyes sparkled like thousands of stars, and his gentle expression made him look soft and kind. "Slow down, don't fall," Xie said nervously as she ran so fast. He held her hand tightly. As they ran together, Su Muyao's white clothes fluttered in the wind, looking like a fairy dancing through the air, beautiful as a painting. No. Su Muyao's voice was cheerful and lively. She felt like she had returned to her girlhood. Because of her past experiences, she wasn't usually very lively, but for some reason, her whole heart felt alive and joyful at this moment. It was him who brought her this feeling, fresh and wonderful. When they arrived at the lavender field, Su Muyao looked at the endless flowers and thought they were so beautiful. Seeing this sea of flowers, her mood became very relaxed and happy. She took a deep breath, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of flowers. Really nice. Xie reached out and gently plucked a fallen petal from her hair. During their run, she didn't know which petal had fallen onto her head. She liked it, so it was good. Wait. Planting lavender takes time. How could it grow so quickly? Xie chuckled softly and said, "We just found someone to transplant these flowers here." Actually, it wasn't that simple. He used a special ability to make this land grow lavender. He didn't mind using his powers, he only wanted her to be happy. Seeing her relaxed and smiling, he felt that was more important than anything else. Perhaps because he was happy, or maybe because the atmosphere was so good, Su Muyao turned around, hugged Xie Guishue's neck, and tiptoed to kiss his cheek. She blinked and looked at his face turning red and his ears flushing, and she couldn't help but smile. Guishue, thank you.
Don't say that.
I am willing to do anything for you. This is his heartfelt gesture. As he spoke, Xie Guishue also lowered his head and Dudong Wenshengta. At first, he kissed her on the forehead, filled with endless tenderness and affection. Seeing that she did not resist or feel uncomfortable, he gradually moved down, kissing her eyebrows and eyes, finally reaching her lips. He was holding back, just wanting to gently get closer to her, but when he sensed her sweet breath, it seemed to seep into his heart, making him crave more. He was reluctant to let go of her and afraid of making her uncomfortable, so he tried to be slow and gentle. When he kissed her lips, his breath carried the warmth and tenderness of spring rain in Jiangnan, like a gentle spring breeze brushing over flower petals, full of careful affection. There was a pure, sweet, and slightly shy feeling, giving Su Muyao a completely new experience that made her heart beat faster and her cheeks flush. It was as if she suddenly had a young girl's heart again. Su Muyao could feel how cautious he was, but she wanted to say she wasn't fragile like delicate porcelain. He was completely different from his dark side, one gentle, pure, and careful, the other dark, with a hint of obsession and dominance. But she liked both sides. His gentle and pure nature made Su Muyao want to take control herself. So she hugged Xie Guishue's neck and pulled him down a little. He was a bit tall after all. Then she 主动回应着他 with enthusiasm. Xie Guishue's clear eyes turned slightly red. When he held her, his fingertips trembled slightly and his breathing became uneven. A gentle breeze blew, scattering flower petals over them. Before they knew it, Su Muyao pulled Xie Guishue into a sea of flowers. After a while, Su Muyao's stomach grumbled, breaking the romantic atmosphere. She felt a bit embarrassed and wished she could find a hole to hide in. Xie Guishue gently sat up, reached out to tidy her messy hair, and said softly, "You're hungry. I'll prepare dinner." Su Muyao covered her face and said, "You don't even tease me?" Xie Guishue's eyes shimmered with a gentle glow, radiating warmth. When he held her, his fingertips trembled slightly, and his breathing was unsteady. A light breeze blew, and flower petals fell on them. Somehow, Su Muyao pulled Xie Guishue into the flower sea. After a while, her stomach suddenly growled, breaking the beautiful moment. Su Muyao felt a little awkward and wished she could hide somewhere. Xie Guishue slightly sat up and gently brushed her tangled hair, saying, "You're hungry. I'll go prepare dinner." Su Muyao looked at him and finally let go of her hands. At this moment, she saw how stunning Xie Guishue was, so beautiful that she couldn't look away. His usually cold eyebrows and eyes now carried a faint mist, and his icy face had a touch of light pink, making his calm, cool aura seem a little more lively and charming. His long white hair flowed over his shoulders, smooth and silky like satin. When the wind blew, it seemed as if it might drift away, creating a beautiful and romantic scene. When he looked down at her, his eyes held affection, as if something was stirring inside him, gentle and tender. He softly embraced her to comfort her. Su Muyao used his strength to stand up. Her clothes were now loose and messy. Xie Guishue glanced at her, her face more flushed. He gently tidied her up with his slender, delicate fingers. While doing so, he turned his head away on purpose, avoiding her gaze. Su Muyao intentionally leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "How can you leave me to go cook?" Xie Guishue's ears moved slightly, his face turning even redder. He softly replied in a husky voice, "No, I'll carry you with me. I want you to carry me on your back." For some reason, in front of Xie Guishue, who was so gentle and caring, she couldn't help but want to indulge herself a little. Xie Guishue replied tenderly, "All right, I'll carry you." He then turned around and squatted down, as if to carry her on his back. Previously, everyone felt there wasn't enough of Siegueshua's storyline, including the scenes at the other courtyard, which were not written in detail. Some parts will be added later. This scene is very important, and everyone will understand more later. Thank you all for your encouragement and support. Love you all. Seeing how Siegueshua didn't hesitate, Su Muyao was deeply touched.
She slowly leaned against his back.
Siegueshua carefully carried her up. At this moment, Su Muyao felt very safe leaning on his back, and just smelling his scent made her feel comfortable. Siegueshua steadily carried her toward the ice palace, still preparing dinner, so she wouldn't go hungry. Thinking about her being hungry made him feel distressed. When they entered the ice palace, Su Muyao was surprised. Why does it look different here? It used to be a palace made of ice crystals, cold and icy, which was good for Siegueshua's health. Now, it's been transformed into a wooden palace with rosewood furniture, no longer cold and icy, but warm and cozy, without any chill. Did you change the ice palace like this? Yes, I thought it would be better this way. Actually, Siegueshua was worried that the ice palace was too cold, and Su Muyao might not want to come here anymore. He built this place according to her preferences. Su Muyao didn't think much about it. After entering the hall, she came down from Siegueshua's back. Siegueshua still seemed a little reluctant to part. She leaned on his back, feeling needed, but when she got down, he felt a bit empty inside. I'll go prepare dinner, get the hot pot ingredients. She knew the kitchen here was well stocked, making it easy to cook anything. Over a month ago, when they were here, she often cooked delicious meals for him, and he would help her. At that time, his health was not good, so she didn't want him to help, but Siegueshua insisted. Looking back, it was a very warm memory. Just like now, when she opened her shop, everyone was around her. Even if it got busy sometimes, she felt very warm and meaningful. Even when Siegueshua was busy in the kitchen, he still looked calm and noble, every move pleasing to the eye. Siegueshua sensed Su Muyao's gaze and turned to look at her, asking softly, "What's wrong?" Su Muyao shook her head and said, "Nothing. I just think you're very handsome and want to look at you more." Being complimented like this, Siegueshua's face showed a gentle, tender smile. "I will always be by your side, wife. You can look at me whenever you want. This is what you said. You'll always stay with me." Su Muyao also felt it was strange, feeling an extremely familiar connection with Siegueshua. She liked having him nearby and felt an indescribable sense of peace. "Yes, I said that." Hearing this, Su Muyao's eyes curved into a bright, charming smile. The two of them worked together in the kitchen, chatting happily. Soon, they finished preparing the hot pot ingredients. The temperature here in the oasis was like spring, warm all year round, and the breeze was gentle. So, Siegueshua and Su Muyao built a small stove in the grass, with firewood underneath and a pot on top, making it easy to enjoy hot pot. Siegueshua even dug up some osmanthus-flavored rice wine he had buried earlier. He brought the jar over, opened it, and a fragrant aroma of osmanthus rice wine filled the air. Su Muyao's eyes lit up. "It's really osmanthus rice wine." Siegueshua looked at her with clear, gentle eyes and poured her a glass. He also poured himself a glass. Su Muyao looked at him and asked, "Can you drink alcohol?" "Don't get drunk after just one glass." Su Muyao wasn't sure if Siegueshua could drink alcohol, but from his appearance, he seemed like he might get drunk after one glass. Siegueshua softly said, "Don't worry, drinking alcohol is fine. And I want to drink with you." It seemed to be a deep desire in his heart. He felt he should accompany her to enjoy osmanthus wine, making her happy. Su Muyao listened to these words and felt very happy inside. She also hoped someone would be with her when she drank, making her feel warm and lively. In her heart, she secretly loved lively gatherings. "Okay, let's drink together." So, Siegueshua, while dipping meat for Su Muyao to eat, also kept company with her and drank wine. At this moment, Su Muyao felt as if her heart was wrapped in sweetness, like being in warm hot spring water, cozy and happy. Her lips unconsciously curved into a smile. Her tense nerves gradually relaxed. She smelled the floral scent, looked at the stars in the sky, and seemed to forget everything. Before she knew it, Su Muyao had drunk too much. Seeing her like this, Xie Guishua said, "My wife, you've had enough. Don't drink anymore." He was just worried she might get a headache or feel unwell from drinking too much. He subconsciously felt that a jar of osmanthus wine should be fine. Su Muyao shook her head hard, remembering she was very good at drinking and could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But she forgot that her current body was different from her previous one. Her constitution and alcohol tolerance were different. Still, Su Muyao stubbornly said, "No, I haven't drunk too much." She pouted while speaking, and her cheeks looked like they were blushed, softening her once sharp aura into a bright, charming beauty. Xie Guishua wanted to reach out and take her wine glass, but Su Muyao didn't let him. She suddenly leaned softly and bonelessly against him. Thinking of this, she felt a bit dizzy. Xie Guishua gently held her, not daring to move. His voice lowered involuntarily. "My wife?" Seeing her soft, stunningly beautiful appearance, his body stiffened even more, a warm feeling rising inside. This version of her was unlike any he had seen before, testing his self-control. "Yes, Guishua, I'll sing for you. Have you ever heard me sing?" "Okay, but singing might be tiring, right?" "No, not tiring." Since crossing into this world, she had restrained many of her traits. Many things she used to do were no longer shown. In her previous life, she loved listening to and singing songs. Soon, a gentle, moving melody flowed from Su Muyao's lips, beautiful and touching. Xie Guishua gently held her, looked down at her, and only wanted to hold this beautiful, lovely her close to his heart. Su Muyao was singing when she suddenly stood up, took off her shoes, and stepped barefoot onto the grass. She waved her sleeves and danced gracefully. At first, she moved her delicate step slowly, her dance gentle and smooth, with her skirt flowing like clouds and water. Then she spun faster and faster. Her figure and the shimmering light in her eyes were more beautiful than moonlight, as if she might fly away. Xie Guishua held his breath, feeling she looked like a fairy falling from the clouds, stunning and pure, refreshing and elegant. He was amazed by her beauty. This also made his restrained feelings suddenly burst out, like a sky full of stars pouring out all at once. Xie Guishua gently landed in front of her, reached out and caught her, saying, "My wife." Su Muyao's eyes sparkled with life, shining brightly and full of joy. She smiled and hugged him, then kissed him. Xie Guishua gasped softly. He was not drunk, but at this moment he felt as if he was. Xie Guishua leaned down and responded gently, making sure she didn't feel uncomfortable by standing on tiptoe. He treated her tenderly. His usually cold and calm face now showed warmth and deep affection. He gave her everything she wanted, just to make her happy in body and mind. He loved her so much, as if his soul was touched. He also wanted a real, meaningful relationship with her, an agreement. His movements were as gentle as a soft spring breeze, tender, without any aggression, like handling a precious treasure. It was as if he was savoring a long-awaited sweetness. He felt as if he had been waiting for a long time. But Su Muyao didn't just let him be so gentle. She held him tighter and responded with her own passion. Xie Guishua's heart suddenly lost its rhythm, and his breathing became chaotic. Their breaths intertwined, carrying the intoxicating scent of wine and flowers, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. "Guishua. My wife, I am here." Su Muyao danced once more, feeling a little clearer but still slightly tipsy. She looked at Xie Guishua's careful care for her and whispered in his ear, "What are you worried about?" Xie Guishua softly replied, "I'm afraid I won't control myself and hurt you." He was not the darkened version of himself now, so he was worried about leaving her a bad impression. He treated her very carefully. Su Muyao looked up at him, meeting his deep, loving eyes, and softly said, "I'm not that fragile." This sentence seemed to give Xie Guishua great encouragement. Xie Guishue no longer restrained himself. His breath grew heavier, starting gentle but soon like a fierce wind, gradually threatening to overwhelm Su Muyao. When she could breathe again, Su Muyao whispered, "Let's go to the flower sea." "Okay," Xie Guishue replied, holding her as they went to the flower sea. The two lay among the flowers. Su Muyao felt so soft, she almost melted. She looked at him with bright eyes, as if she was giving herself completely to him. Xie Guishue could feel the temperature in the air rising. He gently covered her eyes with his hand. Su Muyao's eyelashes fluttered softly, and Xie Guishue felt like butterflies were fluttering their wings, touching his heart. "Why are you covering my eyes?" she asked softly. Xie Guishue whispered, "Because I'm afraid I might lose control too." His feelings for her were not as cold as his outward appearance suggested. Maybe she wouldn't be used to it. The Shun family members quickly reacted. Shun Chuanshou, the village chief, was the fastest. Afraid that Gu Yuanyuan would change her mind after hearing Su Cunjing's words, he quickly said, "Since neither side has this intention, let's just forget about this marriage." People in Qingshan village would never agree to cancel the marriage. Su Cunjing wanted to oppose, but Shun Chuanshou didn't give him a chance. He smiled and said, "It's rare for all of you from Qingshan village to come to Linghu village. Let's have a simple meal here today. I have some wine I bought from the town. It's perfect for a few drinks with the older brothers." The lavender petals seemed to fall onto their clothes, filling the air with a sweet scent. The flowers wrapped them in a fragrant swirl. The wind gently moved, causing the entire lavender field to ripple like waves. She seemed to hear her heartbeat quicken as it swayed with the lavender. The wind grew stronger, and the whole field shook softly. Flowers drifted down, intertwining with each other. The sea of flowers danced for their union, waving in the wind, cheering for them. They didn't know how long it had been. After their union, Su Muyao leaned into Xie Guishue's arms and fell asleep. At first, Xie Guishue didn't want to sleep. He just wanted to watch her. But then he felt strange sensations in his body and drifted into a daze. While he was asleep, Su Muyao entered Xie Guishue's spiritual world again. This time, she entered involuntarily. To her surprise, she saw a white cat in his spiritual world. Seeing the white cat, Su Muyao's whole body trembled fiercely. She widened her eyes in disbelief. "Lon Lon?" Previously, Su Muyao named her pet cat Lon Lon because its eyes sometimes emitted a bright blue glow. But her cat is no longer alive. Why does it appear here? Especially in Xie Guishue's spiritual consciousness. Although she has many questions, Su Muyao still feels excited and happy. She fears it might be an illusion, so she walks carefully closer. "Lon Lon, is that you?"
Meow.
Suddenly, it meows and jumps into Su Muyao's arms with excitement. Then it gently rubs against her, just like it used to do many times before. It stays close to Su Muyao, looking very well behaved. Su Muyao's eyes turn red, and her nose feels sore. "Lon Lon, you're still alive, right? Are you still alive? Why are you here? Can I take you out?" Tears form in her eyes as she looks at it. It gently approaches her, using its tongue to wipe away her tears, meowing anxiously as if comforting her. Su Muyao, even able to hold its physical form, fears it might be just an illusion. "Lon Lon, as long as you're alive, that's enough." After a while, Lon Lon suddenly becomes weak and falls into a deep sleep, transforming into a pure white ice spirit beast. Su Muyao's eyes widen in shock. "Guishue,
You.
She can't believe it. Lon Lon has turned into an ice spirit beast. How could this happen? In the past, Su Muyao never dared to think about such things, let alone imagine this. But now, she realizes that her previous pet cat and the ice spirit beast do share some similarities. This realization makes her heart beat faster. Her eyes turn red. "Guishue, is that you? Is it really you?" At this moment, Su Muyao calls Xie Guishue, but he is still not awake. Suddenly, a force pulls Su Muyao out of her spiritual consciousness. She tries to wake up but finds herself in deep sleep, unable to wake. In her dream, she enters a fog. Following the fog, she slowly moves forward. Then she sees her past self. At that time, she was 18 and returning to her hometown for ancestral rites. That day, lightning and thunder raged in a heavy rain. She found a small, completely white cat in her old house. It was badly injured, bleeding, lying motionless on the ground, seemingly dead. But when a lightning bolt struck it, it suddenly woke up. The moment it woke, its pale white fur became even shinier. When it opened its eyes and saw her, it seemed very cautious at first. It moved its weak body backward, leaving bloodstains on the ground. At that time, Su Muyao looked at this cute little cat, especially since it appeared in the ancestral house. Her heart softened. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. You're injured. There's medicine in the room. I'll help treat your wounds." She smiled gently at it, and gradually, it relaxed and lowered its guard, allowing her to get closer. Su Muyao gently picked it up and took it inside to treat its wounds. It was just the beginning of the apocalypse. She had just awakened a weak wood-type ability and used it to heal the cat. Many parts of the story have been edited and are now more strict. It seemed very intelligent, staying still and obediently allowing Su Muyao to treat its injuries. Its fur was very clean and white, not at all like a wild cat, but more like a noble cat. Su Muyao couldn't resist such a cute, beautiful, fluffy little animal. Strangely, the old house was empty and the door was locked. No one knew how it ended up there. After healing its wounds, Su Muyao took care of it for several days, hoping maybe its owner would come looking for it. But after a few days, no one came to find the cat. Su Muyao asked it, "Do you have an owner?" It shook its head hard. Su Muyao thought it was very lively and seemed to understand her words, which made her feel very new and interesting. In the end, she took it to her home in the city. After the apocalypse began, things were chaotic at first, but once the major bases were established, life became more orderly. There was a certain order, and people could live their lives step by step. Outside the base, there were many zombies. Numerous ability users were responsible for killing zombies outside the base to ensure everyone's safety inside. Su Muyao had a wood-type ability. When she first awakened it, her power was not very strong and could only help treat the injured inside the base. As her ability improved, she could help more people. Having seen many ability users injured or sacrificing themselves to protect the base's civilians, Su Muyao deeply respected such heroes. When facing young Master Yun, she thought of her mother and the contributions of the Yun family, and she looked at him with great respect. Once, during a large zombie attack, many ability users were injured or killed. She used a lot of her wood-type power to treat them. When she returned home, she was very weak and seemed to faint in a daze. When she woke up again, she was lying in bed, covered with a blanket, with a damp cloth on her forehead. She looked at her pet cat by the bed, feeling a bit strange. At that time, she was still a little confused and thought she had a fever and was losing her mind, her memories all mixed up. She believed she had simply fallen onto the bed on her own when she entered the room. Now, looking back, she realized it was the cat taking care of her all along. Whenever she was unwell later, it would stay with her, even helping her get medicine and water. She felt as if it had become a spirit, like a cat demon. Sometimes she couldn't help but wonder if it would appear in human form, just like in the stories. Later, she thought that was a silly idea, that her mind was not quite right. As her wood element's supernatural power gradually grew stronger, she could do more things. Before awakening her powers or becoming strong, many other supernatural beings protected her and her family. When her wood power could heal and fight, she started going outside to fight zombies. She learned to fight through repeated battles. Later, during the zombie surge and the crisis at the base, she fought alongside many other supernatural beings to kill the high-level intelligent zombies. At that time, no one organized them. All the supernatural beings volunteered, ready to sacrifice themselves. Everyone shared the same goal, to prevent the zombies from invading the base and killing everyone inside. They were willing to give their lives to build the strongest fortress. The battle was extremely fierce, with many casualties. Her supernatural power was only at level 6 then, but she couldn't retreat. With so many zombies and countless high-level ones, she used a forbidden method to quickly boost her power for battle. Just as she was prepared to sacrifice herself completely, it was suddenly her pet that appeared and saved her, but it was pierced through the body by a zombie's claw. Blood splattered onto her face. That scene was so shocking that even now, after crossing over, she still carried a heavy burden in her heart. Seeing this memory, Su Muyao's eyes turned red again. But at this moment, she seemed to see a light shining from her pet, and she followed that light. She arrived at a decorated house with carved beams and painted walls. She saw someone lying on the bed. Su Muyao's eyes suddenly sharpened. Gui Shui, what's wrong with him? She looked at him lying unconscious on the bed, her heart tightening with worry. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful and noble woman stood anxiously by the bed, nervously asking Wu Yi, "What happened to my son?" The shaman sighed and shook his head, saying, "His soul is incomplete, and he remains unconscious." "How can his soul be incomplete? How did this happen?" The woman's voice was anxious. "Shaman, please find a way. No matter what, you must save my son. He is my life. I can kneel to you." The shaman was startled. No, Lord Xie, you're going to scare me to death. But if we want to find out why his soul is damaged, we need to find someone from the Moon Tribe. They communicate with spirits through sacrifices, and maybe they can help bring his incomplete soul back. The Moon Tribe lives in the southern border and is very mysterious. Most people cannot find where they are. They tend to live away from others and avoid the world. Finding them is not easy. The shaman spoke about the Moon Tribe. Lord Xie's expression was firm. "No matter what method we use, I will find someone from the Moon Tribe, even if it takes the whole family." Su Muyao looked at Lord Xie. She couldn't see his face clearly, but she could feel how much he loved his son. Later, fog filled the room, and she didn't know how much time passed. Several blurry figures appeared. The leader checked Xie Guishua's condition first, then prepared many items and began performing a ritual inside the room. They wore clothes different from ordinary beast men, resembling ceremonial robes. These robes were beautiful and ornate, embroidered with the symbols of the Moon Tribe. This reminded Su Muyao of the gorgeous outfit Han Linhua had made for her by hand, more beautiful and different in style. During the ritual, a floating light above them merged into Xie Guishua's body. When the ritual was finished, Lord Xie spoke with these people, and she realized they were from the Moon Tribe. Thinking of the Moon Tribe, Su Muyao remembered her former beast husband in Beast King City, Moon Wuhan, the young leader of the Moon Tribe. Her expression changed at the thought. She didn't want to think about the 5 people in Beast King City. But the person who could heal Xie Guishua was from the Moon Tribe. After a long time, the leader from the Moon Tribe spoke. "Lord Xie, there's no need to worry. Young Master Xie's soul has merged, and his body is fine. However, during the ritual, we saw part of his soul seem to be temporarily residing in a cat beast." Lord Xie couldn't believe it. "A cat? My son's true form isn't a cat. Even I am not a cat." The elder of the Moon Tribe spoke. "We are aware of this. It's just that his deep attachment has turned him into a white cat in his spiritual sea. He seems to be worried about someone. That's why the part of his soul previously gathered around Master Xie has been reluctant to merge, as if wanting to go elsewhere. However, it is bound by the main body, and can only stay here. Now, his soul has fully merged." The head of the Xie family doubted. "My son has been indifferent since childhood. He's not interested in anything, doesn't interact much, and has no strong feelings inside. How could he be attached to anyone?" The head of the Xie family didn't believe that someone like Xie Guishua could have any strong attachment or concern. She hoped he would find something he loved and be willing to cherish the world and live well, but she also worried that he might fall for someone or something, like his father's icy spiritual beast, passionate and emotional, prone to sacrificing everything for love. So, the head of the family was also afraid. "Let's wait until he wakes up, and I'll ask him then." The elder of the Moon Tribe shook his head. The part of his soul that just merged has been badly injured. We used the Moon Tribe's powers to repair it, but the memories of that part are probably gone. Still, some feelings from the soul might be imprinted in his body. The head of the Xia family asked, could it be related to the cat beast? No matter how she guessed, she didn't know the real reason. The elder of the Moon Tribe said, maybe his soul once resided inside a cat beast. Then, Xia Guishua's soul shouldn't have any major problems, right?
For now, no.
But there might be instability in his soul later, so he needs to rest and recover. His words faded into obscurity, the scene blurred, and Su Muyao could no longer see or hear anything. However, upon hearing these words and seeing this scene, it was as if a sudden thunderbolt split through her chaotic thoughts, overlapping her with the memory of her pet cat, Lon Lon. She immediately understood everything. Her mind trembled, and her fingertips quivered slightly. She softly whispered hoarsely, so the cat's soul is him. It really is him. At this moment, thinking about her past life, Su Muyao couldn't control her body from trembling lightly, and a suffocating pain surged in her chest. No wonder my first impression of him was so different. No wonder I felt a soul connection. His soul was residing in that cat, so he had already been with me for a very long time. No wonder I instinctively trusted him so much. No wonder he cared for me so deeply and had dark feelings. In her previous life, her pet was quite clingy, making her feel it needed her and cared about her a lot. Su Muyao softly muttered these words, her tone tinged with a faint choking sound. What she saw was like a fierce wind disturbing all her inner peace, causing waves to rise in her heart, growing higher and higher, as if they would drown her completely. That sour feeling twisted inside her, spreading from her chest to every part of her body. Her eyes shimmered with a thin layer of tears. Gradually, the scene before her blurred, shrouded in mist. When Su Muyao slowly woke up, she saw Xie Guishui sleeping beside her, her eyes slightly reddened. So it was you. I'm sorry, I didn't realize all along. Su Muyao whispered softly, her voice gentle, afraid to disturb or wake him. He was sleeping peacefully now, in a lavender field swayed by the breeze, like a beautiful ink painting. The breeze gently lifted his clothes, making him seem to blend with the flowers. He slept so peacefully, radiating a calm aura, as if the world's chaos had nothing to do with him. The moonlight fell on him, giving him a glow like moonlight, like a stunning celestial being. At this moment, Su Muyao sat beside him, feeling unreal and dazed, almost as if her recent bond with Xie Guishui was just a dream. She couldn't help but reach out and gently touch his face, feeling that only through touching him could she sense that this was real. She also gently hugged him. She leaned down and softly kissed his lips. Because they had just formed a bond, even a light touch made them very sensitive. But at this moment, Su Muyao realized something was wrong. She reached out to hold Xie Guishui, feeling that his body temperature was unusual. It was hot before, so why is it now cold and silent? When they first made their bond, his strength was so powerful and fiery that it burned her fiercely. How could his body suddenly turn cold, colder than when he was unwell before? This shouldn't be happening. Su Muyao's heart suddenly skipped a beat, feeling a moment of unease. Guishui, Guishui, wake up, wake up. Guishui, don't scare me. What's really going on? Su Muyao kept calling and calling for Xie Guishui, but he didn't respond at all. Thinking about how he died in her past life, her face lost all color and turned pale. She quickly checked his pulse, noticing his breath was a bit irregular, but there seemed to be no major problem. She continued to pour her wood element energy into his body. This time, his body wouldn't absorb her energy at all. System. Su Muyao kept calling for her space system. Probably because her space system knew she had made a bond with Xie Guishui, it automatically shielded everything, causing her to be unable to wake him no matter how she called. She could only quickly tidy up their clothes and coats, then carry him into the ice palace to find Xie Yi. When Xie Yi saw the prince's condition, he was so frightened he almost kneeled. Xie hurried to call the specialized doctor responsible for the prince's health. Su Muyao's face was pale as she stood quietly nearby, motionless. Only she knew how anxious she felt inside. She didn't want him to get hurt again because of her. In her past life, he died saving her. Even if it was just part of his soul, it was still saving her. Now that they had only formed a bond, how could something go wrong? And his body should have already recovered. It was because she knew his body was better that she dared to make the bond. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done it. She even chose this secluded estate, suitable for a snow spirit beast's body type, to form the bond. She considered all possibilities, but didn't expect a problem to occur. Dr. Liu, how is the prince's condition? Please, don't let anything happen to him. The prince's body was clearly fine, so why is this happening? When the prince returned, he looked healthy and spirited. The doctor also checked his pulse and said he was fine. Dr. Liu has been responsible for young Master Xie's health. Although his medical skills are not as advanced as Miss Sue's, he understands young Master Xie's condition quite well. Xie is nearby, getting anxious and almost losing his mind. If something happens to young Master Xie, many people will go crazy. Even he cannot stay calm. At first, Dr. Liu couldn't find anything wrong by taking his pulse, so he continued checking. This situation reminds me of something from many years ago. 6 years ago, young Master Xie suddenly fell into deep sleep, which was caused by a problem with his soul. It seemed part of his soul was residing in another spiritual beast, but he woke up soon after, and his body gradually recovered. Half a year ago, he fainted again, and that was also related to his soul. The head of the Moon clan invited elders to help merge young Master Xie's soul, which is why he's fine now. Now, his body is healthy, but the problem lies with his soul. The elders from the Moon clan mentioned that his soul might become unstable in the future. These issues are uncontrollable. Problems with the soul cannot be treated with our medical skills. It requires spiritual rituals and the power of spiritual communication. This kind of situation can only be treated by members of the Moon clan. Su Guishua's soul is only partially residing in that cat, not in the beast itself. When Su Muyao heard this, her face turned even paler. Her expression became a bit dazed, as if she remembered the scenes she saw in her dreams. It turns out the issue was related to her soul. Is it because of her? Is it because the soul he sent into the cat to save her was affected by her death? Thinking of this, Su Muyao felt a suffocating pain inside, filled with guilt and sadness. But her wood element powers had no way to fix this. At this moment, she felt a deep sense of helplessness. Just then, the space system spoke. "Host, what's wrong? I was just sleeping to avoid disturbing your contract with Xie Guishua. Is something wrong now?" The system was a bit worried about its host. It had blocked itself at that time to prevent awkwardness and to make the contract easier, but now it sensed that something was off with Su Muyao's aura, so it was very concerned. "Host, are you feeling unwell?" The system's attention was fully on Su Muyao and didn't notice anything else. At this moment, Su Muyao looked at Xie Guishua and listened to Dr. Liu's words. Because she felt uncomfortable inside, she was also feeling a bit dizzy and unwell. But she tightly clenched her fingers, her nails digging into her palm, causing pain and blood, though Su Muyao was unaware of it. She was just afraid she couldn't hold on and would faint, so she used the pain to stay awake. At this moment, hearing the space system's words, Su Muyao hoarsely said, "Gui Shue's body has a problem. He's unconscious now, cold to the touch." Dr. Liu said his body is fine, but his soul is troubled. "It's probably related to me," the system exclaimed. "How could there be a problem? His body was definitely healed by you, the host. There shouldn't be any issue with the contract. Even if his body has a problem now, it's not the host's fault. It's not because of the host, don't be sad. The ice snow spirit beast might be special from the start, and issues with the soul are not something humans can control. The way Xie Guishua looks, his body really does seem to have a problem. Sai, the ice snow spirit beast is very unique. Don't blame yourself, host. You're just too tired and need to be more careful. The system was upset because its host was sad and emotional, which was not normal. Also, it's strange that your supernatural power only increased by 1 level this time. Usually, it should have gone up by at least 2 levels. He's a powerful ice snow spirit beast. The system found it very odd and couldn't figure out what was wrong. Su Muyao looked serious and said, "It's related to my pet cat, Lon Lon, from my previous life. When I first met Lon Lon, it was supposed to be dead. Later, part of Xie Gui Shue's soul temporarily inhabited it, which is why when he was killed by zombies while saving me, his soul was badly injured. The soul has been unstable, so the contract caused his soul to have problems again." The system was surprised and said, "Lon Lon? If his soul is living inside a cat, it's like part of his soul traveled into your world. How is that possible?" The system found it hard to believe and was silent for a moment before sighing. No wonder that cat has such intelligence.
Ah.
The system sighed, not knowing what to say. In the previous life, it was indeed that cat that saved the host, so the cat was like a knot in her heart. When she saw the cat beast in danger in Yunshao City, she instinctively wanted to save it. This was her body's natural reaction. Her host was truly loyal and caring. Su Muyao looked at Xia Yi and Dr. Liu and said, "I will go find the Moon Tribe people." She was willing to ask Moon Wuhan, who had once broken off the engagement, because he was the young master of the Moon Tribe and surely had a way. "Thank you, Miss Su. The lady has been in contact with the elder of the Moon Clan. She will go find him more quickly and easily." Su Muyao replied, "You go find the lady. I will go look for the Moon Clan elder. This is double insurance." At that moment, the door outside the ice palace suddenly opened. The head of the Xie family entered and said, "There's no need to trouble Miss Su. I will take my son to find the Moon Clan elder myself." The head of the Xie family, along with many people, quickly came inside. He didn't even look at Su Muyao and went straight to the bed, gazing at Xie Gui Shui, who was unconscious. His eyes filled with tears. Gui Shui, wake up. Mother is here to see you. I shouldn't have left you alone here." Gui Shui. The Xie family had called a few times, but there was no response. She learned the details from Dr. Liu, and then picked up Xie Gui Shui, preparing to leave. As she was about to leave, she glanced at Su Muyao. Her first look was scrutinizing, then her gaze grew more complex. After hesitating, she eased her painful emotions and ordered someone to take Xie Gui Shui to the flying carriage. She then spoke to Su Muyao. "Are you Miss Su Muyao?" "Yes." Muyao greets the head of the Xie family.
Su Muyao bowed slightly.
This time, she clearly saw the head of the Xie family. He was slender and graceful, wearing a jade hairpin and a luxurious brocade robe with the Xie family emblem embroidered in dark thread. His skin was as white as snow, beautiful and dignified, with a calm but stern look in his eyes. He carried an invisible aura of authority. No wonder he managed the Xie family. The Xie family had looked complicated and said, "Call me uncle or aunt. When I see you, I think of myself when I was young. Aunt isn't unkind. Thank you for taking care of Gui Shui these days. His health has improved, and I acknowledge your kindness. But each thing has its own reason. Gui Shui's situation is complicated. He shouldn't have fallen in love, but I know this isn't entirely in his control. He hasn't seen much of the world, so it's understandable he has feelings for you. But now, as you can see, his health is a concern. So, if you had a choice, would you prefer him to stay by your side, risking danger at any moment, or leave here to recover his health?" Su Muyao wouldn't really call him aunt. The first words from the Xie family had already showed her stance. She spoke softly. "Head of the Xie family, I only want him to live well and happily. If there's anything I need to do, I will cooperate." Regardless of the attitude of Lord Xie, her feelings for Xie Gui Shui are genuine. She hopes he will be well, even if it costs her something. At this moment, Lord Xie's eyes are red with pain. After hearing these words, her stern and cold expression softens a little. She looks at Su Muyao and takes the bracelet from her wrist to put it on Su Muyao's hand. "This is given to you by Auntie. Lord Xie knows about your situation with Gui Shui. Auntie also accepts your relationship. I originally hoped he could be with you, but now he's in such a state, his life is at risk at any moment. To me, he is the most precious treasure his father left me, and he is my life. I only hope that before his body is fully stable and safe, you won't fall in love or get involved emotionally, and there won't be any more troubles. Do you understand what I mean? Although Lord Xie spoke these words gently, her tone was very firm. Admitting their relationship and supporting them to be together are two different things. Su Mu Yao could clearly hear that. She understood very well that in Lord Xie's eyes, her son's life is more important than anything else. And she, Su Mu Yao, is not enough to hold weight. Su Mu Yao chuckled to herself, feeling a bit self-deprecating. She was usually decisive, but when it came to making a choice, it was not as easy as she imagined. She cannot forget Xie Guishue's feelings for her and his kindness. Moreover, he has been living in a cat's body, accompanying her for so many years. But Lord Xie wants to cut off her relationship with Xie Guishue, which makes her heart ache. Indeed, having parental and family support makes a big difference in love. She looked at the bracelet on her wrist, feeling a bit self-deprecating. She thought it was very heavy, not what she wanted, and it pressed down on her chest like a heavy weight. Is this what Lord Xie used to dismiss her? At this moment, Lord Xie is anxious and worried, eager to take Xie Guishue back to find the elder of the Moon Clan. But she still must hold her temper and stand here. Su Mu Yao is the one Xie Guishue loves. She even voluntarily became his beast wife without telling her. But as a mother, she naturally understands her son's situation. If not for many years, she and her son depended on each other's lives. Now, her son is acting so recklessly for a female beast, disregarding her as his mother, making her feel as if someone is stealing her son away. It gives her an uncomfortable feeling. Thinking of how his father sacrificed himself without hesitation to save her, she feels a sharp pain in her chest, almost unable to straighten her back. So, Guishue must be safe, even if it means making herself the selfish villain. She frowns as she waits for Su Muyao's answer. Su Muyao's hand trembles slightly, causing her bracelet to move. She softly and hoarsely says, "Master Xie, this is too precious. I can't accept it, but I understand what you mean, Master Xie." Although Su Muyao feels uneasy, she keeps her composure. In times like this, she stays calm and clear-headed. Even if she loves someone, she doesn't want to compromise her principles. She believes she should never sacrifice herself for anyone, even if she loves this person. Master Xie says, "This is for you. It's not an ordinary bracelet. It was given to me by Guishue's father, and it's a gift from their family's pure-blooded ice and snow spirit beasts to the son and wife." Worried that Su Muyao might refuse, Master Xie adds more details. The ice and snow spirit beasts don't originally belong here. They come from a very mysterious place. They have special qualities like phoenixes. If they can't be reborn through fire, they will perish. So, they must be treated carefully until they fully recover. After rebirth through fire, their spirits will be stable, and there won't be any more problems. Hearing this, Su Muyao's expression changes. The mysterious place, rebirth through fire. Does that mean passing a tribulation? Master Xie pauses briefly and adds, "He is your beast husband. There is a natural connection between you two. If you are in danger, he will be too. I don't want anything to happen to him. Moreover, he currently has a spiritual problem. You can't save or help him right now." She admits that Su Muyao is her son's wife, but she doesn't agree with their relationship. Guishue's safety is more important. If certain powers find out, it could also put Su Muyao in danger, and even Guishue could be at risk. If Su Muyao were to die, Guishue's life is linked to hers. Even if they use secret methods to break the bond, Guishue would still be hurt. His body can't withstand any trauma. Since Master Xie has said all this, Su Muyao naturally can't argue further. She isn't the type to do so. Though she has many questions, she knows that, in Master Xie's eyes, she has no right to ask or to know more. So, she doesn't press further. But she still wants to insist, I understand that Master Xie wants to release the marriage. However, Master Xie, should we ask Gui Shui for his opinion on this matter? Initially, they both knelt together to worship heaven and complete the ceremony. Now, she alone has written this, which isn't fair to him. Their feelings are genuine. Master Xie smiled faintly, seeming to look down on the conversation. My son is very filial. He understands how much I've sacrificed for him. Whatever I do is for his good. He will understand. Or perhaps Miss Su has some conditions to propose. That's fine, go ahead.
Shumuel smiled.
Why should she humiliate herself? She tried her best, but things were beyond her control. Soon, she wrote a farewell letter to Master Xie according to his wishes. But the moment she handed the farewell letter to Master Xie, she felt an emptiness in her heart. Master Xie looked at the farewell letter and sighed in relief. Finally, he understood her. His tone softened. Good child, if fate allows, we will meet again. Then, Master Xie took the farewell letter and left directly. Su Muya ran out quickly, watching the flying beast carry the sedan chair into the sky. She watched until the sedan disappeared, then she withdrew her gaze. She knew her heart was full of many emotions, but she tried hard to hold back all of them, not letting herself show even a hint. At this moment, Xie stepped in front of Su Muyao and said, Miss Su, don't blame the master. He's had a hard time too. Years ago, our master was just a weak female beast. She was the third daughter of the family, with pure blood from the Xie clan, but she was not favored. Back then, the third daughter was very innocent. She never wanted to compete for the master position, but because she was a female beast, she was persecuted by her half-sisters. She was also poisoned. Later, when she was assassinated by someone in the clan, Prince Ling's father saved her, and they became close. Some unknown events happened in between. I only know that a mysterious person appeared in the Xie family and told some members about Prince Ling's true form. Some people in the Xie clan then sent many experts to hunt down Prince Ling and the third daughter, all for the ice snow spirit beast. At the last moment, the third daughter gave Prince Ling a farewell letter. If Prince Ling had escaped on his own, it wouldn't have been a problem. But with the third daughter, it was very difficult. Seeing they were all about to die in the chase, Prince Ling sacrificed himself with his full blood to turn into a pill and feed it to the third daughter.
Prince Ling died just like that.
Hearing this, Su Muyao's heart trembled fiercely, feeling it was cruel. Was it the ice snow spirit beast that was sacrificed? Xie nodded.
Yes.
Prince Ling used that method to save the third daughter. He died at the same time, turned to ashes. Actually, many of these stories she heard from her mother, who is now a trusted secret guard close to the family head. It is said that the third young lady was crying in despair and didn't want to take the medicine, but the pill automatically entered her mouth and dissolved instantly. At that moment, she became completely healthy, the poison was fully removed, and her special ability awakened to level 9. Then, the third young lady went on a killing spree, killing many members of the Xie family. She often said she felt she had caused young Master Ling suffering, believing that if she had let him leave earlier, he would have been fine and not suffered so much. She also said that young Master Ling did not belong to our mortal world. The third young lady killed many people. At that time, everyone involved from the Xie family was killed. After taking revenge, she wanted to die with young Master Ling, but when it was discovered she was pregnant, she survived for his sake. Throughout, there was only one beast husband for the family head, young Master Ling. There were no other male beasts around him. Perhaps the family head also feared that young Master Ling's life or death was linked to Miss Su. Losing both the beast husband and the wife was truly too cruel. At that moment, Su Muyao suddenly understood why the family head of the Xie family said those words. Logically, she knew that keeping Xie Guishua close, risking his safety, was less important than him staying alive. But being treated like that by the family head left her heart unsettled. Su Muyao took off the pendant around her neck and placed it on the table. You can give this to your young master later, but don't mention me. They no longer had any connection. Even if there was danger, she wouldn't use this item again, nor would she bring trouble to him. This magic artifact was probably connected to him. She sincerely hoped that Xie Guoxue would always be safe and well. Suddenly, Su Muyao realized something and asked, the mysterious person who appeared from the Xie family, what faction did they come from? Just now, the family had also mentioned that the ice snow spirit beast came from a mysterious place. What kind of place was it? Xie Yao shook his head and said, I don't know. As for the news about the young master, everything is sealed off. Only a few trusted people who care for him know. No one inside the Xie family knows.
Shumuya understood.
After talking with Xie Yao, she learned many things. She wanted to take off the bracelet, which she had been unable to remove since earlier. It looked like a magic artifact. Why can't I take it off? She wouldn't keep something that didn't belong to her. Xie Yao replied, only a level 7 ability can remove it. He only had level 6, so he couldn't do it either. Su Muyao's expression darkened. I understand. I should go back now. Xie Yao wanted to say something, but he wasn't the family head or the young master, so his words were useless. Let me send Miss Su back. Su Muyao did not stubbornly refuse. Her safety indeed concerned many people, so she could not be reckless. All right, then it's going to be troublesome. While Xie Yi was flying with Su Muyao over a forest, they were ambushed. Deep in the woods, the sound of bows and arrows trembling could be heard. A rain of arrows, cold and deadly, shot out rapidly, heading straight for Su Muyao. The sound of the arrows breaking through the air shattered the quiet forest. Many birds flew away in alarm, and some were struck down before they could escape. Miss Su, be careful, Xie Yi warned as he used his supernatural power to block the first wave of attacks. At this moment, Su Muyao activated her current level 5 supernatural ability. She leapt from Xie Yi's back, spinning as she moved. Her soft sword quickly struck out, forming a silver shield with her supernatural energy. The shield collided with the arrows, making a ringing sound like clang-clang, echoing continuously. Wave after wave of arrows seemed determined to kill Su Muyao. Xie Yi's face changed drastically as he desperately used his powers to block I don't know who or what force is lying in wait, he muttered. Su Muyao could feel the strong energy in the arrows. Many people were shooting, and their supernatural abilities were quite strong. She realized these hidden experts were serious, and her expression grew tense. Who exactly wanted to kill her? Or was it to kill her beastly husband? The ground beneath her quickly filled with arrows, like a thicket of thorns. This couldn't go on. It was no longer a solution. Xie Yi spoke urgently, Miss Su. I'll hold them off. You run now. His eyes were firm, ready to sacrifice himself. The family head had no choice but to do this, but he knew how much the young master loved Miss Su. The young master had liked her from the first time he saw her. He said it was a strange sense of familiarity, a feeling that made his heart race. At that time, Miss Su's appearance had not yet fully recovered. Xie Yi believed the young master would definitely come back for her. If anything happened to Miss Su, the young master wouldn't survive alone. He then released all his supernatural energy, shouting loudly. His wings spread wide, his eyes turned red, and countless stone pillars erupted from the ground, attacking the shooters. Xie Yi charged forward into the oncoming force. Su Muyao saw blood quickly staining his body. Her face changed. She couldn't let Xie Yi sacrifice himself. Today, even if it meant backlash, she and Xie Yi would fight to stay alive. At this moment, no one saw that a vortex of spiritual energy was forming in Su Muyao's palm. The surrounding plant's spiritual energy was rushing madly toward her. The grass on the ground instantly withered, and the green leaves of nearby trees faded in color. This natural aura of spiritual energy created a wind vortex that surged directly towards Su Muyao. Her spiritual energy was expanding, pushing her to level 6. She was still rapidly absorbing spiritual energy, and blue patterns seemed to appear on her neck. Her physical body was starting to struggle under the pressure. The space system exclaimed in alarm, "Host, stop! Stop!" Your body can't handle this. You're going to explode. You can't get hurt. Host, this is too painful. The backlash is too strong. You'll be weak for a long time, and your body might have problems. The space system remembered that in the previous life, the host had used this ability only when absolutely necessary. The aftereffects were severe and painful. His host was too proud. Wouldn't it be better to run away now? Host, Master CS sacrificed himself to hold them off. This is the perfect time for you to leave. After returning home, when Nanshi and the others are there, they will surely protect you. Host, can't you be a little more selfish? Master Xia's family has so many rules. No one is allowed to go to Master Xia's private oasis. It was for Master Xia's health that you entered the oasis, which suited his physique. Who knew it would still cause problems? The space system sounded like it was about to cry, not knowing who to blame. Su Muyao's expression was cold and firm. She continued to absorb power and said, their target is probably me. If Xia Yi can't hold them back, and if Xia Yi dies, they will come after us even more fiercely. Don't worry, I have a plan. Nothing will happen. For my beast husbands, I won't let myself get hurt. This situation can only be fought to have a slim chance of survival. Running away and letting others sacrifice themselves for her was not her style. Moreover, judging by the killer's tactics, they had set a trap to kill her. Running would be useless and just as deadly. She and Xia Yi fought with all their might, still holding onto a glimmer of hope. While Xia Yi used all his strength to block, he was covered in cuts, blood continuously flowing from his body. Su Muyao urged herself to move faster. This process took time. When the cracks on her neck and body turned red, her supernatural power instantly advanced from level 5 to level 7. Su Muyao, with her 7th level ability, stepped into the air directly. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, like a female warrior of chaos. With a flick of her finger, countless arrows on the ground were pulled up and reflected back toward the enemies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows, with powerful force, shot back into the shadows where the orcs were shooting from.
Ah!
Some of the archers, hit by the arrows, screamed and died instantly. Su Muyao moved like the wind, appearing at their hiding spots, shielding Xia Yi behind her. Leave them to me. At this moment, Su Muyao looked very cold and serious. Xia Yi was a bit confused. Was Miss Su really so powerful? Since they couldn't shoot arrows, everyone started firing wildly, surrounding Su Muyao. Kill her, the leader shouted, and the assassins rushed forward to attack. Su Muyao's eyes showed disdain. She moved her delicate hand, swinging her soft sword. Silver light flashed beautifully but deadly, striking each assassin down one by one. In an instant, a 6th-level expert fell dead. Some looked at Su Muyao with shock. Who said she's only a 4th level? Easy to kill? She's a female warrior god. Too terrifying. They had brought so many experts, but they had miscalculated. Meanwhile, in a residence somewhere in the Beiluo tribe, when Nanshi, because his wife was away, couldn't sleep at night. When he turned over, he suddenly felt anxious. The partner mark on his body seemed to burn intensely. Realizing something, when Nanshi's face changed drastically, he shot out of the room in a burst and headed in a certain direction. At the same time, a message fell from the sky above the residence. The wife is in danger. Shen Xian and others weren't sleeping either. They quickly leapt out. Shen Xian looked at Hua Linyue and Xiao Jihan, clenched his teeth, and transformed into his true form. Come up quickly, I'll fly you over. Now wasn't the time for petty disputes. The safety of the wife was the most important. Hua Linyue and Xiao Jihan couldn't fly, but Shen Xian could. He would fly and take them there. Hua Linyue and Xiao Jihan understood that this wasn't the time for hesitation. They transformed into their true forms, shrank, and jumped onto Shen Xian's body. Shen Xian sped through the air as fast as he could. Everyone's face turned pale and serious, hearts pounding with anxiety. A feeling of panic and unease surged in their chests. Their only thought was, they must ensure the wife's safety. Anyone who hurt her, even once, would face their relentless wrath. They would fight to the death to eliminate the threat. When Nenki and his companions rushed there as fast as they could. Before reaching the scene, just smelling the blood in the air and sensing the intense fighting made his face turn pale. When Nenki trembled, and his supernatural energy nearly spiraled out of control. Even though he is usually calm and steady, he was now panicked. He dared not think about what might have happened to his wife, whether she was hurt or being chased. The thought alone drained all color from his face, and a frost-like killing intent gathered in his eyes. His mind was extremely tense. He pushed his supernatural power to the limit, forcing himself to reach the scene as quickly as possible. Fortunately, they had a bond, and he had a partner's mark on him. If she was in danger, he could sense it. But her location was far away at home, and he was rushing as fast as he could, worried he might be too late. At this moment, when Nenki's mind was blank, all he knew was that his Ayao must not be hurt or in trouble. His heart was filled with a fierce, almost mad desire to protect her. When he arrived at the forest, the wind from the battle whipped his clothes, making them flutter loudly in the breeze. He saw Su Muyao fighting in the middle of the chaos. His pupils widened in shock, stirring a storm of emotion. Wife. Su Muyao was surrounded by many black-clad killers. She spun quickly, her soft sword striking down enemies. Her long hair, flowing like silk, fluttered in the wind, like a startled bird spreading its wings. In the blood-red scene, she stirred a wild surge of power, cold, beautiful, and fierce. Her sword moved swiftly, sharply, accurately, carving fierce arcs under the moonlight. Her attacks were relentless. One by one, the black-clad attackers fell. Blood beads clung to her soft sword, and her aura was even colder and more intimidating than icy spears. Her hair danced in the wind, each strand soaked with killing intent. Only her shadow remained in the air. She looked like a dark night's blossom, both elegant and deadly. The black-clad men hesitated, but their mission was to kill her.
Charge.
Kill her. If we can't, we all die, they ordered. They had received a death order. Absolutely no mercy for this beast. Many of their comrades had already fallen. They had never expected this beast to be so terrifying, making them tremble with fear. Su Muyao's eyes shone with a murderous red glow, and a disdainful smile curled her lips. If you want to die, I'll make it happen for you. At that moment, Su Muyao seemed to hear a sound. She slowly turned her head and saw Wen Nanshi rushing toward her from nearby, moving so quickly. Lady wife. Wen Nanshi was shocked but also nearly furious. His calm expression broke, and a fierce killing anger burst out, releasing all his level 5 abilities. He knew many of these killers were at peak level 6, and his abilities couldn't handle them, so when Nanshi activated the bloodline power of the ancient heavenly snake. An illusion of the ancient heavenly snake appeared in the sky and attacked the killers. In an instant, 2 peak level 6 experts were killed instantly. Ancient heavenly snake. Such a strong bloodline pressure. A nearby killer was shaken so badly by this pressure that he spat blood. At the same time, when Nanshi flicked his finger, and countless bamboo slips transformed into cold blades in the fierce wind of his wind ability, whistling like arrows and piercing through the enemy's throats with precision. Blood splattered everywhere. The killers were caught off guard and fell to the ground immediately. They let out shrill screams, but many managed to dodge quickly. Su Muyao's soft sword never stopped moving, continuing to cut down the killers. Their teamwork was seamless. Just then, Shun Xian and the others arrived and saw the scene. They went crazy. How dare you hurt my wife? You all deserve to die. Shun Xian's eyes instantly turned red, and he used his special eye ability. His normally charming eyes darkened with a fierce aura, and he transformed into a blood-colored shadow rushing forward. He activated his blood domain ability, trapping many enemies, and stabbed them with his sharp blade, blood spraying everywhere, making him look even more fierce and ruthless. Xiao Jihan and Hua Linyue had already jumped down from Shun Xian's body and fought directly.
They felt a sharp pain in their chests.
Even with level 3 strength, They burned their blood essence to fight. They fought recklessly, which made the killers fear them even more. But now, the killers couldn't retreat or escape. Soon, all of them were killed. When they looked back, they realized they forgot to spare anyone alive. They had been too angry to think. Ladywife, how are you? Ladywife, are you okay?
You scared us to death.
Ladywife. Ladywife, how did you suddenly become a level 7 ability user? They remembered she was only at level 4 before. At this moment, everyone was deeply shocked. Their wife was just so powerful and dazzling, yet they also felt many doubts and couldn't help but worry. They actually wanted to ask Xie Shui more, but seeing the wife's unhappy expression, they didn't dare to ask further. Everyone looked at her with worried and tense faces. Su Muliao shook her head and said, I'm fine. I used a special secret technique to boost my abilities, but it might have some aftereffects. I will be weak and sleep for a few days. It's not a problem. Also, Xie Shui, I let him leave with a letter. Maybe he will live his own life in the future, or maybe he won't come back. She knew Wen Nanshi and others' doubts, so she explained proactively. The head of the Xie family said he has a special body, and she wasn't sure if his soul would fully stabilize and whether he would be reborn anew. Inside, she hoped he would be okay. This sentence was like a thunderclap, shocking Wen Nanshi and the other three. They could see how deep Xie Shui's feelings for his wife were. How could the wife suddenly give him a parting letter? In just one night, what exactly had happened? After Su Muliao explained, she quickly went to the ground. At this moment, Xie Yi was lying on the ground, badly injured and unable to move, on the verge of death. Su Muliao used her wood element abilities to treat his wounds. At level 7, her healing power was very strong, and soon Xie Yi's body recovered.
Misu.
Xie Yi was also extremely shocked at this moment. Such a Miss Su was definitely worthy of any excellent beast. He didn't know if his family's head was right or wrong. Moreover, Miss Su was able to heal his serious injuries so quickly. Just now, he was even thinking, could it be that the family head was worried that the Beastman contract might endanger the young master's life? So he asked Miss Su to write a parting letter?
Xie Yi, go back.
Xie Yi knew he had no reason to stay. He wanted to say something but hesitated. At this moment, Prince Wen and others looked at him with rejection and indifference. And take this bracelet with you, Su Muliao said, handing the bracelet to Xie Yi. Now that she was level 7, she could take the bracelet. Xie Yi's face turned pale. Miss Su, this is the bracelet given to you by the family head. I can't take it. At this moment, Su Muliao's gaze was very firm. She forcefully pressed the bracelet into Xie Yi's hand. Xie Yi understood her meaning and could only bow and say, Miss Su, take care. If you need anything in the future, you can come to B village to find my subordinates. Su Muliao shook her head and said no need. At this moment, no one knew what Su Muliao was thinking. All they could see was that her expression and eyes seemed to have changed a lot. However, shortly after Xie Yifei left, Su Muliao suddenly experienced a backlash from her supernatural power. Her vision went dark, and she fainted uncontrollably. Madam. This scared Wen Nanshi and the others. Later, there were many fights involving the female lead, with many shining moments. As she grows, she will become stronger and stronger. In a house somewhere in the Bei Luo tribe, the atmosphere had become tense and heavy since Wen Nanshi and the others brought Su Muliao back. The pressure in the air was very low. The tribe shaman was quickly brought in to check on Su Muliao, who was unconscious. Wen Nanshi and the others stood by the bed, waiting for the shaman's assessment. Shin Xian and the others held their breath, knowing how scared they were inside. Their hearts were pounding with worry. After the check, the shaman sighed. His sigh made Wen Nanshi and the others' faces turn even paler. Old shaman, how is my wife? The shaman sighed and said, it's not serious. She will recover after a few days of rest. Shin Xian asked, then why are you sighing? Don't you know my heart can't take it? The shaman explained, I'm just feeling emotional. Miss Su is very strong-willed, able to endure what most people cannot. She will become great in the future. Hua Linya only felt a sharp pain in his chest when he saw his wife like this, as if a layer of mist covered his eyes. Old shaman, please think of a way to stop my wife from hurting. Would it help if I infused her with my supernatural power? He truly meant every word. He was willing to give everything for his wife, even all his powers, as long as his wife wouldn't be in pain. The shaman shook his head and said it's no use. She has a wood-type power, which is different from yours. She will need to recover naturally over time. Miss Su is strong and resilient. She can handle these challenges, maybe. Shin Qian grabbed the old shaman's clothes. Old shaman, please finish your words all at once. Don't keep pausing, or you'll cause trouble. His heart couldn't bear the repeated shocks. The old shaman looked at Shin Qian and the others, nodded. You all are good people and sincere to Miss Su. Your eyes are sharp. Miss Su is truly capable of creating miracles. Perhaps this forced way to improve her strength will help her, even if there are side effects. It can widen her meridians, speed up her training, and help her hold more spiritual energy. But it also depends on luck. Right now, she's just sleeping deeply. Let her rest well, so she can recover fully. The old shaman prescribed medicine and gave some instructions before leaving. When Nanshi and the others finally relaxed when they learned their wife was safe. They had felt suffocated just moments ago. When Nanshi sat by her bed, gently holding her hand, with a look of deep concern in his gentle eyes, he softly said, "Don't be afraid. I won't let those who hurt you go." Hua Linya gritted his teeth and said seriously, "We don't know which force they come from. Just leave a witness alive." Shin Qian's face showed a fierce, bloodthirsty look. They are death warriors. They're different from the killers before. Leaving a witness won't help. Soul-searching magic won't work on them either. Xiao Jihan focused and asked, "Do you know who they are?" When Nanshi and Hua Linya looked at Shin Qian took out an arrow and said coldly, "This is what I found on the ground. It's the arrow they used to try to kill the wife. If I'm right, this arrow comes from the Juesha sect. The Juesha sect is the most mysterious assassin organization in the martial world. They train their abilities in a special way, quickly gaining strength. They can send out many level 6 killers. Using so many arrows means they received a mission, a level 1 mission called the Juesha Order. Once a Juesha Order is issued, the sect will keep hunting the target, sending wave after wave of killers. They never stop until the target is dead. It's said that anyone they kill with the Juesha Order never escapes alive. Shin Qian has been in the martial world, and naturally knows these things. His father also comes from the martial world. He said lazily and fiercely, "Since they dared to attack my wife, I will destroy them all. No matter what it takes, I will wipe out the Juesha sect." When Nanshi said, "Together," Hua Linya and Xiao Jihan naturally wanted to avenge their wife. They looked at Shin Xian with firm eyes. Shin Xian shook his head and said, "You can't leave. You need to stay here and protect our wife. But I have a plan. Tonight I will act. We can't delay, or the longer it takes, the more trouble there will be." He was worried that if he was a step too late, the Absolute Kill sect would realize their first mission failed and would send more and stronger killers for the second attack. The Absolute Kill sect had many members, and he couldn't let his wife fall into danger again. He even suspected that the founders of the Absolute Kill sect might not be from their area, possibly from a mysterious and unknown region. No one knew what was hidden in that unknown region. Just now, he was very worried about his wife. Otherwise, he would have gone to seek revenge already. Now that he knew his wife was safe, he could relax. Hua Linya and Xiao Jihan also wanted to avenge their wife, but before they could speak, Shen Xian said, "It's not that I don't want to take you with me. It's just that you are only level 3 with special abilities. Going now would only be dangerous. It's better to stay and protect our wife." Shen Xian looked at Wen Nanshi, and at this moment, Wen Nanshi seemed to understand. "Don't worry. Even if I have to walk over my own body, I won't let anyone hurt our wife, even a little." Shen Xian knew the power of the ancient heavenly snake.
But you.
When Nanshi, for some reason, looked at Shen Xian with a hint of sadness. He wanted to say something to comfort him, but he knew it wouldn't help. If he were in Shen Xian's place, he would make the same choice. Shen Xian forced a lazy smile and said, "You know I am a Blood Clan beast man. The Blood Clan has many secret techniques and ways to save lives.
Don't worry about me.
And don't tell our wife where I went." As he said this, Shen Xian felt there was something else he needed to say. He was worried about another matter. He turned around, looking at Su Muyao with reluctance. His eyes flickered with emotion, as if trying to hide something. Suddenly, he smiled again and said, "But I must tell our wife. I was born for her, and if I die, I will be her ghost. I can't let her write a letter of divorce to end our marriage. As long as I have a breath left, I will come back alive." Actually, Shen Xian wasn't sure if he would survive, but he knew the enemies had to be killed. Otherwise, his wife would always be in danger. This was something he absolutely couldn't allow. And he believed there was a complex reason behind all this, and he needed to find out what it was. When Nanshi looked at Shen Xian with a serious expression and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely pass on your words," Shen Xian still felt a strong sense of reluctance inside. He reached out to gently touch Su Muyao, but then carefully withdrew his hand. She was unconscious now, and he couldn't help feeling heartache. He knew he should respect her and not touch her face while she was asleep, in case his wife was unhappy. He understood she didn't like others to approach her without respect. His earlier actions of forcibly pulling her back when he returned were all wrong. If he was lucky enough to come back alive, he would pursue his wife properly, in a way she liked and with respect. No one knew how deeply he was shaken when he saw his wife's condition the moment he arrived in the forest at midnight. At that moment, his heart was flooded with deep waves of emotion. He also realized how it feels to care deeply and worry about someone. He was truly scared at that moment, afraid that something might happen to her. It wasn't because of the Beastman contract, but because of her. Shen Xian looked at her deeply, as if he wanted to carve Su Muyao into his mind. He knew time was precious, and soon he had to leave. When Nanshi, Xiao Jihan, and Hua Linyue watched his figure disappear into the night sky, feeling very heavy-hearted. At this moment, they all sincerely hoped Shen Xian would come back alive. Hua Linyue and Xiao Jihan both hated their current strength, feeling weak. Their level 3 strength seemed so powerless against level 6 experts. Now they understood. There are always stronger people outside, and higher skies beyond. They desperately wanted to become stronger. While Linyue looked at her palm, forming a flame. Is this the true fire of the sun? Does it have a special origin? Could she awaken a powerful bloodline ability? Xiao Jihan also fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, in a room at the Xie family main residence, the head of the Xie family had someone summon the elders of the Moon Clan. She and her trusted subordinates were all watching by the bed. Suddenly, someone noticed blood at the corner of Xie Guishue's mouth. Family head, the young master, he's bleeding from his mouth.
We don't know why.
The Xie family had hurried forward to check. She saw the blood at the corner of Xie Guishue's mouth too. He was clearly asleep, yet he looked very distressed, as if enduring some great pain. The blood at his mouth was still flowing even after wiping it away. The family head felt panic rising in her heart. What is going on? Didn't Dr. Liu say there was nothing wrong with her body, only with her soul? How could a soul problem cause coughing up blood? Coughing up blood indicates a physical issue. Quick, haven't the elders of the Moon Clan arrived yet? Over the years, Lord Xie has kept in contact with the Moon Clan elders, also worried about Gui Shue's condition. They had already been notified. They should be here soon. At this moment, someone outside reports, "Master, Xie Yi has sent the bracelet to you." When Lord Xie saw the bracelet, he was stunned and his expression changed. Even when removed, it was not accepted. After a moment, she handed the bracelet to her subordinate and said, "Forget it, Dong Chao. Carefully store the bracelet for now. Maybe it will be useful later." At this time, Lord Xie was busy with Gui Shue's health and didn't ask about Xie Yi. So, Xie Yi didn't see Lord Xie and returned to his private courtyard. He originally wanted to tell the master about tonight's events. But the master didn't summon him, and he didn't know if the master would regret it later. He knew that young master's love for Miss Su would cause him pain if he found out about these things. But he didn't know what else he could do. When Nanshi and the others had been staying by Su Muyao's bedside without rest. After 3 days, Su Muyao slowly woke up. "Madam, you're awake." When Nanshi's voice was hoarse and choked with emotion. Her gentle eyes were reddening, like a mist of red water. They had not slept or rested these 3 days, truly afraid. Afraid she wouldn't wake up, afraid something would happen to her. Not only when Nanshi, but also Hualinia and Xiao Jihan looked pale and exhausted. "Madam, madam." At this moment, besides calling her madam, they seemed unable to speak. Perhaps they had many words to say, but didn't know what to say. All they wanted was for her to be well. Seeing her wake up, their hearts seemed to finally relax. Su Muyao looked at Wen Nanshi and the others and was surprised. She reached out her hand to touch Wen Nanshi. Wen Nanshi hurriedly bent down and held her hand, helping it rest on her face. Su Muyao had never seen Wen Nanshi and the others like this before. "Why do you all look like this?" Her tired eyes were full of bloodshot and dark circles. Although still stunning, they looked worrying. When Nanshi softly said, "Madam has been sleeping for 3 days." Hearing this, Su Muyao was suddenly brought back to her senses. She remembered what had happened before she fainted. She momentarily froze, but quickly hid all her emotions.
Sorry for making you worry, she said.
"Have you all been resting?"
Must be exhausting, right?
Su Muyao gently touched Wen Nanki's face and said softly before standing up. She also checked Hua Linyue and Xiao Jihan quietly to assess their health. She saw everything they did to protect her that day. It would be false to say she wasn't moved. They protected her again and again without holding back. Now, seeing them tired and sad, she felt heartache. She couldn't bear to see them like this. She really wanted to hold them tightly. When Nanki shook her head, "It's not hard, as long as the wife is well. We don't mind what we do." Hua Linyue carefully held Su Muyao's hand and asked softly, "Wife, does it hurt?" Xiao Jihan's clear eyes showed guilt and self-blame. "Wife, we're sorry we came late." Su Muyao smiled at them. "I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. There are people in this world who love her, standing by her side without reservation. She should cherish those who love her. This is the Beast World continent, and she needs to change her thinking a bit. If forming a bond can make them stronger, she will speed up the process. She doesn't want them to face any danger." She sat up and looked at them seriously. "I used to have some thoughts and behaviors that might not have been right. Did I make things difficult for you?" They expressed their feelings in various ways, showing her their struggles. "From now on, let's live well together." Although Su Muyao was smiling now, Wen Nanki felt heartache. She shouldn't have gone through all this. Wen Nanki gently stroked her hair, feeling tender. "It's not hard. The wife is very good." "Yes, the wife is the best in the world." Wife, please don't say those things. We're very happy to be with you." This time, their feelings for each other became even stronger. When Nanki took care of Su Muyao, helping her get up and wash, Su Muyao noticed Shin Xiao was not there and asked, "By the way, where is Shin Xiao?" She saw what Shin Xiao did to protect her and couldn't remain indifferent. Now that she didn't see him, she couldn't help but worry about him. Su Muyao remembered the ability Shin Xiao used that night and worried he might have used a secret technique to forcibly increase his strength by several levels, just like her. She hoped nothing was wrong with his body. When Nanki spoke, "Shin Qian has gone to handle something. If someone is alive, they are your person. If they are dead, they are your ghost. Don't write a farewell letter for him anymore. He said he will come back." When he said this, Wen Nanki looked a bit strained. Hua Linyue and Xiao Jihan also looked unhappy. Although Shin Qian was their competitor, they didn't want him to get into trouble. They admired such a rival. They also wanted to do something to protect their wife, but they felt too weak now. Su Muyao noticed their worried expressions and looked serious. Did something happen to Shin Qian? Her heart tightened and she asked the space system directly, "Space system, has something happened?"
Tell me.
I don't want to be kept in the dark about everything. The space system sighed and replied, You fainted at that time. They brought you back and asked an ancient shaman doctor to check your pulse. After confirming you weren't in life danger, Shin Qian went to seek revenge. Revenge? Yes, the group that ambushed and tried to kill you in the forest. Shin Qian guessed they came from the Juesha sect. That sect seems very powerful. They might have issued a death order for you, killing you without mercy. Since this mission failed, they will send more killers next time. To prevent you from facing danger again, he wants to eliminate the threat at its source. Hearing this, Su Muyao was moved and touched, but her heart also clenched tightly. The Juesha sect? The first wave of killers they sent had many 6th-level peak fighters, even some 7th-level killers. They sent so many experts, which shows their strength. Shin Qian should be an 8th-level fighter. How can he handle the entire Juesha sect? Su Muyao's hand trembled as she spoke. She was extremely worried about Shin Qian. The space system said, I don't know either. Shin Qian looks like he's prepared to sacrifice himself. But he said as long as he's alive, he will come back.
He truly cares about you.
This Shin Qian may seem careless at first, but when he's serious, he's quite admirable. So, you can't judge a person just by how they appear at the start. You shouldn't judge someone based on your own prejudice. The system also sighed, I hope Shin Qian can come back alive. Host, there's nothing you can do now. Using that secret technique has side effects. Your supernatural powers are temporarily sealed and cannot be used. Once your body rests and recovers fully, you'll be able to use your powers again. Su Mo Yao's eyes reddened slightly. She really wanted to rush forward and attack, but her body was still reacting badly, and she couldn't use her special powers. She could only hold back her emotions and say, I understand. I will stay calm and not act impulsively. If she were to kill someone now, it would only cause trouble for everyone. Her safety was linked to everyone else's, so she had to be very careful. She wondered why the Juesha Gate had issued a death order against her. She didn't know who was behind it or what power was involved. Juesha Gate sounded like a group of killers. Someone must have bribed them to issue the order, or perhaps Juesha Gate was controlled by a powerful figure behind the scenes. At this moment, Su Mo Yao tried hard to recall her past memories. She felt that many people probably wanted her dead. The system said, Host, I think this death order from Juesha Gate isn't simple. If the people or forces from Beast King City could use Juesha Gate, they would have already done so when you were exiled. Remember, level 5 is considered top tier on the Beast World continent, but Juesha Gate has many level 6 experts. This killer organization is not easy to deal with. Maybe they aren't targeting you specifically, but are after Master Xia. Su Mo Yao's expression grew serious. Are you saying they want to kill me to also kill Xia Guishui? The space system replied, That's my guess. From what the head of the Xia family said, the ice snow spirit beast doesn't originally belong here. They come from a very mysterious place. Xia Guishui is only young but already has level 9 strength. That's not just talent and cultivation. It must be a bloodline gift. So, the head of the Xia family probably knows this. Forcing you to write a separation letter and cut ties with Xia Guishui is probably because he's worried about her safety being linked to yours. However, in theory, a powerful bloodline like the Ice Snow Spirit Beast should be able to resist the influence of such a contract. Su Mo Yao remained silent, not speaking. The space system was a bit annoyed. The Xia family head's words about acknowledging your relationship are just lies. They don't really acknowledge it. They're just tricking you into writing the separation letter. Su Mo Yao understood this. I know, but I also don't want anything to happen to Xia Guishui. The space system felt distressed for its host. Host, I feel upset. Why is the Xia family head treating you like this? Even after you healed his body, his mother didn't say a single word of thanks. The moment she appeared, her first words to you were cold and dismissive. She looked down on you in her tone and words. Master Xia is the same. How could he have such a mother? Didn't he prepare her mentally beforehand? The system said, I understand. If it weren't for Xia Guishui, you wouldn't be so polite to the head of the Xia family.
Sumuyao frowned, looking unhappy.
The space system couldn't help but continue. Host, don't blame me for saying this. At first, Siegueshua's soul was in the cat's body because he was badly injured. It was you who used your healing abilities to save him. Later, he saved you in return, so neither of you owes the other. Now, in this life, he appeared to save you, and you healed his body. There's no debt between you. You don't need to feel guilty. Su Muyao's expression was complicated. System, he's not at fault. If he had been awake at the time, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Also, his family background isn't something he could choose. The head of the Xie family is his mother. He mentioned her before, and he must love her. When he was in urgent need of treatment, I couldn't argue with her mother and delay his care. So this isn't something I could control. Some matters can't be solved just by begging humbly. The system said, I know you've never experienced such unfairness. You once said that even if you love someone, you shouldn't become humble just to please them. Because begging humbly only makes others look down on you. Only by becoming strong can you gain respect.
Su Muyao shook her head.
System, there's no need to talk about this anymore. From now on, the head of the Xie family won't let me have any contact with him. People should look forward, not dwell on the past. What's important now is to cherish the people around me. She knew the head of the Xie family didn't really like her. Returning the bracelet also showed her attitude. The system sighed, I understand. I won't mention them anymore. When you insisted on relying on yourself, I kept advising you to do other things. Now I realize that relying on external help isn't reliable. Becoming stronger on your own is the best way to stay safe. If the Su family still held the same status now, and your father were still alive, the head of the Xie family definitely wouldn't treat you like this. But, as they say, wildflowers on the roadside are pretty, but they can't compare to the fragrance of a home garden. Family flowers know their roots, so there are no such obstacles. I'm really angry. When you become strong enough, make them regret it. Make them unable to reach you. While talking to the system, Su Muyao was also washing up. After this incident, she understood many truths about feelings. Some things can't be achieved just with love. Right now, her biggest worry was Shin Xian. She hoped he was safe. Otherwise, she wouldn't let anyone who hurt him go. The most important thing now is to become stronger quickly and improve our abilities. Su Muyao turns to look at Wen Nanshi and responds to their previous words. Got it. Let's tidy up and get ready to eat. Su Muyao plans to cook herself, but Wen Nanshi can't bear to let her do it. Hua Linyue and Xiao Jihan even rush to cook. This time, the three of them sit beside her during the meal. Su Muyao serves each of them food and gently says, eat more. Eating well helps them rest properly. The three of them are surprised and touched when they see Su Muyao serving them. They've never experienced this before. Madam? All three look at Su Muyao nervously, their eyes full of worry and tenderness. They wonder if something has upset her, making her act this way. Or is she feeling sad inside? Su Muyao's expression is calm, and her eyes shine with gentle warmth as she says, I'm fine. Just eat quickly. Seeing their worried expressions, she feels warm inside and says, I just suddenly understood many things. Don't worry. Hua Linyue's hand trembles as he holds his chopsticks, feeling that his wife is now very gentle with them. It's not that she was bad before, but she used to focus more on herself and her own affairs. She was kind to them, but the feeling was different now. Now, it seems like she sees them and responds with love and tenderness. At this moment, Hua Linyue feels that he is in her heart, cared for by her. Feeling this way, he feels a sense of safety inside. Xiao Jihan feels the same. When Nanshi can clearly notice that their wife has changed in some way. This is naturally a good change. She is willing to fully accept them from her heart, no longer just calm and rational. It seems something has happened over at Siegueshua's side. When Nanshi's gentle eyes turn cold, but he quickly hides this expression so as not to worry his wife. He doesn't ask or mention anything. Everyone tacitly agrees not to bring it up. The meal is warm and peaceful. After eating, Su Muyao looks at them as they clean up the table and says, Go to bed quickly. She has been in a coma for 3 days. They haven't slept for 3 days and look a bit thinner and tired. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yes, madam, I'm not tired. I'll tidy up these things and help you with more chores. Yes, madam, if there's anything else you need, just tell us. We'll do it. Su Muyao insisted. Listen, you all go rest. If you don't, I will feel very guilty and worried. Only when you rest, well, can I feel at ease. Have you all stopped listening to me, your wife? This was the first time Su Muyao spoke like this in her wife role. Everyone paused for a moment but felt cared for, which made them feel warm inside. They all thought, my wife is so good.
Okay.
They nodded and went to their rooms to sleep. Su Muyao took out the herbs rewarded from the space this time. After forming a contract with Xieguishue, she leveled up and the space rewarded her with many items. The farmland expanded naturally, but most importantly, she received many rare medicinal herbs. Some of these are precious spiritual herbs, which she planned to use to make pills to help when Nanshi and the others recover. The effects would be very good. There's also 1,000-year-old mysterious frost flower. Wow, 1,000-year-old mysterious frost flower. The space system said, yes, this is a reward from the space. The space rewards are quite considerate, giving 1,000-year-old mysterious frost flower. This flower is key to healing Madame Mei. With it, Madame Mei's body will fully recover and become healthy again. Initially, Mei Qingchun came to the northern border to find this flower. But it's very hard to find. Yes, the space is here to serve the host. It upgrades and evolves based on the host's needs and gives rewards. Su Muyao said, I was thinking of finding a reason to contact the Mei family and ask how to lift the life and death restrictions tied to the wife's death and the beast husband's death. Now, with 1,000-year-old mysterious frost flower as an excuse, I should be able to ask. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to start talking to the Mei family. Since the Mei family can communicate with spirits, they should have a way. She didn't want her safety to affect when Nanshi and the others. They are so good, and she just hopes they stay safe. Of course, she also wanted to protect herself, but it's better to lift the restrictions just in case. She took out the mechanical bird given to her earlier by Mei Qingchun from the space. Mei Qingchun had told her how to use it before. She first wrote a letter, then packed the 1,000-year-old mysterious frost flower into a box, and placed both the flower and the letter inside a small space inside the mechanical bird. She activated the mechanical bird, and it flew away. Su Muyao continued to prepare medicine with spiritual herbs. As for the shop in Yunshao City, she decided to delay opening it for now because when Nanshi and the others' health was more important. Although they seemed fine, she saw them forcibly burn their spiritual blood to increase their strength that day. She knew their injuries needed to be repaired. The medicinal herbs will work very well. She also plans to prepare some poisons. Ordinary medicines won't work on experts, so she needs to mix family-friendly poisons with spiritual herbs for self-defense. Su Muyao carefully works on these tasks, her expression focused and serious. In the next few days, she also plans to cook more good food to help when Nanshi and others strengthen their bodies. As for Shin Qianan, once he returns, she will definitely make up for him. She is willing to give double in return for those who truly treat her well. Northern Lion Tribe Wu's head of the family asked the tribe leader to help find his second daughter, Wu Tsuexiang, but there was no news at all. Her beast husbands also disappeared. Wu's head of the family felt uneasy. She went to Wu Tsuefei and said, Tsuefei, it's been over a month. Your sister has no news. Could something have happened? Wu's head of the family had to think this way. Wu Tsuefei didn't care about Wu Tsuexiang's life or death at all. If she's gone, she's gone. No one will compete with her anymore. Wu Tsuefei knew what her mother wanted her to do. Her mother had asked several times, but she was too busy to care about Wu Tsuefei's matters. Mother, as you can see, I'm very busy now. The weather is getting cold. We need to store enough food before the snow season comes, or we all won't survive. This isn't Beast King City, and we don't have our previous background. Food is the most important. Last hunting trip, my 2 beast husbands were injured. Hunting is dangerous now, and there's no one to do other work. I've looked everywhere but couldn't find any news about Suixiang. The environment in the north made Wu Suifei accept reality. She had to focus on survival first before anything else. She heard that during the snow season, many people in the tribe would die, either from hunger or cold. Wu Suifei was also afraid. She had never experienced such a situation before. But every time she heard someone in the tribe talk about it, she couldn't help but shiver. Beast King City isn't this cold. In life and death situations, everything else becomes unimportant for now. Wu's head of the family looked pale. She knew that Wu Suixiang probably was dead. Otherwise, there would be some news. Her heart felt heavy, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing her mother like this, Wu Suifei could only ask, "Mother, what's wrong? I know you're worried about your sister, but you also know her personality. She always likes to cause trouble." Wu's head of the family tightly grabbed Wu Suifei's arm and said, "Do you think Su Muyao and them might have caused Suixiang's death? If so, we must avenge your sister." Wu Suifei looked at her mother and said, "Mother, isn't it true you don't want me to cause trouble?" Her mother was afraid of Su Jihong. She previously told Wu Suifei not to cause trouble, but also asked her to seek revenge for her sister. Her mother cared most about Wu Suixiang. But Su Muyao really does deserve her punishment. The head of the Wu family's expression changed and said, "If she harmed your sister, we must seek revenge." Wu Suifei replied, "Wouldn't it have been better if it had happened earlier? There's nothing scary about Su Muyao. She has nothing to fear. Her father died early, and the Beast Emperor City announced this matter publicly. Her beast husbands all dislike her. They say their strength is at levels 3 or 4. My beast husband, Shifeng, is already at level 5 peak and will soon reach level 6. Killing them all will be easy." Shifeng is the son of the tribe leader. Because Wu Suifei's family was exiled here, she married the tribe leader's son, which allowed the Wu family to stay in the tribe. Her sister Wu Suixiang didn't marry the tribe leader's son but married a brave warrior. The Wu family can survive here without problems. They stored a lot of food for the winter season. Much of it was from hunting wild animals by Shifeng, and some was sent by the tribe leader. But that's not enough. The Wu family has many members, and over 3 or 4 months of winter, they will consume a lot of food. They need to prepare more. Don't worry, Mother. I will definitely avenge my sister. I won't let Su Muyao go. If her mother hadn't stopped her, she would have acted already. Her mother was afraid of Su Jihong. The head of the Wu family looked at Wu Suifei's cold, fierce eyes and suddenly felt uneasy. He tightly grabbed her wrist and said, "Not now." "Mother, what are you going to do? You're hesitating again. It's because your sister might not have been killed by them. You should ask around and test the waters. If they really did it, then act. If not, it's better not to make enemies. Our Wu family and the Su family don't have any real hatred. It's mainly about Shinsayan. Now that you have so many beast husbands, there's no need to remember that matter." Wu Suifei felt frustrated inside, but her father said seriously, "Did you hear that? We will return to Beast Emperor City someday. We must not act impulsively or recklessly." Maybe Su Jihong left some way out for her daughter, or she wouldn't have been able to arrive safely at the North Luo tribe. Master Wu doesn't know why, but he feels that Su Jihong must have left a backup plan or some influence for his daughter. There are rumors that the Su family has a skilled secret guard team. Since the news of Su Jihong's death spread, the secret guard team has also disappeared. She suspects that Su Jihong might have given something to Su Muyao. Even though many people want Su Muyao dead, she is still alive and well. Wu Suifei grits her teeth and says, "Mother, I understand." As her mother keeps talking about many things, Wu Suifei sneers inwardly. Her mother is really timid. She suspects Su Muyao wants to take revenge on Wu Suixiang, fears that Su Jihong is not really dead and might retaliate against their family, and worries that Su Jihong has left some influence behind. She doesn't care about all that. When Wu Suifei comes out of the cave, she happens to see Shifeng carrying a hunted wild animal. Seeing that Shifeng has caught food again, Wu Suifei's expression brightens a bit. At first, She looked down on Shifeng's background, but later, she saw that he was capable of hunting wild animals and was the son of the leader of the North Lion tribe. She found him somewhat acceptable. "Consort, what's wrong?" Wu Tsuifei says, "Put down the things and come with me to the North Luo tribe." Shifeng frowns and asks, "Why do we need to go to the North Luo tribe for no reason?" Wu Tsuifei replies, "What, you don't want to go?" Shifeng shakes his head and says, "No, our two tribes have had some conflicts long ago. It's better to avoid contact if possible. Now, the two tribes are not at odds. It's also to prevent small disputes from turning into bigger conflicts. With the snow season approaching, it's better not to fight. Once a war starts, many things can get out of control, and it might even trigger the city lord of Yunshao City to intervene. That would be the best-case scenario. Most likely, the city lord of Yunshao City wouldn't even know about it, and both tribes could be wiped out. There are many tribes eager to annex their food supplies." When Wu Tsuifei hears this, a calculating light flashes in her eyes. Having conflicts is good. It leaves room for manipulation. She hopes to use this as an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. She suppresses her sharp, calculating expression and leans weakly and delicately against Shifeng, speaking in a charming tone. "You're the son of the leader. The North Luo tribe isn't as strong as our North Lion tribe. To avoid trouble, they wouldn't dare do anything to you. We just need to ask about one thing. It's not about causing trouble. Asking about something is actually just to look at her mother." She hopes to stir up conflict. If she can use the feud between the North Lion tribe and the North Luo tribe to eliminate the other tribe and kill Su Muyao, that would be perfect. There won't be any problem. North Luo tribe Su Muyao prepared many poisons and sleeping drugs at home. She didn't know how effective they were. Poisons and sleeping drugs made with spiritual herbs should be very powerful, right? The system replied, "They should be more effective than those made with ordinary herbs." Su Muyao murmured, "It would be great if I could find someone to test the effects. If the effects are strong, I could even use these to deal with killers. These medicines have different effects." She made many types, mainly for self-defense. Maybe I should catch a few wild animals to try them out? But right now, her forced power boost caused side effects, and her supernatural abilities seemed sealed, making her unable to use them. For her safety, she decided not to go hunting in the mountains. The system said, "The host's safety is the most important now." Su Muyao said, "Wu Zuexiang's challenge back then was a bit off. If she comes to provoke me now, I'll just use these medicines to test her instead of fighting." At that time, her space didn't have the reward for spiritual herbs, and the poisons and sleeping drugs made from ordinary herbs weren't very effective against orcs. Since she couldn't test them herself, she could only keep them in her space for now. She looked at the sky. It was already late afternoon. When Nanshi and the others had been sleeping since morning and could probably sleep all day. After 3 days without rest, their bodies couldn't handle it. "I'll go to the kitchen and cook something delicious for them so they can wake up to a hot meal. Let's make some noodles. How about braised beef noodles? There's plenty of beef stored in the ice cellar at home. I can braise some beef and add it to the noodles." Su Muyao remembered they liked noodles, especially braised beef noodles with hot broth and meat, which fill the stomach and are very comforting. They hadn't made noodles in a long time. First, she cut the beef brisket into pieces and soaked them in cold water to remove blood. Then she blanched the meat. Once everything was ready for simmering, Su Muyao used a clay pot to cook it slowly, which made the flavor richer. While it simmered, she kneaded the dough to make noodles. She used eggs to knead the dough. She was very quick at cooking. Without her supernatural abilities, kneading would be slower. After kneading, she let the dough rest and then rolled it out into thin sheets, cutting them into even strips. Su Muyao loved cooking. She felt peaceful when she cooked, as if it healed her inner self. During the apocalypse, when she had nothing to do, she enjoyed watching food videos, which made her feel warm inside. The noodles were ready. Now she just had to wait for when Nanshi and the others to wake up and then boil them. While she was busy, a sweet voice came from the doorway. "Is this Miss Su's house?" "I am Wu Tsuifei. Is Miss Su at home?" I know Miss Su used to dislike my sister and had some issues with her. But my sister has been missing for over a month, disappeared without a trace. I've been searching for her for more than a month with no news. I had to come ask Miss Su. Wu Tsuifei's voice was loud, as if afraid others nearby might hear her. Su Muyao's eyes brightened. Was someone here to test the medicine? Perfect timing. Su Muyao took off her apron and hung it on the wall. This apron was made by Hua Linyue based on her description and was very useful for cooking. Then, Su Muyao went to the doorway. She saw a group of people standing there. There was Wu Tsuifei, along with her beast husband, and nearby, some curious beast men from the Beiluo tribe. They looked at this side with gossiping expressions. What's going on? That person is from the Beishou tribe. The beast husband next to her is the son of their leader. How dare the Beishou tribe come to our tribe?
Exactly.
Have they forgotten what they did before? They are so arrogant. They stole our prey and even harmed some of our tribe members. Everyone stay calm. Don't fall for their tricks. Maybe they want to provoke us so they can justify stealing our food. The people of the Beiluo tribe had no good impression of the Beishou tribe. They were known for their overbearing behavior. And what's the meaning of this female beast? Her sister is gone, and now she's here to find Miss Su. What's going on? Didn't she just say her sister had issues with Miss Su? That means Miss Su harmed her sister. That's impossible. Miss Su has improved a lot now and has used her healing skills to help many people. Over the past month, she's also helped cure many of our tribe members. What about when they were in the Beast Emperor City? Could something have happened that we don't know about? Everyone whispered and gossiped, and Su Muyao naturally heard them. She knew that being exiled here, many rumors about her had already spread in the Beiluo tribe. Now, those rumors probably grew even more. Based on her previous memories, the woman standing at the door with a charming look was Wu Tsuifei. Wu Tsuifei and her sister Wu Tsuixiang truly had different styles. Wu Tsuixiang looked arrogant and harsh, but Wu Tsuifei appeared gentle and delicate, smiling charmingly and seeming harmless. Thinking of Xinxia's words about this woman pretending on the outside but being different inside, Wu Tsuixiang smirked. She guessed Wu Tsuifei didn't know Xinxia had mind-reading abilities, so no matter how she acted, Xinxia could see through her instantly. Su Muyao crossed her arms and sneered. Is this a festival? How come I don't know I had a conflict with your sister? Is it because Xinxia married me instead of you, so you hold a grudge and come to cause trouble? Why don't you admit that you also had conflicts with your sister? When you were in Beast Emperor City, she fought with you over Xinxia, over the beast husband, and even over your inheritance in the Wu family, right? Su Muyao spoke calmly but loudly, making sure everyone nearby could hear. A lot of people liked gossip, so they listened carefully to find out what was really happening. Wu Tsuifei's face changed the moment Su Muyao appeared. Her eyes widened as she stared fiercely at Su Muyao, completely stunned. How could the usually ugly and foolish Su Muyao become so beautiful? Her previously dark and frightening half-face had recovered, and her skin was so white now. In the past, Su Muyao would scream and shout if provoked, acting like a foolish shrew. Now, she was sharp-tongued and knew how to argue back. Wu Tsuifei's eyes nearly popped out in shock, her mouth wide open, unable to react for a moment.
Su Muyao?
Seeing Wu Tsuifei's reaction, Su Muyao mocked. What, Wu Tsuifei? You don't recognize me after such a short time? Since you don't recognize me, how dare you come to pick a fight? A sinister look flashed in Wu Tsuifei's eyes, as if poisoned, and her jealousy and anger surged, almost burning her rationality. Su Muyao, I'm sure your sister was killed by you. You still dare to deny it. Su Muyao coldly replied, If that's what you say, then my family members were all harmed by you and your sister. Do you dare to deny it? Without evidence, she dared to slander her. How ridiculous. Did they really think she was easy to bully? You're talking nonsense. You're spreading lies. Su Muyao stepped forward and slapped Wu Tsuifei hard across the face. If you come to cause trouble, this is the result. Wu Tsuifei was almost knocked to the ground by the slap, even losing a tooth and spitting out some blood. Her beast husband, Shifeng, quickly helped her. You dare to hit me? You're asking for death. Wu Tsuefei said fiercely, about to step forward and attack Su Muyao. At that moment, Wu Tsuefei suddenly felt a sharp pain in her knee, and a powerful pressure immediately enveloped her. She involuntarily knelt down.
Ah!
Wu Tsuefei screamed in pain. Shifeng's face changed. Mistress. He released a level 5 ability to counteract the pressure. But he realized he also felt the bloodline's pressure. His face changed as he looked up and saw a stunning man dressed in green bamboo-colored clothes. The pressure was being emitted by him. Su Muyao turned to look at Wen Nanshi, Hua Lin Yue, and Xiao Jihan. They had somehow appeared there without him noticing. Actually, they had gotten up quickly when Wu Tsuefei's voice was heard. They didn't want to disturb her, thinking she might be upset after returning home, so they waited to see if she needed space. But Wu Tsuefei's intention to insult and attack her mistress was dangerous. Wu Tsuefei also saw Wen Nanshi.
You.
Level 5? How is that possible? Wasn't he only level 3 before? It's been such a short time. She then looked at Shifeng, angry. What are you standing there for? Didn't you see them fighting? Right now, Wu Tsuefei was overwhelmed by the pressure, feeling pain all over her body. Shifeng's expression changed. It's the powerful bloodline pressure. And this is the Bei Luo tribe. Wu Tsuefei shouted. They're bullying us. They attacked us first. What's wrong with fighting back normally? At this moment, Wu Tsuefei harbored malicious intent. If she let Shifeng die here, it would cause trouble. She had a secret escape method. Or, do you want to see me bullied? You won't even listen to me. They're trying to bully us, kill us. They see her from the Bei Luo tribe and are deliberately humiliating us, which is a disgrace to the Bei Luo tribe. Wu Tsuefei shouted, provoking Shifeng to attack. She even knew that if Shifeng used a blood sacrifice method, he could increase his strength and kill them all. Kill Su Muyao. Why should she be denied the protection of Wen Nanshi and these beast husbands? And Shun Xian, who should have been hers. Wu's family was exiled because of Su Muyao. She was to blame. At this moment, the onlookers suddenly stepped in front of Su Muyao. Do you really think there's no one in our Bei Luo tribe? Anyone who dares to attack us in the Bei Luo tribe, don't blame us for being rude. At this moment, Shifeng's hair was puffed up, and a bloodthirsty impulse suddenly surged within him. Even Wu Tsuefei was deliberately pretending to be in pain, hoping to anger Shifeng. Shifeng immediately transformed into his true form and was about to attack. Seizing the moment, Su Muyao focused her mind and quietly whispered to Wen Nanshi. Wen Nanshi nodded and quickly used wind power to assist Su Muyao, allowing her to drop the sleeping potion on Wu Tsuefei and Shifeng. Using wind abilities also helped prevent the medicine from affecting the people of the Bei Luo tribe. Shifeng was about to act, but suddenly, he felt something strange in his breathing. His internal energy became chaotic, and he staggered, collapsing to his knees. At this time, members of the Bei Luo tribe spoke up, saying, "Are they kneeling to beg for mercy? Since they are kneeling, we should let them go. It's better not to cause trouble between the two tribes." The orcs of the Bei Luo tribe didn't want conflict now. Everyone was busy hunting to prepare for winter. Hearing this, Su Muyao's expression grew serious. Living in the Bei Luo tribe, she couldn't ignore everyone's feelings. She turned her head and signaled Wen Nanshi to lower his pressure. Wu Tsuefei looked at Shifeng with disdain and said, "Good for nothing. Can't even protect me outside, letting others bully me like this. What's the use of you, beast husband? You're the son of the Northern Lion tribe's leader, yet you're bullied by the Bei Luo tribe. It's a disgrace to the Northern Lion tribe. Moreover, you could use blood sacrifice. What are you afraid of?" Shifeng was provoked by Wu Tsuefei's words and was about to attack. Su Muyao immediately saw that Wu Tsuefei's beast husband was clearly being used. He was no match for Wu Tsuefei's cunning. She said, "Wu Tsuefei, not only did you come here to provoke with your beast husband, but you also incited him to attack. Are you trying to let him die here to stir trouble between the tribes and achieve your own goals? You don't see him as a real beast husband, just a tool to be used or discarded at any time. Or, do you really think I won't kill you here? When Nanshi's voice was cold and murderous as he said, "Some secret techniques are useless here. They're as good as dead." Wu Tsuifei's heart trembled. She thought of her escape secret method. Suddenly, she dared not boast anymore. She gritted her teeth and said, "We're leaving." She vowed to take revenge someday. She would never forgive Su Muyao. Today's humiliation was etched in her memory. Seeing that everything was settled, everyone gradually left. Su Muyao just saw everyone's reactions and felt a warm feeling inside. The orcs of the Bei Luo tribe are indeed good people, and the local customs are simple and honest. Everyone understands that good and bad exist. Xiao Jihan said, "I'll intercept and kill them, disguise myself as one of them, and pretend to be dead after being attacked by wild animals." When Nanshi, who is strong and needs to protect his wife in the tribe, plans to go and eliminate them, Su Muyao closed the door quietly and said to them, "No need. I have given them medicine. After Wu Tsuifei and her beast husband go back, their bodies will automatically have problems. We don't need to fight. They will die on their own." She had just tested the medicine's effect. The poison works on even level 5 abilities, though it didn't kill him immediately. But even so, making their breath unstable and weakening their abilities during battle is useful. She wouldn't let those who provoke her and want to kill her go easily. She would deal with the problem directly at the source. Today, when they come to our Bei Luo tribe, the Bei Shi tribe will definitely know. So whether they encounter trouble here or on the way, it will all be blamed on the Bei Luo tribe. The orcs of the Bei Luo tribe are stockpiling food for the upcoming snow season.
They don't want to fight now.
So, it's better not to cause trouble if possible, but revenge must be taken. When Nanshi and the others quickly understood Su Muyao's meaning, a cold glint flashed in Wen Nanshi's gentle eyes. The Wu family still needs to be dealt with sooner rather than later. But for now, staying close to his wife is the most important. The Wu family needs to find an opportunity to be completely dealt with. He won't keep this danger around. When Nanshi suddenly thought of something and said, "The medicine your wife just made is very effective. It can disturb even level 5 abilities, making them unable to use their powers normally. It's truly incredible." Su Muyao explained, "I used spiritual herbs to prepare it. I made quite a few. Each of you has some. I'll give you some to carry with you, so you can use it for self-defense when needed." Hualinia said, "Such useful things. It's enough for the wife to keep all of it herself. We can protect ourselves." For Hualinia, the safety of his wife is the most important. He doesn't need these medicines himself. His safety can't compare to hers. Xiao Jihan also doesn't need them. When Nanshi softly said, "Wife, I'm fine. You keep it, we all have it. It's the same." Because he would stay by her side in the future and would never let her be alone or vulnerable to being chased or attacked. But Su Muyao still insisted on giving each of them a few packets. "I have some here. Everyone take some. Different medicines have different effects." Su Muyao explained to everyone, "It's getting late. I've cut some noodles. Later, I will cook them for you to eat." When they heard about eating noodles, Hualinue's eyes brightened. The wife's noodles are especially delicious, and he hadn't eaten such good noodles in a long time. When Nanshi and the others went to wash their hands and then helped in the kitchen, once the pot was boiling, the noodles cooked quickly, and the braised beef was also ready. Adding greens and beef, the red braised beef noodles were complete. Everyone could smell the rich aroma. During the meal, four people sat at the table, each with a big bowl of red braised beef noodles. Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Su Muyao also smiled. "Let's eat together." She picked up some noodles with chopsticks and started eating. A warm feeling flooded her chest, soothing her heart and making her feel cozy and full of life's simple joys. Actually, she didn't like fighting. Living simply like this was good enough. But Su Muyao realized that some conflicts and violence are unavoidable. If that's the case, she needed to become strong enough to face them. When Nanshi and the others ate their noodles gracefully and quietly, each focused on their food. While Linua sighed, "The wife's noodles are still the best, and the soup is so good." Xiao Jihan nodded. "The beef cooked this way is really delicious, tender yet chewy. with a great texture. They had hunted wild bulls before, but the meat wasn't as tasty when cooked then. They hadn't expected this kind of meat to be so flavorful when chewed. Xiao Jihan had also learned to speak more now. Su Muyao smiled and said, "If you like it, I can make more for you." Hua Linyue hurriedly said, No, wife, we can cook ourselves."
You should rest.
They couldn't let their wife get tired. Su Muyao replied, "It's okay." She also wanted to take care of them. In the past 3 days, when Nanshi and the others hadn't had much time to eat, so they ate this meal very happily and felt full. They seemed to have regained their strength. When Nanshi spoke, "By the way, wife, the weather is getting colder. Everyone is busy hunting now to prepare food for the snowy season. We should also get ready. They should hunt more and store food. Recently, many wild animal meats were used to make pies." Su Muyao nodded and said, "Yes, we'll hunt more during this time. I'll go with you. But tomorrow, we should go to Yunxiao City to check it out. The shop still needs to open. Once the shop is arranged, she won't have to do everything herself later. And she plans to train some of her own staff."
Okay.
The next morning, they went to Yunxiao City. At the entrance, many people were gathered. When they saw Su Muyao, everyone rushed over. "Boss Su, you're finally here. Dr. Su, is your clinic still open? Can we still use the appointment cards we booked? Also, we want to buy medicine packs. You haven't opened for 4 days, and we're really worried." "Boss Su, why did you suddenly close the shop? We come every day to queue up for the pies." "Yes, we haven't had pies for 4 days. Everything tastes bland now, and the soy milk too. My child keeps asking for soy milk." Su Muyao looked at everyone's enthusiasm and felt warm inside. She smiled and explained, "Don't worry, both the Su restaurant and the Su clinic are open as usual. These past few days, we've been busy and delayed opening. Today we'll make more pies, but there will be no soy milk today. Also, all the appointment cards for the past 4 days have been checked. It would be busier today." When Nanshi, Hua Linyue, and Xiao Jihan felt sorry for Su Muyao. Since they couldn't help at the clinic, they helped make pies. Now, the 3 of them also know how to make pies, so Su Muyao doesn't have to do everything herself. Su Muyao is responsible for the clinic. In 3 days, there are 12 appointment slots. Many people are also concerned about the apprentice matter, and it can't help but ask, "Dr. Su, you said before you're accepting apprentices, is that true?" "Yes, it's true." "That's great. Dr. Su, can I learn medicine from you? I pay my apprentice fee on time every year." His family has some savings, and he knows that learning from a doctor is expensive. His family prepares for that. Someone as skilled as Dr. Su wouldn't normally take apprentices openly. Most doctors keep their skills secret and only pass them to family members. But Dr. Su is different. This is a rare opportunity, and everyone is watching closely. He must seize this chance. And in the future, he will also respect his master and honor the apprenticeship. Once he performs the ceremony and offers tea to his master, there will be natural rules. An apprentice must never betray their master. He naturally has no intention of betraying. Su Muyao was about to go into the clinic to work when she suddenly heard this. She paused, surprised. "Apprentice fee?" "Yes, Dr. Su, if you accept me as a disciple, just tell me the fee." His family has many business crystals, so even the most expensive ones are affordable for him, probably several times the normal apprentice fee. Su Muyao looked at everyone's reactions. They all looked at her with anticipation, waiting for her to speak, eager to know how much she charged for apprenticeships. Su Muyao found it a bit funny, but understood the rules of the beast world. "I do not charge an apprenticeship fee here." "Not charging an apprenticeship fee?" Everyone gasped in surprise.
How can there be no fee?
"Everyone charges one." "Yes, is Dr. Su not planning to take any apprentices?" Suddenly, everyone was confused. Su Muyao patiently explained, "I do not charge a fee for taking apprentices, but those who become my students must follow my rules. I am very strict about medical skills because every decision in pulse-taking and prescribing affects the patient's health, so I can't be careless. Also, after becoming my apprentice, you will help me with work." You will learn while assisting in the clinic. After mastering the skills, you need to work in my clinic for 10 years. After 10 years, you can choose to leave or stay. Of course, you will also receive a silver crystal coin as a monthly salary. 1 silver crystal coin is a lot. Is there really such a good opportunity? Can I learn medicine from Dr. Su for free and then practice in his clinic? I won't have to worry about not having a place to work. Yes, and helping in the clinic means you can learn how Dr. Su diagnoses and takes pulses faster. Everyone became more excited after discussing. If I had met such a good doctor like Dr. Su when I was young, I would definitely want to learn. Yeah, now I'm too old. I need to support my family, so I don't have the time or energy to learn medicine. I can let my son sign up. I'll have my daughter apprentice. It's so great to have such a good person like Dr. Su as a master. Everyone was eager to become his apprentice, but Su Muyao said she would hold interviews in a few days to select her students. For now, she was busy with the clinic and the restaurant these days. She also planned to write some basic medical books for everyone to learn from. It would take a few days. Everything was proceeding smoothly. In the Mei family hall of Beast King City, the head of the Mei family was having a meal with Madame Mei. At this moment, a subordinate hurriedly arrived at the door. Reporting to the head of the family and Madam, I have urgent news. The Mei family head knew that only very important matters would cause his subordinates to come during his meal. Otherwise, no one dared to enter the hall at this time.
Come in.
After entering, the subordinate presented a mechanical bird in his hand. Master Mei's face changed color. This is his son's mechanical bird, which he said he left for his wife when he returned. Only important matters would be communicated this way. Madame Mei looked at her husband's serious expression and asked, "Could it be that Mu Yao is in trouble? Quickly, see what the letter says." Their son is currently refining his body in the family's spiritual pool, preparing for the awakening ceremony. At this time, he cannot be disturbed. Some matters they can handle later. Master Mei took out the letter and a box. As soon as he opened the box, he immediately sensed a strong spiritual treasure aura inside. Herbs? Madame Mei urged him. First, read the letter. Quickly see what it says. Does it need our help? They shouldn't delay even a moment. Master Mei read the letter and his expression suddenly changed. He then handed the letter to his wife for her to read. Next, Master Mei opened the box and indeed saw inside the 1,000-year-old mysterious frost flower. A rich spiritual treasure aura burst out instantly. It's really a 1,000-year-old frost flower. Master Mei could hardly believe it. Such a rare spiritual treasure herb, only spoken of in legends, has truly been found. Madame Mei finished reading and was also shocked. This child, how is she so good? She was deeply moved. Master Mei said there is also a medicinal formula at the back. When combined with the frost flower, it will completely heal your body. Madame Mei replied, "Actually, I feel much better now." Mu Yao's medical skills are far better than the imperial doctors in the royal city. She could sense her own physical changes. Following the prescriptions Mu Yao provided, her body had no issues at all, surprising the palace doctors. But the matter Mu Yao asked about in her letter, can it really be resolved? No one has ever lifted such restrictions on female beasts. These restrictions are beneficial for female beasts but not for males. She is willing to lift this restriction for everyone's safety. She is truly kind. The more I understand her, the more I like her. She finally asked us about something important and insists on our help. Madame Mei knew her husband's abilities well. Also, the cured meat she brought back with Qing Chun is simply delicious. Cut into pieces and stir-fried or steamed with rice, it tastes especially good. They had been eating cured meat these days, but it was almost finished. Only a little remained, and they were reluctant to eat it. Seeing her husband's serious expression, Madame Mei asked, "Can it be lifted?" Master Mei focused and said, "I don't know. This is a powerful restriction imposed by the heavenly way. I need to perform a strong sacrificial ritual to find the answer. This time, it requires heartfelt effort." Madame Mei knew that using heartfelt effort was a serious matter. But this kind of spiritual communication could only be done with the Mei family's heartfelt blood. Otherwise, they wouldn't get any answers. Mu Yao rarely asks us about such things. We must tell her how to solve this problem. And this 1,000-year-old frost flower, it's said only those with fate can find it. Her son went to the northern border for so long and couldn't find it, but she did. That shows how special and extraordinary this child is. Although Madame May didn't have the abilities of the May family, she was very insightful. Some things, once seen, made everything clear. She sighed and said, Qing Chen also came back and told us what he has done. He disappeared for a long time in the northern Luo tribe, didn't stay with his wife, and when he returned, he doubted her kindness, shouting and fighting. It's simply terrible. As a female beast, she knew instinctively how excessive his behavior was. If it were me, I might have directly driven him out and severed all ties. So, we must help our son. The head of the May family spoke. He just hasn't awakened or opened his spiritual eyes yet. Once he awakens, all 7 orifices will be open, and he'll understand everything. When I was young, I didn't understand anything either. I was slow to react to feelings. I only awakened by chance at a certain moment, and then understood everything. But Qing Chen's talent is the strongest in the May family for generations. So normally his awakening would be later. Our ancestor had the strongest talent, but was the last to awaken. But now, Qing Chen can't wait and plans to awaken using a special family method. Madame May knew that the May family had wanted his son to awaken naturally, but when the son returned, he looked very unwell, tired and sad. He loved his wife deeply, but he didn't understand many things. His decision is correct. Awakening early and understanding everything early can help him earn a place in his wife's heart. Otherwise, if he has no place, even if he awakens someday, it will be too late. So, Madame May supported her son, even if this method was difficult for ordinary people to endure. But she believed Qing Chen could do it. Yinshao City a few days later, it was the day Mu Yao had mentioned for the apprentice interview. Many people arrived early and queued outside the clinic. Mu Yao conducted interviews one by one. She mainly selected clean, virtuous people as apprentices because, as a doctor, good character is very important. It is best if she understands some medicinal herbs and healing skills, as it makes teaching easier and learning faster. Therefore, Su Muyao carefully selected her disciples, choosing 10 skilled beastmen from morning until noon. Most female beastmen are reluctant to come out and work hard because, after marrying, they can rely on their husbands to support the family. Since they all know a little about herbs and medicine, Su Muyao found it easier to teach them. She first showed them her own herbal book to memorize, and they stayed in a side room behind the medical hall. In the past few days, she prepared to accept disciples by having Wenanshi build a dormitory in the backyard, with bunk beds for their convenience. Later, she plans to open a workshop to produce medicinal pills for the clinic, using assembly line production to supply more clinics with pills. She also chose 10 apprentices for her restaurant. After they paid respects with a kneeling ceremony and offered her a tea, they became her official disciples under the rules of heaven. In the future, these disciples will be trained to become managers. Once they're skilled, she will continue recruiting more helpers. However, while she was busy that day, Su Muyao suddenly overheard some people discussing something. Have you heard? The Juesha sect was heavily damaged. Yes, I don't know what happened. The assassins they sent out recently have all been killed. It's said that in the past 2 days, 5 level 8 elders were also killed. Those are top experts. What's more, I heard the sect leader of Juesha was killed by a mysterious red-clad person. Who is this mysterious red-clad person? How can they be so powerful, destroying the Juesha sect? I don't know for sure, but I heard that when the mysterious red-clad person attacked, all the sect's top experts surrounded him. He coughed up a lot of blood and bled quite a bit. Hearing this, Su Muyao paused her movements, her heart trembling. Could Shun Xian be in danger? Su Muyao had been somewhat distracted all afternoon. After finishing her work with Wen Nanshi and the others, she tidied up and headed home. This time, she was accompanied by Hua Linyue. Hua Linyue carefully protected Su Muyao with her 9 fox tails as they walked back. Hua Linyue could feel that Su Muyao was a bit off today. She seemed a little tired and listless. The weather was getting colder, and they could clearly feel the wind picking up, carrying a chill. This meant that the snow season was approaching. Is the wife tired today? A few days ago, the wife seemed very energetic while busy with the restaurant and medical clinic. Today, she looked tired, her face not in good shape, and she didn't eat much at lunch, seeming to have little appetite. I asked her, and she said she was fine. But Hua Linyi was worried inside. Su Muyao leaned gently on Hua Linyi, feeling his fur was clean, fresh and pleasant, and most importantly, soft and warm. His 9 tails wrapped around her, blocking the outside wind from reaching her. She held his neck and said, "It's okay, just a bit of stomach ache." Today, she really didn't feel well, but it was also the day she promised to take on an apprentice, so she couldn't ignore these things. She didn't know why she felt so tired, maybe because she was worried about Shinxian? She was feeling drowsy but suddenly had stomach pain, making it hard to sleep. At that moment, Su Muyao seemed to feel something was flowing, and her eyes widened suddenly. Is it my period?
She almost forgot about it.
System, do you have any sanitary pads? She asked. The space system replied, "Host, there are none in this space. The previous rewards you received didn't include sanitary pads." So, it's my period?
Su Muyao said.
I've been in this beast world for so long, and it never came before. Why did it suddenly start now? She even thought that female beasts in this world might have different timing from humans, and she had forgotten about it in her busy day. The space system explained, probably because your soul returned to your body, and there was a small problem, so it took this long to come. Su Muyao quickly told Hua Linyi, put me down first. Madam, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hua Linyi sensed something was off in her voice and became very nervous. Carefully, he set her down, transforming back into a human form and looking at her anxiously. Wen Nanshi and Xiao Jihan also hurried over. Madam, what's wrong? The 3 looked at her with worried eyes. Under their concern, Su Muyao felt quite embarrassed and didn't want to explain. I think. When Nanshi looked at her blushing face and then at her dress, noticing a small mark on it. His beautiful eyebrows and eyes flickered, and his ears turned red. He quickly took a piece of beast hide from his space ring, wrapped it around her waist to cover the mark on her dress. When Nanshi softly comforted her, "Don't worry." While speaking, when Nanshi took out a piece of oiled paper, unsure of what was inside. He handed it to Su Muyao, gently coughing and blushing, saying, My wife, I will block things for a moment. You can handle it first." He then pulled apart Hua Linyue and Xiao Jihan, using his supernatural power to form a long bamboo around Su Muyao, creating a circle that tightly enclosed her. Su Muyao looked at the bamboo enclosure, feeling warm and touched. He understood without her needing to explain. He was always so caring and gentle, always quietly taking care of her when she needed it. Su Muyao opened the oiled paper and saw what was inside, long strips made of cotton, clean and thick. After quickly changing, she whispered, "I'm ready." With the cover of animal hide still in place, Su Muyao slowly relaxed. When Nanshi heard her voice and finally lowered the bamboo, he came back to her and asked, "How are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Her face had been pale all day. He thought she was thinking about Xie Guixue or Shinxiao. It turns out it was because of this. As long as her body was fine, that was good. But at this moment, she probably felt uncomfortable too. Su Muyao wanted to say she was fine, but when Nanshi's voice was too gentle. His beautiful eyes shone with a gentle, water-like glow, filled with a tender, indulgent expression, as if he could accept everything about her. This made Su Muyao's usually tough heart soften and loosen. She nodded and said, "Yes, just a little uncomfortable." At that moment, when Nanshi felt as if a needle was stabbing his heart several times, causing him great pain. His eyes showed deep sorrow, as if he wanted to drown Su Muyao in his love. In recent days, she seemed normal, but when Nanshi knew she was hiding something in her heart. Every day, She was working hard to cultivate and absorb spiritual energy, seeming eager to become stronger. Seeing her like this, how could he not feel distressed? When Nanshi embraced her and placed his hand on her belly, using his supernatural power to warm her. Will this help? Su Muyao could feel the warmth in her stomach, a very comfortable feeling, and the pain eased a little. Yes, much better. Seeing her color improved, when Nanshi finally let out a sigh of relief. Hua Linyue and Xiao Jihan seemed to understand what was happening. Both blushed and, for a moment, didn't know what to say. Hua Linyue thought about her fire-based ability and quickly moved forward, placing her hand on Su Muyao's back. A warm flow of fire energy surged into Su Muyao's body. Instantly, her body warmed up, and a gentle heat spread through her limbs. She felt very comfortable. Is this better, wife? Should I add more heat? Hua Linyue controlled the temperature of the flames, worried about making Su Muyao uncomfortable. Su Muyao nodded and said, "That's good. Don't worry, everyone. Let's go home first." Her body felt much better, and she had more energy. When Nanshi looked at Su Muyao's face, she indeed looked much better now and seemed more spirited. She nodded and said, "Okay, let's go home first." Hua Linyue then withdrew her fire ability. She transformed back into her original form and took Su Muyao home. After arriving home, when Nanshi first boiled some hot water for Su Muyao to wash up. Once Su Muyao finished cleaning and changed into new clothes, she prepared to make soy milk from soybeans. When Nanshi watched her, feeling a bit helpless and also a little worried. "Wife, you need to rest now."
I'm fine.
Su Muyao grew up in a tough environment in her previous life and wasn't used to being delicate. But in Wen Nanshi, Hua Linyue, and Xiao Jihan's eyes, she was too strong and too fragile at the same time. Under their nervous concern, Su Muyao decided to listen to them and went back to rest in her room. "All right, I'll rest first." Today, she indeed felt a bit exhausted. After returning to her room and lying on the bed, she couldn't relax her mind. Many things were running through her head. The space system said, "Host has been very busy lately. Finally, you can rest properly during the day." Recently, she had been either writing medical books, cooking books, or practicing cultivation, with no real time to lie down and rest. "I feel sorry for the host." The system knew that she was carrying a lot inside, some emotions she kept hidden and didn't want Wen Nanshi and others to worry about. But it understood that she was just busy to keep herself occupied, not wanting to think about Xie Guishue and Shen Xiao.
Su Muyao softly said, "I'm fine."
Did Shen Xiao destroy the Juesha sect? She knew that sometimes the system could investigate certain things. The space system replied, "Yes, that red-clothed person is Shen Xiao." Su Muyao asked, "Is Shen Xiao okay?" The system paused briefly and said, "Anyway, he's still alive. As for whether he's okay, I don't know." Su Muyao slowly relaxed and sighed. As long as he's alive, that's enough. She will wait for him to return and personally take care of his health. When Shin Qianan first came back, she thought he was very unreliable, speaking in a clingy way, and those sweet words probably weren't sincere. At that time, she judged him unfairly, not knowing he understood she wasn't her former self. Later, he sincerely cared for her and did many things for her, even risking his life to solve the deadly sect. It would be false to say she wasn't touched or moved. She would also return her genuine feelings to those who truly cared for her. Now, she only hopes Shin Qianan is doing well. She really hopes nothing bad happens to him. After a moment, Su Muyao's expression changed several times before she asked, Is he okay?" Although she didn't mention his name, the system knew she was asking about Xie Guishue. Her system host is very loyal and caring. Even though the head of the Xie family insulted her, her feelings for Xie Guishue are sincere. She says it doesn't matter anymore, but she still asks about Xie Guishue's safety every day.
The system is used to this.
It said, "Rest assured, the person is doing well." The head of the Xie family is quite capable. He invited powerful elders from the Moon tribe to treat Xie Guishue.
His soul seems to have been well repaired.
Although he is still sleeping now, sleep helps repair the soul better. Once his soul is fixed, his innate ice and snow spirit beast talent will come into play again, and his strength will improve quickly.
So, you don't need to worry.
You should focus on yourself. You're feeling unwell now, and your stomach still hurts. Her system host was curled up under the blanket, clearly showing signs of stomach pain. At that moment, there was a knock outside her door. Su Muyao turned and said, "Come in." As she finished speaking, the door creaked open, and when Nanshi entered, he was holding a bowl with faint steam rising from it. Su Muyao was a bit confused. "Nanshi." When Nanshi looked at her with caring eyes and said, "Yes, I made you some brown sugar water. Drinking it should help you feel better." Su Muyao was surprised. "How do you know this will work?" She was about to sit up, when Nanshi sat down on the edge of the bed, placed the bowl down, and gently helped her sit up. He let her lean on his chest, then took the bowl in his other hand and used a spoon to feed her. "I can do it myself." Actually, Su Muyao was feeling a bit weak and still lacked strength. "It's okay, I'll feed you." When Nanshi gently fed Su Muyao spoonful after spoonful. After she saw Su Muyao drink it, she softly explained, "I remember you mentioned before that when you used beets to make red sugar, you said that boiling some red sugar water when the female beast comes would help a lot." Su Muyao was focused on cooking and only mentioned it casually. She didn't expect when Nanshi to remember. After finishing the bowl, Su Muyao truly felt warm inside. It's really much better now. Meanwhile, in the Northern Lion tribe, ever since Wu Tsuefei was humiliated, she kept thinking of ways to kill Su Muyao. But just as she was planning to harm Su Muyao, she suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. Red rashes appeared all over her face, and she emitted a foul smell from her body. This scared and alarmed everyone in the Northern Lion tribe. The tribe's shaman said it was a contagious and deadly plague, and the leader ordered Wu Tsuefei to be burned alive. Furthermore, everyone in the tribe demanded Wu Tsuefei be burned, and some even wanted to burn all Wu family members. "Burn Wu Tsuefei. Her condition could kill us all." "Yes, and the Wu family members too. Burn them, or our entire tribe will be in danger. Our elders said that the plague is very scary. Once infected, everyone will die. We must burn Wu Tsuefei." "Leader, you won't protect her just because she's your son's wife, right?" The tribe's leader was a stern woman. She had a daughter, so she cared more about her. Moreover, now that Shifeng was weak and unable to use his powers, he was almost useless. The leader said coldly and firmly, "No. For the safety of our tribe, we will burn Wu Tsuefei. But we will light the bonfire at night to burn her." Hearing this, everyone went to prepare firewood. "No, don't burn me. Don't burn me. Mother, save me.
Save me."
Wu's family had quickly avoided Wu Tsuefei, not letting her touch him, and struck her to the ground with a stick. "Do you want to harm us all?" Wu Tsuefei didn't understand what was happening. Why did she suddenly catch this plague? No, it couldn't be like that. She looked again at Shifeng, trying to crawl towards him. But Shifeng stepped back a few paces. Wu Tsuefei shouted loudly, "No. Shifeng, please ask for mercy for me. Your mother is the leader. If you ask for mercy, you can definitely save me." The Lion Peak looked complicated, but after thinking for a moment, he decided not to act. He knew that since he had challenged the North Luo tribe some time ago, he had been affected by some unknown technique, making his body weak and unable to use any special powers. He had become useless to his tribe. "Had you not gone to trouble others in the North Luo tribe before, I wouldn't be like this now. And you probably wanted me to die there, didn't you?" Lion Peak was not foolish. He remembered what the female beast had said and thought about it several times. He believed Wu Tsuefei didn't really care about him as she seemed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken him to the North Lion tribe despite knowing the conflict with the North Luo tribe. She even tried to provoke him into fighting and dying there. "No, I didn't, Wu Tsuefei insisted, refusing to admit anything. In the end, the leader forced Wu's family to write a letter of resignation for Lion Peak. Although Lion Peak's body had become weak and he could hardly hunt, making him useless, he was still the leader's son. The leader didn't want him to die. Moreover, Wu Tsuefei's beast husbands all demanded to cut ties with her. Wu Tsuefei laughed loudly, saying, "Dream on. If I die, you all die with me." Although Wu Tsuefei didn't want to write the letter, under the combined pressure of Wu's family, the shaman, and the leader, she had no choice but to do so. Late at night, at the central fire pit of the North Lion tribe, a pile of firewood was burning. Wu Tsuefei was tied on top of it. When the fire was lit, Wu Tsuefei screamed as the flames engulfed her. The Wu family members watched silently, their thoughts unknown. When Su Muyao learned of this, she remained very calm. Everything was part of her plan. Since Wu Tsuexiang wanted to kill her, she had decided to eliminate them all. After her period ended, that night after dinner, when Nanxi and Xiao Jihan cleaned up the dishes, Hua Linya brought hot water for Su Muyao to take a bath. During these 3 days, Su Muyao only washed herself daily, so when she said she wanted to take a bath that night, everyone understood that her past was finally over. Normally, Su Muyao took a bath every day, but she had endured for these 3 days. While bathing in the indoor tub, Su Muyao focused on cultivating and absorbing the spiritual energy around her. A faint green glow radiated from her body. The space system realized something and excitedly said, "Host, you can now use level 5 supernatural power. The backlash from forcibly increasing your strength earlier has passed, so your power is available again. Also, after these days of continuous training, your supernatural power is about to break through to level 6. This training speed is really fast. Much faster than your previous cultivation in your last life." When Su Muyao heard this, she opened her eyes and a cold glint appeared in them. "In that case, can I form a contract now?" Because of the assassination attempt earlier, she forcibly increased her strength, which caused a backlash that temporarily prevented her from using her powers or forming contracts. Now, everything is fine. She has improved her abilities through her own training. "Yes, of course, you can form a contract now." Su Muyao thought of Hua Linyue. How should I tell Hua Linyue? Should I just go find him and tell him directly about forming a contract? That feels a bit awkward. Hua Linyue is sensitive. Maybe he will think she doesn't care about him. Host, no matter what you say, even a subtle glance will make him very excited. He loves you very much. Sometimes, his eyes show so much love that it's obvious. During these 3 days when you were unwell, he looked at you with so much concern. Moreover, host, I think Hua Linyue comes from a remarkable background. Perhaps forming a contract with him will have unexpected benefits. Su Muyao said, "I want to form a contract with him because I have feelings for him, not for any ulterior motives. But if it works out, that would be great. Right now, she desperately needs to become stronger. So she has shortened her sleep time, spending most of her time training. She also wants to find Shun Qianan quickly. Although the system says he's alive, he's badly injured and only has 1 breath left, so he's still alive." While Su Muyao was thinking, there was a knock on the door outside. "Madam, are you done washing?" Hearing Hua Linyue's voice, Su Muyao didn't respond with anything else. She simply said, "The door isn't locked.
Come in."
Since returning, she hasn't locked the door again. Hua Linyue gently opened the door and saw Su Muyao in the misty water. She was sitting in a bath bucket, her long, wet hair falling behind her, revealing her icy, jade-like shoulders and delicate collarbones. Her smooth skin shimmered enticingly in the candlelight, and a charming fragrance filled the air. Just this scene made Hua Linyue's fox-like eyes heat up, and his feelings surged instantly. Hua Linyue's hand suddenly dropped something onto the ground. He snapped back to himself. "Madam, I." At this moment, Hua Linyue's voice was a bit hoarse. He didn't know that his wife was still taking a bath. He thought she was finished because so much time had passed. He naturally didn't realize that Su Muyao was also practicing while bathing, which made the process longer. He wanted to form a contract, but he also wanted to respect his wife. So, tonight, he intended to discuss this matter with her. Unexpectedly, all his uncontrollable feelings burst out like molten lava at this moment, impossible to hold back. He knew he should turn away, but his legs felt heavy, as if filled with lead. His wife's figure seemed to tempt him forward. Su Muyao raised her finger, gently flicked a handful of water onto her arm. In the misty steam, her fair arm was revealed, water droplets winding down like white pearls sliding over her skin, adding a charming allure, quite different from her usual appearance. Hualinia looked on, unable to help feeling a bit envious of those pearls, wishing he could get closer to her. Su Muyao softly said, I know, but I haven't finished washing yet. I can't reach my back.
Can you help me?
Su Muyao's voice was low, almost like a tempting lure, causing Hualinia's heart to tremble fiercely. His beautiful fox-like eyes quickly turned red at the corners, and his ears also flushed.
Okay.
Hualinia's heart was pounding rapidly, as if it might jump out of his chest. His feelings were impossible to suppress. He was afraid of losing control, trying to steady his mind, but he loved her so much that he couldn't hold back. Inside the room, there was a fragrant sweetness from her, making his heart almost intoxicated. Su Muyao seemed unaware of his inner turmoil, turning to look at him. Her arm, under the candlelight, looked even more captivating, making one dizzy. She leaned her hands on the edge of the basin and tilted her head, asking, "Why don't you come over? Don't you want to help me?" Recently bathed, Su Muyao's cheeks were slightly red from the steam, making her even more stunning and charming, like a rare orchid in a quiet valley, glowing and alluring. Hualinia was momentarily stunned by her beauty, his fox-like eyes shimmering with intense fire. "I want to." He dreamed of getting close to her, and the pain in his heart was almost unbearable. He walked over to the basin, began helping her. Su Muyao leaned on the edge of the basin, feeling drowsy, but after a while, she turned to look at him.
Linia.
Flowers and night, the fox's eyes become enchanting and alluring, filled with deep feelings. "Wife, is that okay?" At this moment, he seems to transform back into the playful fox from before. "I want to make my wife happy. I want to be your true beastly partner. Is that all right?" Now, Hualinia openly shows his feelings. His breathing is slightly uneven as he leans close to her. His fox eyes swirl with dark color, brimming with love, like an ocean full of affection, making it hard for anyone to resist falling into it. He is half kneeling by the bucket, speaking softly to her. Su Muyao smiles gently, her eyes bright and charming. She reaches out to hug his neck, then leans up and presses her lips to his, responding in this way. But at this moment, the fox takes control, holding her tightly and lifting her out of the bucket. Finally, he touches her lips, so sweet and longing. Su Muyao wraps her arms around his neck, letting him guide her. She can feel his chaotic breath and the pounding of his heart beneath his muscles. This heartbeat seems to convey a deep emotion, and her own heartbeat quickens. Their hearts seem to resonate in a silent harmony. When Su Muyao can hardly breathe, Hualinia gently releases her, his eyes red and captivating.
Wife. Yes.
"Wife, I love you. I love you very much. I love you too." Su Muyao feels she shouldn't hold back her feelings. She sees all the love Hualinia has shown her and gradually opens her heart to him. The moment she says this, Hualinia's uncontrollable feelings surge. His 9 tails burst out in the air. Though still in human form, his tails appear.
Linia, you?
Su Muyao is suddenly wrapped up in the fox's tail. She feels a strong sense of weightlessness. Hualinia's voice is hoarse and intense. "Wife, I might not be able to control my feelings for you. I can't pull back my tails." His love is overflowing, and he begins to transform into a half-beast. He can't calm down now. Su Muyao's eyes widen in surprise. She never expected that the usually cautious and humble fox would look so seductive and enchanting at this moment. "I won't hurt my wife. Don't you like this?" Hualinia shows a worried, gentle expression. Su Muyao's heart softens. "I don't dislike it. I like it." She gently touches his fluffy tail, but then she notices something strange about Hualinia. Su Muyao suddenly dared not move and asked, "Linia, what's wrong?" Hualinia whispered, "It's nothing. I just want to hold my wife tightly." But as he held her, His kisses gradually moved from her forehead downward. Su Muyao felt as if she was melting. His deep voice seemed to echo in her ears. He kept expressing his love, touching every nerve in her body, making her fully immersed in his words. His gaze was warm and full of affection. He held her tightly, as if wanting to merge her completely into his heart, like a beautiful melody playing passionately. Su Muyao held his neck tightly with her hands and couldn't help calling out, "Lenya. Yes, my wife. I am here. I am always here." At this moment, his voice was very hoarse. His wife was so wonderful that he didn't want to let go, only wanting to love her well. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. After a while, Lenya sighed softly near Su Muyao's ear, "My wife, from now on, no one can separate us." He finally bonded with his wife. After a long time, Su Muyao finally fell into a deep sleep, but she didn't notice that her special power had directly broken through to level 6 and 7, becoming a level 7 expert. At the same time, a faint green glow appeared on her forehead, shooting straight into the sky. But within that green light, there seemed to be shimmering rainbow colors. Not only her, but a red glow also faintly emerged on Lenya's body. When Nanshi didn't sleep that night, suddenly, he sensed a towering green light emanating from the yard. His face changed, and he moved quickly like the wind, appearing above the house. Seeing the soaring light, the sky was filled with colorful clouds, illuminating the night, and his expression changed as well. Xiao Jihan seemed to sense something and hurried out of the house. "Is this a celestial phenomenon?" When Nanshi looked serious and said, "Yes. We must block this phenomenon, or it will cause a big stir across the Beast World continent." When Nanshi remembered the inheritance he had received and realized that his wife was definitely not an ordinary beast, he used the power of an ancient celestial snake to release a barrier to block the bright light. "But I can't stop it. I will help you." Xiao Jihan poured his special energy into Nanshi's body. With the added power, the barrier grew stronger and temporarily blocked the strange phenomenon. At this moment, inside a residence in Yunshao City, Wei Jinma suddenly sensed something. He leapt into the air and flew above the courtyard, looking toward the North Luo tribe. Wei Dong thought something important had happened. His face changed, and he followed him into the air. He looked in the direction the young master was gazing, but saw nothing. He was confused and asked, "Young master, did something happen?" Wei Jinma suppressed his shock and murmured, "A strange phenomenon in the sky." Wei Dong rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. "But young master, I see nothing." "I don't see anything." Wei Jinma's expression was serious. Just now, he had felt it clearly. The bright light in the sky contained rainbow colors. In the Beast World continent, rainbow-colored light meant good luck, especially when it was part of a celestial phenomenon. That was in the direction of the North Luo tribe. Wei Dong looked in the same direction but saw nothing. "Young master, are you thinking about Miss Su again?" "Miss Su doesn't pay attention to us at all. Every time I go to buy something, as long as Miss Su is there, I can't buy it directly. I have to hire someone to buy it." "Young master, maybe we should go back to the Beast Emperor City. The weather is getting cold, and the snow season is coming soon. I heard that the snow in the northern region can be deadly. It's not suitable for you here." Wei Dong kept persuading him. His young master looked gentle and easy to talk to, but he was very stubborn about what he believed in. He really came here because he wanted to, but Miss Su's pies are really delicious. She doesn't even know how to teach apprentices. Now at Su's restaurant, her apprentices make great pies. When they sell pies, I can buy them easily. He liked all kinds of pies with different fillings. In the Beast Emperor City, he couldn't find such food. The pie crust was thin and crispy, and he didn't know what ingredients were used, but it was so fragrant and tasty. After eating, he wanted to eat more. There's also the medical hall. Now, it's mostly Miss Su's apprentices managing it, selling medicinal packs and pills. I've never seen such a medical hall before. They don't really take your pulse. You just tell them your symptoms and they recommend a medicine. You take it home, and it works very well. Everyone now recognizes Su's medical hall. I heard they plan to open more halls and restaurants. Wei Dong used to not care much about food, but after coming here and trying the pies and soy milk, he started to like this kind of food. Originally, the young master was feeling unwell and had little appetite, but he really enjoyed eating at Suji restaurant. Miss Su was even willing to take on apprentices without charging any fees, which was very strange. In the past, she was known to be very greedy, and he and the young master thought she was trying to make money this way, but it turned out not to be the case. No one knew what she was really up to. He felt that the young master was becoming curious about Miss Su and paying her more attention, which was not good. Wei Jinma didn't listen to Wei Dong's words. He only knew that his heart was now filled with turbulent emotions and dark, deep feelings flickered in his eyes. If someone looked carefully, they might see a trace of regret. That is the direction of the North Luo tribe. The prophecy from Beast King City might be true. It has something to do with her. Wei Dong was stunned. What prophecy? Who is it related to? Young master, you don't mean it's related to Miss Su, do you? She just knows how to cook and has medical skills. How could it be related to a prophecy? Wei Jima sighed slowly. You don't understand. Maybe my earlier decision was wrong. Some things, once done, can't be undone. No wonder the Mei family insisted that Mei Qingchen leave with her. The Wei family values family interests and reputation. In the past, everyone looked down on her and even despised her. But after staying in the northern border for over a month, he realized they had all been mistaken. She was no longer the same as before. Now, she was beautiful, bright, and charming, loved by the people of Yunshao City. According to the information he gathered, even Yun Qinglan, the young city lord's grandson and the heir of Yunshao City, had his health cured by Su Muyao. Although the news was kept secret, the Wei family had their own resources and could find out some information. He was somewhat skeptical, but had to believe it. Young master, you won't regret this, will you?
You.
Wei Dong, straightforward and honest, blurted out what he'd been worried about. Miss Su was very popular in Yunshao City. Many people wanted to become her apprentices, regardless of age or gender. Everyone liked her because she was approachable and always smiling. Her medical clinic had saved many people. It was said that her hemostatic bandages had unknowingly saved many brave hunters, and injuries that used to be deadly were now treatable. Her detoxifying bandages could really cure poison. Even after being bitten by a mutated beast, people found it amazing and incredible. The imperial doctors of Beast King City couldn't match the quality of her medicinal packs. Everyone liked her very much, and some even secretly hoped that Miss Su would become the wife of their young city lord. Who would have thought that Miss Su could gain the people's trust and be so popular in Cloud Sky City? Wei Jinma said nothing, only focusing intently as he instructed, don't mention tonight's events to anyone, and don't speak of them. The strange phenomena in the sky disappeared in an instant, likely caused by her beast husband. Fortunately, this is the Northern Territory. If it had been in Beast Emperor City, it would have caused a big fuss, and some people wouldn't accept her. Wei Dong saw the prince's serious and cold expression and realized this matter was quite serious. His heart tightened as he said, "Yes, I understand." Cloud Sky City Lord's mansion. The old city lord and Yun Qinglan had also arrived above the city lord's mansion. Grandfather, just now there was a sky phenomenon and my lightning-type ability responded. The Yun family has a special bloodline, and he can sense some of the strange phenomena in the Northern Territory. This is also why the Yun family can protect the Northern Territory. The old city lord was deeply shocked. Although it was hidden, it should be a rainbow blessing light, symbolizing that our beast world continent will be blessed by the heavens. That direction. Yun Qinglan's heart also trembled slightly. Northern Luo tribe, is it her? Why suddenly? Yun Qinglan still felt a bit confused. Old City Lord Yun spoke. Perhaps some opportunity broke through certain restrictions on her body, causing this phenomenon. That child is definitely not an ordinary beast person. Actually, according to the timeline, the year Su Muyao was born, a towering rainbow blessing light lit up the sky in the unknown area. We just happened to see a glimpse of it from the Northern Territory. Maybe that was when she was born. Yun Qinglan's expression changed. The unknown area? Isn't that extremely dangerous? All beast men who enter there die. How could she be born there? Old City Lord Yun seemed to think of something, his expression becoming very serious. Perhaps only those strong enough can explore that region. This child's origin is definitely not simple. Her mother might come from that unknown area. Some say Su Jihong is dead, but none of you know how strong he was. He probably didn't die easily. Maybe he just disappeared, and it's very likely he went to the unknown area. Old City Lord Yun subconsciously felt that the unknown area held many secrets that beastmen didn't know. Perhaps they weren't qualified to know. He continued slowly. A long time ago, Su Jihong actually disappeared for a while. When he reappeared, he was with his daughter in Beast Emperor City. At that time, everyone said that Su Muyao's mother was just an ordinary female beast. They believed that Su Muyao couldn't transform into her true form because her mother was too ordinary. Now, looking back, perhaps these rumors were all meant to protect her. Old Lord Yun became more surprised the more he thought about it. Yun Qinglan remained silent, but felt a huge wave of emotion inside. Recently, after Su Muyao helped him recover his health, his body had miraculously improved. It was something he had never dared to imagine. Is her background extremely noble? Old Lord Yun knew his grandson's thoughts well. Such an outstanding female beast would be hard for even proud male beasts to ignore after getting close to her. Although his grandson was usually calm, he now couldn't help but pay attention to her. Old Lord Yun had to be honest. It might be more than we imagined, more noble than we thought. Moreover, most female beasts don't have special abilities, but she does. Perhaps in some secret places we don't know, some female beasts with special bloodlines can have such powers. The head of the Xie family is a female beast who now has strong abilities. Although few people know this, there are indeed some female beasts with special powers in this world. Maybe in some mysterious places we don't know, there are many female beasts with such abilities. If the recent strange phenomena were discovered, it would cause a huge stir, but luckily, it was only for a moment.
No one has found out about it yet.
Still, we must be careful to block the news. Yun Qinglan focused and said, "Grandfather, I understand." Old Lord Yun nodded, feeling very pleased as he saw his grandson's health improve. The Yun family should thank Su Muyao for this. But when it came to any gifts, the girl didn't want anything. She only accepted her deserved consultation fee. She truly has a good heart. She knows what she wants and what she insists on. Any external temptation couldn't sway her. She treats her grandson just like any other patient. He could imagine that those 5 people who forcibly broke the contract with the Beast King City, and even their family forces behind them, would regret their actions. Now, they might think they don't regret it, but they don't realize how much Su Muyao will grow in the future. Just watch. A female beast with a powerful and noble bloodline will surely achieve extraordinary things. Moreover, that girl has special abilities. Few female beasts have such powers. At most, they have mental strength, which is mainly used to soothe male beasts and cannot be used in battle. But Su Muyao can fight. Thinking about some ancient legends, Lord Yun's expression changed. He didn't want his grandson to worry, so he changed the subject and asked, "What do you think about the recent destruction of the Absolute Kill sect?" Yun Qinglan stood quietly above the city lord's mansion. Her white brocade robe fluttered softly in the wind. Her eyes moved slightly, and a shadow covered her eyelashes, carrying a heavy feeling inside. The Absolute Kill sect is a new force that has risen recently. Their cultivation methods and strength are quite different from what we know. Normally, young cultivators with normal bloodlines can reach level 5, but the Absolute Kill sect has many level 6 and 7 killers. Some of their cultivation techniques are very strange. I suspect they are connected to the Dark Beastmen. Dark Beastmen cultivate in strange ways, and their speed of improvement is even stranger. Whenever the Eastern Beast Kingdom is attacked by Dark Beastmen, they have to send many troops to fight back, often suffering heavy losses. This is because the Dark Beastmen's cultivation methods are different from theirs. Hearing this, Lord Yun's expression grew serious. There must be someone behind the scenes controlling the Absolute Kill sect. This person might be very powerful. The situation is more complicated than we thought. Yun Qinglan's body also seemed to be covered in a layer of cold frost. Lord Yun said, "Winter is coming soon. We must prepare for mutant beasts attacking the city. When winter arrives, it's the most dangerous time in the northern border. Those mutant beasts, and even the dark beast men from the void, might attack for food and survival." Although Qinglan's mother once used the Yun family's lightning powers to sacrifice herself and kill those enemies, stopping their attack, they might come back again. Every winter, the Yun family is on high alert, and Yunshao City is heavily guarded. Lord Yun looked at his grandson and gently patted his shoulder. It was a responsibility passed down from their ancestors. But it also made things difficult for his grandson. Yun Qinglan was already prepared. At this moment, Su Muyao was asleep, dreaming of many strange scenes. She saw herself wearing strange clothes, standing under a tall tree, with many beast men kneeling before her. They were shouting something, but she couldn't hear what. She could only see their devout kneeling. She didn't know what they were calling her. The clothes looked like an ancient style from the Beast World continent. This scene felt both unfamiliar and familiar to her, as if she had experienced it herself. At this moment, she saw these scenes as if she truly experienced them, feeling as if she had once been a beast person on this Beast World continent. It seemed as if she belonged here. Looking at these scenes, her head ached, as if some memories, her own memories, were sealed away. She tried to remember, but the headache prevented her from doing so. Whispering softly, Su Muyao asked, "What is going on?" Suddenly, a distant, sacred voice echoed in her ears. "The time has come. You will understand everything in due time." After this voice, the scene before Su Muyao was suddenly covered by bright sunlight, as if some sound and power were calling her forward. She slowly moved ahead. After walking a while, her surroundings suddenly opened up to reveal a bustling, prosperous tribe in the forest. But it was nighttime now. Many beast people dressed in beautiful clothes stood around an altar. Torches on the altar lit up, illuminating the area. Seeing the clothes of these beast people, Su Muyao's expression changed. The clothes looked very familiar. The outfit that Hualinia made for me is the same style as these. Her heart trembled as she carefully observed everything around her. She appeared as a transparent figure. The beast people performing the rituals couldn't see her. She approached the altar and saw large stone pillars carved with the image of a three-legged golden crow beast, like a tribal totem. She remembered that in today's Beast World continent, there were no longer any three-legged golden crow beast people. They only existed in legends. Su Muyao saw that the one in charge of the ritual in the middle was a female beast person with a golden crow. She wore luxurious clothes, looking very noble. She released flames from her hands to light the torches. After saying a few words to the tribe members, she led everyone in a ceremonial ritual. The ritual was very strange. Su Muyao stood below the altar, watching everything. The female beast's dance was also very odd. She held a staff and muttered to herself, as if communicating with the gods. Su Muyao watched intently, feeling a kind of spiritual resonance. Suddenly, the female beast on the altar looked in her direction. When her beautiful eyes met Su Muyao's, her mind was moved. Then she bowed toward her. Su Muyao looked around and found no one else saw her. She thought it was just a coincidence. She is transparent and sees these scenes through a dreamlike state, existing in a different time dimension. No one can seem to notice her watching. However, at this moment, she hears people below kneeling and praying. This female beast appears to be the leader of the Golden Crow Bird Beast tribe. After the ritual ends, the female beast responsible for the ceremony returns to her stone hut, where there is also a male beast. He is holding a needle and thread, sewing something quickly. She glances at him and feels that his sewing technique is very similar to Hualinu's. Su Muyao is surprised and thinks, could there be a connection between them? The female beast approaches her beast husband and says, "You don't need to sew so many clothes. Rest a bit, don't tire yourself." The male beast smiles and replies, I can't help much with the tribe's affairs. I'm only good at sewing these clothes. I make them for our children. The female beast anxiously says, No one dares to say that about you. You are the young master of the fox tribe. You know many things, and you even gave up your inheritance to marry me. You've done a lot for me. I won't allow you to speak about yourself like that. The male beast laughs and says, All right, I know you've done a lot for me too. You are a noble golden crow beast, the leader. The tribe hopes you will marry a golden crow male beast so that the children will have pure bloodlines. But you went against everyone's opinion and married me, which made others unhappy. Our children, I don't even know if they will be golden crow bird beasts or fox beasts. The female beast touches her belly and says, Whether I look like a fox or a bird, I will be fine. I like both. Su Muyao watches the scene before her, listening to their conversation, and can feel the deep love between these two. She doesn't know when, but it seems the golden crow bird beast tribe disappeared hundreds of years ago. According to records from the Beast World continent, hundreds of years ago, some powerful and noble beast men with strong bloodlines married within their own kind to keep their bloodlines pure. Noble beast men who mated with other species often faced opposition because it was hard to ensure the purity of their bloodline strength. Su Muyao also doesn't understand why she is seeing these scenes. Suddenly, a fog appears in front of her. After the fog clears, the scene changes again. The once peaceful and prosperous golden crow bird beast tribe is now filled with countless injured and dead beast men, and the ground is still trembling. The female beast, the tribe leader, has just given birth inside her hut. She is a fiery red nine-tailed fox beast. She hands the baby over to her beast husband. Her beast husband, the male beast man, transformed into his true form, becoming a nine-tailed red fox. Wife, come up quickly. I will take you and the children away from here. The female beast man looked into the distance with a sad expression and said, It's too late. The male beast man placed the child into the female beastman's hands and said, Wife, you take the children and leave. I will stop them. The female beast man grabbed him tightly and used her strength to hold him back. Wife, what are you doing? The female beast man showed a determined look, then took out a knife and stabbed herself in the chest. She drew her heart's blood and drew a strange symbol, then infused it into her beast husband's body. This way, the restrictions of the heavenly way are lifted. You take care of the children and live well. Forget me. As she spoke, she poured her power into the child. Wife, don't, the female beast man said reluctantly. I have given the child the powerful bloodline of my clan, but I sealed his strength. Let him live an ordinary beastman life. If one day his descendants have strong talent, under a special opportunity, the seal can be lifted. Once his bloodline awakens, he can inherit this power, gaining the strength and memories of the lineage. She then opened a glowing portal, pushing her beast husband and the child inside to send them away safely. She turned to fight. As for who attacked the Golden Crow tribe, Su Muyao couldn't see. She only knew that the male beast man later appeared again in front of the female beast. The female beast was very surprised he had returned. The male beast simply said, I said we would face life and death together. Don't worry, I have already arranged the child's life. He will live a peaceful, ordinary life. Su Muyao watched helplessly as they died together. The entire Golden Crow bird beast tribe was destroyed. When Su Muyao woke up, it was already dawn. But when she opened her eyes, she saw Hualinia sitting beside her, quietly watching her. His fox eyes were deep, as if lost in thought. The moment she woke, his eyes filled with tenderness and strong emotion. Wife, you woke up so early? Not going to sleep a little longer? Hualinia leaned down and lovingly kissed her forehead, then gradually moved down, resting on her eyebrows and eyes. His breath brushed her eyelashes, carrying a warm, passionate feeling. Everything was filled with a romantic atmosphere. Only he knew how much he loved her. Only by being honest could he truly express his feelings. Last night, he unexpectedly advanced 2 levels, jumping from level 3 directly to level 5. The seals within his body seemed to be unlocked, and he gained the memories of the inheritance belonging to the fire fox and the golden crow beast. This helped him understand many things. His aura was as fiery as flames, which instantly ignited Su Muyao's passion. She softly said, I'm not sleepy anymore. Since my wife isn't sleepy, stay with me a little longer, he replied. Gently, he embraced her in his arms, his breath like a net wrapping her again. Listening to his low, husky voice, Su Muyao felt her feelings like vines wrapping around both of them. She suddenly thought of something, her face turning red.
Linye.
Yes, wife, I love you very much, deeply and truly. Hearing these heartfelt words, Su Muyao's heartstrings were strongly touched. She looked at him and saw that his fox eyes were no longer cautious like last night, but now held a deep, passionate glow, full of tender warmth. His eyes were filled with anticipation. His hot breath fell on her, and his lips whispered huskily, calling her wife. When they truly became bonded, the feelings in their hearts were so intense that they surpassed his expectations. Su Muyao didn't understand why. After just one night, his aura seemed to have changed completely. He approached her with a tentative feeling, making her feel restless. Her black hair was messy and spread beside the pillow. Her eyes were like green mountains, full of enchanting emotions, and her lips looked as if stained with rouge, exuding a charming aura. It seemed as if Hua Linyi could see her innermost thoughts through her eyes and sense her concern for him. Seeing her like this, his eyes reddened, and his feelings surged like waves in his heart. Once his emotions were ignited, he couldn't hold back. Hua Linyi felt as if his heart had found a safe harbor. A strong love filled the air around them. By midday, Hua Linyi reluctantly released Su Muyao. She leaned into his embrace, catching her breath. At this moment, Hua Linyi still held her tightly, gently stroking her forehead and eyes. Su Muyao softly called him. Linyi, just two simple words, and her captivating eyes made Hua Linyi's fingers tremble, almost losing control again. He tried to steady his mind, asking, Yes, wife. What's wrong? Su Muyao reached out and touched his eyes, saying, Last night, I had a dream. Hua Linyi looked down at her with focused affection and huskily said, He patiently listened as she spoke. He also has many things he wants to tell her, but he must first listen to her. He always has endless patience for her. I dreamed of the golden crow birdman and the red fox birdman. They are a married couple. Su Muyao briefly told Hua Linyi about her dream from last night. After she finished, she saw Hua Linyi's calm and deep expression, as if none of this surprised him. I'm wondering if your solar flames, which come from the golden crow birdman, mean they're your ancestors? She couldn't understand why she kept dreaming of those scenes. Hua Linyi focused and said, I also dreamed of such scenes. Maybe they are my ancestors. But I need to ask my grandfather and grandmother to understand some things. In his mind, the Hua family was just an ordinary red fox birdman family, but in his dreams, both the red fox and sunbird clans possessed noble bloodline powers. It's hard to explain. Also, I advanced from level 3 to level 5, and I gained some inherited memories. Memories from the red fox birdman and the golden crow birdman. With these memories, he knew how to cultivate next and how to use his fire-type supernatural power inside his body. He suddenly understood many things. This is the benefit of gaining inherited memories. Su Muyao looked carefully at Hua Linyi and realized why his aura had changed. That feeling of being humble and anxious seemed to disappear, replaced by a natural, noble, and powerful aura. Is this the change after gaining inherited memories? She also had to admit that Hua Linyi was more charming this way. He seemed to have a strategic mind. Seeing Su Muyao blinking at him, he reached out and released a flame. Madam, my fire has also upgraded. I can feel that my current flames are much stronger than before. This is true solar fire. And my supernatural power has also leveled up to level 5. From now on, I will be able to protect Madam. Although it's level 5, with the inherited memories, he knew how to fight across levels using special methods. Su Muyao smiled and said, I will take good care of myself. She wouldn't put their safety on her shoulders or pressure them. Su Muyao sat up, feeling herself still. Her face flushed as she wanted to put on her clothes. While Linue reached out and picked up the clothes nearby, gently helping her put them on. He moved softly and looked at her without avoiding his gaze, his eyes tender and affectionate. Su Muyao looked at him with some admiration. Last night, she was a shy fox, but now she could stay so calm and no longer hide or avoid. She simply looked at her. This made her feel a little embarrassed. After getting dressed, Su Muyao released her special energy. Look, a level 7 ability, she said. When Hua Linue saw Su Muyao's level 7 ability, he was surprised. His fox eyes showed a deep and amazed look. Really level 7? Su Muyao nodded and said, yes, so now I can protect myself. She could forcibly increase her strength like that night, reaching level 9 in battle. But usually, she wouldn't use such a risky way to improve unless it was absolutely necessary. At least, it showed she wasn't in danger of losing her life. Seeing Su Muyao's current strength, Hua Linue was happy for her. Wife, last night I gained a memory of inheritance. In that memory, hundreds of years ago, on the Beast World continent, female beast people could awaken special abilities. But now, very few female beast people can awaken abilities. Su Muyao's expression moved. Maybe some things have been erased, or perhaps some female beast people still have abilities, but we just don't know. She always felt that the Beast World continent was full of secrets, some of which they hadn't discovered or understood. After discussing for a while, they got up to wash and prepare. When Nanshi had already prepared the food, worried that Su Muyao might be hungry when she woke up. During breakfast, when Nanshi mentioned the strange phenomenon from last night, Su Muyao's expression changed. Did a strange event really happen? Was it a green light with rainbow colors? Her heart trembled because her own body had 7-colored fur, which might be related to this. She asked the system what was going on. The system replied, Host, it should be that Hua Linue's Sun True Fire Divine Power just unlocked a certain restriction in your body, causing a strong reaction and triggering a heavenly phenomenon. It turns out Hua Linue has quite a background. He was able to level up twice at once, indicating his bloodline power is very strong. This also means your safety is more assured, and the space reward this time is greater. You have time to check it out. The system was happy for its host. Worried that everyone might be concerned, Su Muyao gave a simple explanation. But she planned to check the space reward later. Although she had quickly reached level 7, she spent most of these days strengthening her abilities. She observed that no one knew about the heavenly phenomenon, so she felt relieved. On this evening, Su Muyao saw a mechanical bird flying back from the Beast King City. She understood that the Mei family had replied to her message. She quickly opened the mechanical bird and took out a letter inside. After reading the letter, Su Muyao's expression changed. The head of the Mei family learned that to lift the restriction, she needed to use her own blood. This reminded her of the scene she saw in her dream after forming a contract with Hua Linue that night. The female beast of the golden crow bird used her blood to remove the heavenly restriction, so her beast husband wouldn't have to die. Su Muyao felt that the scene she saw in her dream seemed to be from hundreds of years ago on the Beast World continent. So, some secret methods from back then have been lost over time. For example, the way to lift such restrictions was known to the golden crow beast woman in her dream, but now, most beast men don't know it. Not to mention using her blood. If it took losing half her life to remove the restriction, she would do it. They loved her and protected her, and she could feel it. She also hoped they would all live well. As for herself, she might have many secrets, and there are many things involved, people who want to take her life. She couldn't risk their safety. Hua Linue was right beside Su Muyao, watching her face turn pale. He gently stroked her hair and softly said, What happened? Your face doesn't look good. Hua Linue's attention was entirely on Su Muyao, and his fox-like eyes were full of worry. Su Muyao shook her head and said, It's nothing. The letter says Mei Qingchen is still participating in the awakening ceremony. I don't know when she will awaken. As she spoke, Su Muyao lightly moved her fingers, and her 7th-level special ability easily turned the letter into fragments that floated away with the wind. Hualinia watched her move and felt that things might not be so simple. He didn't know what the letter to Mei from his wife had written before. But since his wife didn't want to say, he wouldn't ask more. He softly comforted her. "Don't worry, wife. The Mei family is an ancient clan, especially the Yoming Black Panther, which has been passed down from primitive times. In the primitive tribes, pureblood Yoming Black Panther beast men were considered great shamans. They possess mysterious and powerful abilities and can communicate with spirits through sacrifices. However, some changes occurred later. The abilities of the Yoming Black Panther beastmen seem to have been sealed, so now they only exist as part of the Mei family. If they can fully awaken, they could have abilities beyond those of the Moon Clan." Su Muyao's expression changed. Is it about surpassing the abilities of the Moon Clan? Based on her past memories and what others said, she knew that the Moon Clan was considered a semi-divine existence in the minds of the beastmen, holding a very high status because they could communicate with spirits and possessed strong powers. They were similar to the existence of the Witch Clan. Even Lord Xie, the head of a top noble family, went to ask the elders of the Moon Clan for help to heal Xie Gui Shui. Usually, ordinary people rarely see members of the Moon Clan or have the chance to meet them. Her former beast husband, Yu Wuhan, carried a sacred and mysterious aura. Although he looked calm when he looked at her, Su Muyao knew he probably also disliked or looked down on her. Hualinhua softly explained, "Yes, the Shadow Beastmen and the Moon Deer Beastmen were once powerful shamanic beings. Their strength depends on the talent and bloodline abilities they awaken." Su Muyao's expression shifted. She hadn't expected the Mei family to be comparable to the Moon Clan. It was indeed incredible. She still felt some doubt. It seems the Mei family's reputation isn't as big as the Moon Clan's. When people face problems, they tend to go to the Moon Clan members, not the Mei family. As for the Mei family's ability to communicate with spirits, the outside world doesn't know much about it. Only a few people suspect that the Mei family has such powers. Hualinhua recalled memories in his mind and said carefully, for some reason, it seems that the Mei family's abilities were sealed long ago. That's why they don't awaken their powers as easily as the Moon Clan members. Awakening their abilities requires special rituals or unique opportunities. Many ancestors of the Mei family were ordinary beastmen who couldn't access bloodline powers. Hearing this, Su Muyao's expression grew more serious. If that's the case, perhaps the ancestors of the Mei family suffered some kind of, which led to their bloodline powers being sealed. Hualinhua pondered, maybe. According to inherited memories, some things were more complicated than he thought. At this moment, Su Muyao couldn't help but worry about Mei Qingchen. She hoped nothing went wrong when he awakened his powers. Suddenly, she wanted to return to the Beast Emperor city as soon as possible. But now, she was in exile, and to go back, she needed a special opportunity. Su Muyao looked at Hualinhua, reached out, and hugged his neck, leaning close to him. "You now know so much." Hualinhua gently embraced her, effortlessly lifting her onto his lap. He lowered his head and buried his face in her neck, affectionately leaning close. Su Muyao's breathing became irregular. She softly said, "It's still daytime now." Since forming the contract, Hualinhua is no longer the cautious fox he once was. His overall demeanor has become more noble and calm, but sometimes he becomes even more overbearing when facing her. He also seems to cling to her more than before. Hualinhua only knows that after forming the contract, his feelings for her have grown stronger. He wishes he could be with her all the time. "I have something to do." She still needs to remove her restraints later, so she can't be exhausted by him. Hualinhua finally lets her go and says, "After gaining the inheritance memory, I know more things." Automatically, memories from her ancestral past appear in her mind. So, some things don't need to be learned or looked up. She just knows them. Su Muyao nods and says, "I see the water in the jar is running low. Please go fetch some water for me. I need it to boil the medicinal herbs later." At this time, when Nankei and Xiao Jihan went hunting in the forest. The weather is getting colder, and the snow season is approaching. They need to hunt more animals to prepare for the snow season. They also plan to send some of the game to the shop. Although Hua Linya knows his wife is deliberately sending him away, he still responds gently, okay. He loves her so much that it surpasses his own life. Whatever she wants him to do, he will do it, climbing mountains or crossing seas. He won't refuse. After Hua Linya leaves, Su Muyao doesn't bother to look at the items in the Mei family space bag. She takes her knife and, without hesitation, stabs it into her chest. At this moment, Su Muyao's whole body trembles with pain, her face turns pale, and sweat beads form on her forehead. She almost drops the knife. She didn't expect that cutting into her chest would hurt so much. The system sees her action and anxiously exclaims, "Host, what are you doing? How can you cut your heart's blood? If you're not careful, you might die." That's the heart area. Even though her body hurts a lot, she endures the pain and, with a determined look in her eyes, says, "I want to lift the restrictions of the heavenly path. They are willing to be my beast husbands, and I must protect them. After lifting the restrictions, even if I get hurt or die in the future, they can still live well." Since others are sincere to her, she must respond with sincerity. The system's voice chokes with emotion. "Host, don't get hurt." It knows that once the host makes a decision, it cannot be changed. Su Muyao decisively pushes the knife deeper into her chest, drawing her heart's blood, then begins to draw symbols with her blood. The symbols were drawn by the Mei family head, just like the symbols she saw in her dream of the Golden Crow Beastman. But strangely, she could remember these symbols instantly, as if she had always known them and was very familiar with them. So, when Su Muyao drew the symbols, she did it very quickly and smoothly. In the letter from the head of the Mei family, it was written that drawing these symbols was not easy. People without talent might have to try many times and still not succeed. The Mei family had also told her that hundreds of years ago, there were symbol masters and beastmen skilled in symbols, but now these symbols have been lost. Only those with top bloodline talent could draw them. He had learned this symbol through a special ritual to communicate with spirits. But Su Muyao drew it very easily. It seemed as if the surrounding spiritual energy gathered into the symbols, making them glow faintly. After drawing 5 symbols, Su Muyao could feel that Shen Xian was still alive, which made her feel a little more at ease. Then she sent out the blood symbols, saying, "Go." The 5 blood symbols flew in 5 different directions. Meanwhile, Hua Linyue, who was carrying water back home, suddenly felt a familiar aura from his wife's master enter his body. He then felt lighter, and as if some restrictions had disappeared. In an instant, he seemed to understand something. Suddenly, Hua Linyue broke through from level 5 to level 6 with ease. Realizing this, he immediately rushed back home. He quickly entered the room and saw Su Muyao, pale and sweating, and he embraced her tightly. "Wife's master, what's wrong? Don't scare me." "Wife's master." Hua Linyue's face turned pale with fear, trembling as he held her. His face lost its color, looking completely frightened. Su Muyao didn't expect Hua Linyue to come back so quickly. She was a little weak and said, "I'm fine. Just rest for a while and I'll be okay." She was right. Now she was a level 7 ability user, so she wouldn't have any problem recovering quickly. If her ability was weaker, she wouldn't be able to withstand using such a secret technique. Releasing the restrictions seemed easy, but every step was difficult. It had to be done smoothly without any mistakes, or problems could occur. Every step needed to be perfect. Even a small mistake could cause issues. Hua Linyue looked at Su Muyao, feeling a sharp pain in his chest as if pierced by needles. The pain was intense, and his eyes showed deep compassion. He gently wiped her cold sweat and asked softly, "My wife, what exactly happened? I feel like the restrictions of the heavenly path that held me back have disappeared. My abilities suddenly advanced 6 levels, Su Muyao said with a gentle smile. "It's nothing. I just removed the constraints of the heavenly path. From now on, my life won't be connected to yours," she explained. Hua Linyue immediately understood what she meant. His face changed drastically, and he became more panicked. "My wife, how could this happen? How can you do this? No, you can't do this. Wife, Please take it back. Quickly take it back. No, I won't.
I'm yours.
I will stay with you through life and death, she said softly, touching his forehead gently. Seeing her, Hualinia was frightened. Look at you, I'm fine. But I don't like this kind of restriction. I won't let myself be in danger, and I won't let you be in danger either. You are still my beast husband, and that won't change. Hualinia held her tightly, his eyes turning slightly red. But I want to be connected with you through life and death. He didn't want to remove the restriction at all. Su Muyao comforted him. Really, I'm fine. Removing the restriction is for my own sake. I don't want to worry about everything all the time. That's good. These restrictions are unfair to you. They shouldn't exist in the first place. Why do you still insist on this restriction? Besides, your strength has increased by 1 level now. We will be safer. Meanwhile, when Nanshi and Xiao Jihan, who were hunting wildly in the forest, suddenly sensed something. When Nanshi's abilities jumped from level 5 to 6, Xiao Jihan's abilities rose from level 3 to 4. At this moment, they realized something. Their minds shook, and they hurriedly abandoned their hunt, rushing back home like a gust of wind. When Nanshi entered the room and saw Su Muyao lying on the bed, pale and weak, struggling to breathe, he was struck by shock. One glance was enough to sense the changes in her body. He stepped forward hoarsely, "Fool, why are you so foolish?" When Nanshi wanted to touch her, but he was cautious, afraid of hurting her. Su Muyao said seriously, "I'm not foolish. I care about you all, so I just want you to be well. I don't like this kind of restriction. This way is very painful. How could you? Most people couldn't bear it." His wife was too harsh on herself, and it made him feel heartbroken and helpless about what to do with her. Su Muyao smiled and said, "It's fine. It doesn't hurt. After a nap, I'll be okay." She also didn't know why, but she felt like some barrier was loosening, as if this sleep would bring her some benefit. At this moment, Xiao Jihan also returned. He looked at Su Muyao with clear, sharp eyes that suddenly filled with tears. "Madam." Xiao Jihan's voice trembled. He never thought he would love someone so much. Now he understood what love really felt like. His wife was so good, better than all other creatures in the world. So unique, and he was lucky to be her husband. But at the same time, he wished she could be a little more selfish, not so perfect. He couldn't bear to see her hurt. Su Muyao reached out and held Xiao Jihan's hand. "Don't worry, I'm really fine. I'll sleep now, and I'll be better when I wake up." When Nanshi gently brushed her hair, acting so tenderly, as if she were a treasure. He also covered her with a blanket and tucked it in. "Madam, rest assured, sleep well. Don't worry about anything. We're here." Su Muyao nodded and lay down to sleep. As she drifted off, her mind seemed to automatically flood with memories and knowledge of symbols. It was as if this ability belonged to her all along, but had been sealed away. Now it was slowly opening. When Nanshi and the others stayed by her side, afraid she might have any problem. Meanwhile, in a hidden forest somewhere, Shenxiai was covered in blood, dragging his injured body forward with difficulty. By now, he didn't even know how many battles he'd fought. He even thought he might collapse at any moment. Being chased and attacked from all sides, he kept using secret techniques to kill his enemies again and again. Blood was constantly dripping from him. A red flower swayed on his shoulder and asked, "Will the master regret this?" Shenxiai was so weak he seemed to have no strength at all. He smiled seductively. "No regrets. As long as she's safe. What does it matter if I die? Wasn't the master like this before? Didn't he say he wouldn't sacrifice himself for anyone?" Shenxiai struggled to speak. "That's because you don't know how good she is. But the master is about to die." Shenxiai could no longer walk and leaned against a big tree, sitting down slowly. He gasped for breath for a while, then gathered a little strength and said, "So if I die, you will take my blood power and protect her for me. Dear little ones, please support me with your monthly tickets." Shinkian said these words while weakly leaning against a tree. He looked into the distance, feeling very unwilling. He really wanted to go back, even just to see her once. He said that even if it was just for a breath, he would return. But he couldn't go back now. He had used all his secret techniques and all his strength. Master, don't die, please don't die, sob. Don't forget the hatred carried by your bloodline. You carry the hopes of many people. You have your own responsibilities. Sob, Master, you're so foolish. Why are you so foolish? Shin Qian smiled slightly. I'm not foolish. I don't regret it. If I, as her beast husband, can't protect my wife, how can I do anything else? You don't understand feelings, and you don't know how wonderful she is. I can read minds, but I often don't want to because many female beasts' thoughts are so selfish and cruel, pretending on the surface, but secretly plotting. Human hearts are so complicated. But she is different. She is not the same as before. She should have come from a distant place. Her soul is so pure and beautiful. I have never seen such a good female beast. My wife is the best female beast in this world. I am honored to be her beast husband, but unfortunately, I can't be with her anymore. He just missed her so much, wanted to see her, even if just once.
He didn't want to die.
He was unwilling. The forces behind the Ju shaman come from the unknown area. They will definitely come back again. I can't protect her anymore. You must take my place. At this point, Shin Qian no longer had the strength to speak. His hand was slowly falling. But at that moment, a powerful blood rune force directly merged into Shin Qian's body. In that instant, his heart, which was about to stop beating, suddenly resumed its rhythm. His body was healing at a visible speed. The power of bloodlines seemed to be restoring. That blood flower excitedly said, Master, Master, your injuries are healing, your vitality is returning. The Master is alive, everything is fine. The blood flower screamed excitedly. Shin Qian could feel a healing, restorative power surging within his body, and it was blood energy. This power, this aura, made him feel very close. Wife's aura and power? How is that possible? Shin Qian realized something and was stunned. He is a blood beast man. His physical strength and vitality are special. When injured, it is very hard to heal, especially if he forcibly uses secret techniques to boost his power, which cannot repair the damage. Even medicinal herbs are useless. His recovery is very slow. It is said that in their ancestors' time, some injuries could be well repaired using symbol patterns' power. If a noble and strong bloodline beast man used blood symbols, they could heal faster. However, symbol pattern masters and beast men with symbol pattern power have already become extinct. Originally, their blood beast men should have been wiped out long ago, but for some reasons, they survived. They train quickly and have many secret methods, but once injured, their wounds are hard to heal. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Shin Qian can feel his injuries healing and his strength growing stronger. Because he is so shocked, his body trembles slightly.
This
is the aura of my wife. Yes, it's her. Realizing this, Shin Qian feels even more amazed. Is your wife the one who saved you, Master? Wow, her bloodline must be very strong. She must be extremely noble to have such effects. Symbol patterns, Master, your wife still knows how to use symbol patterns. That's amazing. Master's wife must be a master symbol pattern artist. They have long been extinct, and symbol patterns are lost. Why does your wife know these? No wonder you say your wife is so wonderful. She saved your life. Hey, the suppression power on your body is gone. Wow, your strength is about to break through again. That's so amazing. Shin Qian is speechless now because he doesn't understand why this is happening. He can only say that his wife has many mysterious aspects, as if wrapped in layers of mystery, each layer revealing new surprises. Tears well up in his eyes. He chokes slightly and says it's so good. I can go back to see her. He can finally return alive to see her. At this moment, Shin Qian feels his extraordinary power about to break through to level 9. But his body is unstable, and he needs to find a place to stabilize and strengthen his power before returning. He also needs to eliminate all remaining members of the killer's sect. Wife, He whispers this word, his voice filled with deep emotion and longing. He also shows a relieved smile. She must be more noble and powerful than they imagined. I am most grateful for having become her beast husband back then. That was the best decision. Within the Beast King city, Mei Qingchen enters the ancient family inheritance site, which is also the awakening trial ground. Despite only being at level 3, he rashly entered the trial ground, but each trial was very difficult. He was heavily injured but persisted in passing the tests. He must awaken. During the trial, Mei Qingchen seemed to understand some things. However, when he was injured in the trial, Mei Qingchen suddenly felt a familiar aura flood into his body, and his supernatural ability instantly advanced to level 4. He was shocked and called out, "My wife." He covered his chest with his hand, realizing what the feeling of longing was. At this moment, Su Muyao was sleeping peacefully. As she slept, a faint rainbow glow surrounded her. While Linyue was slightly startled and said, "So this is the rainbow glow." That day, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky, but he and his wife were asleep and didn't notice anything. It turns out to be such a rainbow glow. In the ancestral memory, this kind of light symbolized good fortune, and only very noble beasts could produce such a glow. When Nanshi focused and said, "Yes, this is the natural auspicious glow of heaven and earth, which is healing her body automatically." His wife was very powerful and noble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach level 6 just by merging a bit of her blood power. Xiao Jihan quietly watched without speaking, but he was deeply shocked inside. He was very grateful that his family had married him to his wife in the past. When Su Muyao was sleeping again, she found herself in a different place. This time, she was on a mountain top, surrounded by swirling clouds. She saw a woman sitting there, drawing talisman symbols on paper with a brush. Different symbols on the paper represented different powers, some for teleportation, others for healing injuries. Drawing these symbols required different energies. The woman seemed to sense something and looked in her direction. Then Su Muyao realized she looked exactly like herself. Only her clothes and style were different. The woman smiled peacefully and said, "You've arrived." Su Muyao was amazed and asked, "You can see me? Do you know who I am?" Looking at this woman, she felt like looking into a mirror, so real, an exact replica. The woman's voice was ethereal and said, "Yes, I am you. You are me. The reason you can see me is because I exist in your memory. But now, only part of the memory is unlocked, so you can only see a part of the scene. Once all the memories are fully unlocked, you will understand everything." When Su Muyao heard these words, her heart was filled with waves of emotion. She realized that everything she saw was just a scene from her memory. In the past, she couldn't see it, but now, because she had touched a certain opportunity and unlocked a barrier, she could see it. "What's really going on? Why is my memory sealed?"
she asked.
The woman replied, "You will understand in time. Focus on studying the symbols and patterns. This is your true power. The world is more complex than you think. Later, you can use this power to protect yourself." At this moment, Su Muyao was deeply shocked. Although the system kept saying she belonged to this world, she still felt doubtful. She had little memory or sense of belonging to this world. Even her memories from when she was young were blurry, and only those vague childhood memories made her feel like she was herself. There were no other signs or clues. She didn't know who to ask because her parents were no longer alive. Maybe, if her memories were sealed, that explained everything. When Su Muyao woke up again, 3 days had passed. Seeing her awake, when Nanshi and the others finally relaxed. They had been staying by her side the whole time. During her sleep, she learned many things and automatically gained a lot of knowledge. She learned more about the Beast World continent. When she woke up, her body felt very light. First, she checked on Nanshi and the others to make sure they were okay, then told them to go rest. Su Muyao bought a large piece of land from the Beiluo tribe to build a pill workshop. In her dreams, she learned that herbs and medicine would be very important. So she discussed with the tribe leader about hiring people to prepare pills according to several recipes. Since it was a streamlined process, even if they didn't know much about herbs, it was okay. She called 2 apprentices from the medicine hall to teach everyone how to identify herbs and prepare medicines. She also hired tribe members to help build the workshop. They learned that working at the workshop could earn 30 copper-colored crystals a day and a silver crystal each month. Everyone was eager to do this work. They were motivated to learn how to identify herbs and make medicines because they wanted to earn crystals. With crystals, even in winter, they wouldn't be afraid because they could buy food in the city. Of course, everyone also stored plenty of food for the winter season. Su Mo Yao found that there were not enough people, so she recruited 10 apprentices skilled in medicine. Of course, she also took time to teach everyone and brought out precious medical books from the space to instruct her apprentices. As for medicinal materials, she directly purchased them from outside. When she needed specific herbs, she asked her apprentices to promote and advertise which herbs were needed. Nearby tribes, orcs learned that digging and selling medicinal herbs could earn them crystal coins, so they actively searched for herbs during hunts. Selling these herbs to Su Mo Yao's pharmacy helped her earn crystal coins to support her family. In the busy days, time flew quickly. Su Mo Yao's workshop was soon established, and she hired enough staff. The pills she made were supplied directly to the clinic. She also opened another clinic in Yunshao City, which was very popular. When the snow season arrived, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. One day, as Su Mo Yao left the clinic, she saw snow falling. She reached out her hand to catch a snowflake and said, "It's snowing. Is the snow season beginning?" Recently, Su Mo Yao had been so busy that she lost track of time. She didn't expect that the snow season had arrived so quickly. As she looked up at the snowflakes, she suddenly sensed something. She looked ahead and saw Xiao Jihan holding an umbrella, walking toward her. He was dressed in a moon-white flowing robe with wide sleeves, a simple white silk belt around his waist. His tall figure stood like a bamboo in the snow, with a cold white complexion like ancient jade, glowing with a captivating light. At this moment, he held an oiled paper umbrella, walking through the wind and snow. His eyebrows resembled distant mountains, and his clear, icy eyes were as pure as glass, so clean and flawless, as if he had merged with the snow. Su Mo Yao was momentarily stunned, her expression changing slightly. "Jihan, why are you here?" Xiao Jihan held the umbrella over Su Mo Yao's head to shield her from the wind and snow. His other hand gently brushed the falling snow from her hair. "It's snowing. I'm here to pick my wife home." The workshop was a bit far from their home. Seeing the snow, he wanted to come and pick her up. When Nanshi and Hualinhua gave him this opportunity, because both of them had formed a contract with the lady, but he had not yet, they were willing to give him a chance. Xiao Jihan wanted very much to dedicate himself to her. But seeing her busy with the workshop and teaching apprentices to make pills, he felt distressed for her and didn't want to bother her with such things. However, since they hadn't formed a contract and the heavenly path restrictions had been lifted, Xiao Jihan felt insecure inside, especially now that the lady was very powerful and he was only at level 4. He was afraid that one day she might no longer need him. Su Muyao felt a warm feeling in her heart. She knew they always cared for her. Recently, she was busy, and they were very understanding and took good care of her. She softened her voice and said, "Actually, there's no need to be so formal. I'm not that delicate." Xiao Jihan lowered his head and looked at Su Muyao seriously. "But I want to come and pick my wife home. I want to stay with my wife. I'm not sure what I can do for my wife. I just cherish every moment I spend with her, especially when they are alone together. Even if the walk home is short, he treasures it very much. He just wants to look at her and talk to her. Please don't find me annoying, my wife." Hearing this, Su Muyao felt a twinge in her heart. She reached out and hugged Xiao Jihan willingly.
How could that be?
"You are very important to me too, Jihan. You are in my heart. Don't overthink. I've been too busy lately and neglected you all. Tonight, when we go back, shall we formalize our bond? Tonight, I belong to you." Xiao Jihan's hand trembled with excitement, almost dropping the oil paper umbrella he held. He used his other arm to hug Su Miao tightly, his voice hoarse with emotion. Yes. Just one word, but his voice was trembling with tears. It's so good. I've waited for this day for a long time. He buried his head in Su Miao's neck, breathing in her scent deeply, as if that made everything feel real. Su Miao listened to his words and felt a bit guilty. She had been too busy lately and had overlooked his feelings. Was it hard for you to wait? No, not at all. Just being able to stay by my wife's side makes me very happy. But my wife is so wonderful that I can't help but want more. I am greedy, wanting to truly become my wife's loyal partner. Recently, Wei Jinma came once. Your wife simply ignored him. He understood that Wei Jinma regretted it, but even if Wei Jinma felt sorry, it was no use. Your wife wouldn't forgive him. Having the chance to be your wife's loyal partner is already his honor. Hearing this, Su Miao's heart was gently touched. She kept telling herself that they are so good, she must cherish them well. But she had been too busy lately and hadn't paid enough attention to them. Instead, she made them worry about her. Su Miao tightly hugged Xiao Jihan, burying her head in his chest. It's not that. You are so good, and I am greedy. I want all of you to stay with me. Of course, she was also worried about Shinzian. She wanted to find Shinzian, but for some reason, even with her level 7 strength, she couldn't locate his position or direction. It was as if he had blocked out all the breath of life around him. She could only keep asking the system, and only when the system told her Shen Qianan was still alive could she feel at ease. Listening to Su Miao's words, Xiao Jihan's heart ached deeply. He felt sorry for her and cared for her, not knowing what he could do to make her feel better inside. He knew she had gone through too much, looked very strong, treated them well, and could handle everything, organizing everything neatly. But only they knew how much they hurt for her, and they would rather see her a bit more willful, as long as she was happy. Xiao Jihan also knew she was worried about Shen Qianan. His wife was so kind. Whoever truly cared for her, she was willing to give her heart to them. Of course, only if they hadn't hurt her before. As for Wei Jinma, no matter what he did, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. Xiao Jihan tried to use his abilities to find Shen Qianan's location, but neither he nor Wen Nankei or Hua Linyue could find her. So, they couldn't help with this matter. Xiao Jihan lowered his head and gently stroked her hair, affectionately saying, I will always stay by your side, wife. When Xiao Jihan said this, his voice was gentle, but carried a sense of promise. Su Miao felt warm inside after hearing those words. She looked up at Xiao Jihan, feeling that the once cold and icy person now radiated a gentle aura, like snow melting in the wind and snow. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she tiptoed gently, wanting to reach out and hug his neck. He was tall and slender, like bamboo, so she could only do this to hold him close. Before she could make a move, Xiao Jihan bent down and directly reached out to lift her up. Is this okay? No matter what the wife wants to do, I will bow to you, he said. Although she didn't know what she wanted to do, he didn't want her to stand on tiptoe. Su Miao's heart was softly touched. She remembered that Xiao Jihan had always quietly helped her from the start. He was always so good. Being lifted to this height was just right, making it easy for her to hold him. She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaned forward, and pressed her lips to his. She quickly pulled away and smiled, saying, Actually, I wanted to do this. At that moment, Xiao Jihan's body stiffened instantly, his throat moved slightly, and the tips of his ears turned a blush red. The redness spread over his cold, white neck, like red plum blossoms on snow-covered branches, pure and quiet. His clear, calm features now shimmered with layers of blush, like ripples on a tranquil lake. He wanted to get closer to Su Miao but felt a bit shy, slightly turning his head away, not daring to look at her. Su Miao couldn't help but laugh, feeling that Xiao Jihan was different from usual, so pure and innocent. It made sense. They had never been this close before. Jihan, are you shy? Even if he was shy, he held an umbrella with one hand and supported her with the other, showing strength. She hugged his neck and whispered softly in his ear, "Why aren't you talking?" Xiao Jihan smelled the gentle fragrance near his ear, his heart beating faster. He realized what was happening and turned to look at Su Muyao. Their eyes met with a gentle smile, and he also smiled softly. As long as she was happy, that was enough. "My wife is so playful." Su Muyao found Xiao Jihan's shy reaction quite amusing. Now, when Nenki and Hualinhua had both gained the ability of inheritance and memories, so she couldn't flirt with them. Even without saying flirtatious words, they could easily tease her apart. But Xiao Jihan was different, so she could enjoy watching his reactions. She hugged him again and kissed his eyes. "Jihan, your eyes are very beautiful." Xiao Jihan's mind moved. "Really? I always thought I wasn't soft enough or gentle enough. My breath is too cold, and it might make my wife uncomfortable." He practiced ice elemental magic, which naturally carried some coldness. Even though he tried to control it, his aura was still a bit cold. He also wanted to have a gentle, warm aura like when Nenki, so his wife would want to be close to him. But he had tried, and he realized that changing his aura wasn't easy.
How could that be?
You are just you, unique and special. You don't need to be gentle. Just be yourself. I hope you can be happy too. No need to change. Su Muyao felt that some heartfelt words had to be spoken. If she didn't say them, they might not understand. Or worse, they might overthink. Although these days have been busy, I feel very safe because I know you all are always here with me. She was used to having them around. Also, I still remember that night when I woke up in the middle of the night after giving you the medicine. Seeing you, your eyes, everything looked so beautiful. At that time, she had just traveled here, feeling confused and unfamiliar with everything. Xiao Jihan was sitting by her bed, looking cold and distant, but he was so handsome, like a painting in the snowstorm, so pleasing to the eye that it eased her unfamiliar feelings. When Xiao Jihan heard this, he realized which night she was talking about. He felt guilty and said, "I'm sorry." He wasn't just feeling guilty, there was also a pain in his heart. If he had known he loved his wife so much back then, he wouldn't have needed her to give him the medicine. He would have given everything to her willingly. "Whatever my wife desires, I will give it to her," Su Muyao said with a smile. "I hope you can be yourself and be happy."
All right.
There's snow again. What do you want to eat tonight? At this moment, Xiao Jihan felt relaxed listening to Su Muyao's words. He realized that being himself was enough. He didn't need to imitate anyone else. He smiled and said, "Whatever my wife wants to eat, I like to eat it too." Su Muyao thought for a moment and said, "Hot pot is perfect for snowy days. Let's have hot pot tonight." Okay. They walked home while talking. The wind and snow grew stronger, blurring their figures. After they left, Wei Jinma and Wei Dong came out from the alley. They saw everything just now. Wei Jinma covered his chest where he felt a dull ache and a sudden sense of regret. Wei Dong held an umbrella over his young master, shielding him from the wind and snow. Seeing how thin he had become, he was very worried. "Young master, let's go back. It's snowing so heavily outside, your body can't handle it." Wei Jinma didn't reply. He just looked at the alley leading to Su Muyao's house. Wei Dong sighed and said, "Young master, even though you want to tell Miss Su an important message, she probably doesn't want to hear it. Wasn't it like that last time? Miss Su doesn't want to see you, so you should wake up." Wei Dong felt he had to clarify things, or else his young master might fall deeper into trouble. Wei Jinma, once proud and calm, now seemed a bit lonely and sad. He whispered softly, "Do you really think the wife cares so much for her beast husband?" He saw clearly just now that Su Muyao was very kind to her beast husband, caring for their feelings and speaking to them like that. Even through the snow and wind, he could hear it clearly. Even though his father was his mother's first beast husband, and they loved each other well, it wasn't like that. He used to think his parents loved each other deeply, and his mother treated her beast husband well. But now, comparing it, he saw it was different. There was no intimacy between his parents. His father never dared to be relaxed or natural around his mother. He always faced her in his best state. His father was never relaxed and never naturally close to his mother. But Su Muyao was very different. That natural closeness, that love and respect, they made him very envious. Wei Dong opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Honestly, he himself feels that there are no better female beasts like this. Young master, even female beasts who marry into beast master families are not as good as this. With your status and position, many female beasts want to marry you. Choosing a good one won't be a problem. Wei Jinmo replied calmly, sincerity is the rarest. The other party treats me well because of my status. What if one day that status is gone? Wei Dong said, that's impossible. The Wei family's position is unshakable. Plus, you're so powerful that no one can hurt you. Wei Jinma shook his head and said, power and influence change over time, and there are stronger forces in the unknown areas, beyond our understanding. If they want to destroy a family, it might be very easy. Wei Dong said, if you're worried about that, you could marry into a noble family of warriors. The two big families joining forces would make your position even more secure. Wei Jinma seemed to think of something and looked even more worried. Did you forget about Duan Tingshuan's situation? Thinking of Duan Tingxian, Wei Dong's face changed. It's really hard to talk about. Young Master Duan was also one of Miss Su's beast husbands, but he had a white moonlight in his heart. Later, he broke off the engagement and married his white moonlight, who promised only to marry him as her beast husband. However, news from the Beast Emperor City said that recently there was an incident. His white moonlight kept a mistress outside, and when Duan Tingxian found out, he was planning to marry her openly. Sai, his own young master, is regretful now. He wonders if Duan Tingxian, after seeing how good Miss Su is, might regret his earlier decision. Wei Dong hesitated too. He honestly thought Miss Su's character was impeccable. If the young master could become Miss Su's beast husband, it would also be very good. But young master, Miss Su, she would definitely mind what happened before. At this moment, Wei Jinma's expression was full of worry and frustration. For the first time, he felt helpless. After Su Muyao and Xiao Jihan returned home, when Nanxi and Hua Linyue had not yet come back from the mountain, they had gone hunting and gathering medicinal herbs. Su Muyao and Xiao Jihan prepared ingredients for a hot pot first. Su Muyao took out some hot pot meatballs, broth base, and seasonings from her space. Since she bonded with Hua Linyue last time, her space had been upgraded. Some supplies she had stored during the apocalypse were now being used. This made Su Muyao very happy. Despite the heavy snow during the winter months, she didn't have to worry about running out of food. Regarding vegetables and meat, she prepares ready-made ingredients for a hot pot herself. She previously planted many vegetables in the backyard, and now they have all grown. The chickens she raised have also grown up and are chirping loudly. On ordinary days, Xiao Jihan and others manage the backyard vegetables and chickens in their spare time. Su Muyao thinks that the rooster can be directly killed for chicken meat. The hens are kept for laying eggs, so the family doesn't need to buy eggs. Recently, when Nanxi and others hunted a lot of wild game, which is very fresh and mostly stored in the ice cellar. Yesterday, there was also some wild meat that hadn't been frozen yet, including beef, lamb, and pork. Su Muyao prepares to cut the meat. Xiao Jihan watches her movements and gently takes the kitchen knife, saying, "Wife, let me do it." "How should I cut this?" Su Muyao explains, "Slice it very thin, very thin." Thinking about hot pot and Xieguishuo, she mentally asks the system, how is Xieguishuo's health now? She always knew through the system that Xieguishuo was fine, but now she doesn't know if he is woken up. The system replies, "Host, I can only sense that Xieguishuo's body and soul have fully merged and been completely repaired. His body is also very good, so he's probably awake now. But I don't know where he is or what he's doing. His strength should be stronger now. Maybe he's blocking everyone's aura, and I can't sense him at all. But he's definitely fine, so don't worry, host." Hearing this, Su Muyao feels relieved. No matter what, she hopes he's doing well. As for his future choices, she can't interfere or make any decisions. She had a hot pot with Xie once before they formed a contract, and Xiao Jihan and others didn't know what hot pot was, so she plans to prepare more ingredients. When the ingredients are almost ready, when Nanxi and Hualinue return, they hunted many wild animals, and all the meat is stored in space bags. Wife, they put down the items and immediately come to hug Su Muyao, feeling like they're home. That night, the family enjoyed hot pot while watching the snow fall outside, feeling very happy. Because Su Muyao asked when Nanxi and others to set up a heated Kong bed, even in the snow season, no one feels cold. Of course, every room has a heated Kong bed. After dinner, when Nanxi and Hualinue also learned that the wife planned to form a contract with Xiao Jihan, they naturally avoided interfering and didn't disturb them. Now, the family gets along much more harmoniously, unlike before when everyone used different methods to compete for favor. That night, Su Muyao accompanied Xiao Jihan to his room. Although Xiao Jihan had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, he still felt nervous and anxious, worried about not taking good care of his wife. He gently picked up Su Muyao, holding her horizontally. "My wife, I will take care of your washing." Su Muyao held Xiao Jihan, watching his face in the candlelight, noticing again how his ears turned red. She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaned in close, and with a bright smile, whispered teasingly into his ear, "All right, then I leave everything to you." When she said this, her voice was deliberately lowered, carrying a flirtatious tone. Xiao Jihan took a sharp breath, his hand trembled, almost losing his grip on her. But he still held her tightly, wishing he could hold her even closer, pressing her against his chest. His throat moved as he spoke hoarsely, "Okay." Then he carried Su Muyao inside. He had already prepared a bucket of water for bathing. The space was large, and there were flower petals floating in the water. Nearby, there was also a hammock made of coarse rope, designed for sleeping. Seeing this handcrafted item, Su Muyao's eyelashes fluttered sharply. She knew Xiao Jihan had woven it himself. She wondered what he was thinking while making it. Su Muyao looked at Xiao Jihan in surprise. "Did you prepare all this yourself?" She spoke softly, her breath brushing against Xiao Jihan's ear. Hearing her question, Xiao Jihan's usually cold face flushed with a faint blush, spreading from his cheeks to his neck. "Yes, I made it myself. I've been looking forward to this day. But before, my wife had won Nanki and others. I was afraid she wouldn't remember me, so I wanted to use a special way to make sure she remembers me." The competition was very intense. He was not the first beast husband, and he was not good with words. His aura was too cold and distant, so he was worried his wife might not like him. Therefore, he had to find other ways to leave a deep impression on her and make sure he held a special place in her heart. After saying this, Xiao Jihan's usually cold and calm expression showed a hint of restrained pain. Su Muyao saw him like this and felt a little soft-hearted and distressed. "How could I forget you? Don't think like that. You are all the same in my heart, and I cherish you all. I remember everything you did, including the baskets, broom, back basket, and other things you wove so well. You quietly did many things." Whenever Su Muyao talks about this, she recalls everything clearly. Xiao Jihan truly did many things quietly, which made her life much easier. Most of the time, Xiao Jihan took care of the backyard vegetable garden, watering and weeding, which is why the vegetables grew so well. Actually, Su Muyao secretly added spiritual spring water to the water tank in the backyard. When watering the garden, she used this water, making the vegetables grow faster and healthier. Now, the vegetables have grown, and almost all the vegetables they eat are from their own garden. Moreover, vegetables watered with spiritual spring water carry spiritual energy and can nourish the body. Listening to Su Muyao, Xiao Jihan felt a deep, sweet feeling in his heart. He gently placed her in the water bucket and said, "I remember what my wife said. I am very happy." In his mind, he believed that his wife wouldn't mind explaining these things to him, her beast husband. He thought that what he did was natural and should be done. Maybe in other families, the wife would see this as normal and might even ignore what the beast husband did. But his wife never did that. She always remembered these small details. At this moment, looking at her in the bucket, his heart swelled with love, as if filled with affection. Wife, you are so kind. You are also very good. I will go take care of your washing up now. Su Muyao looked at him. Seeing his passionate eyes, she held his hand and said, You made this big basin yourself. Are you really going to let me wash alone? You're not washing? Hearing this, Xiao Jihan's ears turned even redder. He whispered, I will wash. When he entered the basin, the water with flower petals soon overflowed. Outside the window, snowflakes fell gently, and the wind howled, as if playing music for the love inside. The candle flickered softly, dancing as if to celebrate their love. They were completely lost in each other's world, forgetting the time and everything around them. Only their strong feelings, like vines growing wildly in spring, intertwined so tightly that they could never be separated. Late at night, Xiao Jihan was holding Su Muyao while sleeping on the hammock. This made Su Muyao cling even more tightly to Xiao Jihan's arms. Later, somehow, the hammock broke. Xiao Jihan could only carry Su Muyao back to the bed to sleep. All he knew was that after making the contract, his feelings for her had grown even deeper. Despite the fierce snow and wind outside, the inside of the house is filled with warmth. Su Muyao leans comfortably in Xiao Jihan's arms, sleeping peacefully. Xiao Jihan holds her tightly, reluctant to sleep himself. He looks down at her and thinks she is so beautiful right now. If he didn't think she was tired, he wouldn't want to let go of her. The next morning, Su Muyao wakes up to the sound of wind and snow. When she opens her eyes, Xiao Jihan is no longer in the house. She hears a sound and looks outside through the window. She sees the snowflakes have become smaller, but the wind is still strong, swirling snow around and gently falling again. San Ren and the others are each holding a broom, sweeping the snow. But just after they clear the ground, a thin layer of snow falls again. Is this what snow season feels like? Actually, Su Muyao quite likes snowy days and snowflakes. Because during the apocalypse, the climate changed a lot, and they rarely saw snow anymore, mostly hail instead. Seeing these snowflakes and feeling the snowy season, she finds it very beautiful. And sleeping on a warm bed, no matter how cold outside, the inside stays warm. When Su Muyao gets up, Xiao Jihan, who is in the backyard tidying the vegetable greenhouse, seems to sense something. Like a gust of wind, he quickly returns to the house. He looks at Su Muyao and asks, Wife, you're awake? Right now, Xiao Jihan's eyes are bright, no longer the cold and lonely look from before. His whole aura has softened a bit. Su Muyao smiles and says yes. Are you guys sweeping the snow?
Yes.
It snowed all night, and early in the morning, everyone in the tribe came out to clear the snow. Although snow season isn't ideal for going out, everyone gets up every morning to clear the snow, making sure there's a path for the tribe. When the snow gets heavier later, the mountains might be completely covered. She also heard some movement and people talking. Xiao Jihan laughs and explains, Everyone is praising how useful the warm bed is and wants to thank you. Early on, Su Muyao had the people like when Nanshi set up the bed and also built a stove in the workshop. Seeing this, the tribe members were very surprised and wanted to build one themselves. Su Muyao then shared the method of building the bed with everyone and even sent the blueprint to Yun Qinglan. Yun Qinglan's health has improved a lot now, but because of his special physique, the snow season still affects him. After having a warm bed built for him, Yun Qinglan also sent a gift in return. During the snow season, the northern border is said to be unstable. Many mutated beasts come out to hunt, and in the past, dark orcs have gathered to launch attacks. A few days after the snow season began, it was Feng Linia's turn to accompany Su Muyao that night. In the middle of the night, Feng Linia was suddenly awakened, looking pale with trembling fingers. Seeing this, Su Muyao was surprised. She waved her hand, and the candles in the room instantly lit up. Linia, did you have a nightmare? Su Muyao had never seen Feng Linia like this before. His eyes were red, with a hint of bloodthirsty glow, but his body was trembling, as if he was afraid of something.
How could this be?
Now he was at level 6, had inherited memories, and was usually calm, confident, and strong. Foam Linia whispered, I dreamed of my grandfather and grandmother. They were slaughtered by a mysterious force. The feeling was very strong, and the scene in the dream was very clear. Foam Linia's voice was broken when he spoke. Grandfather and grandmother. He hadn't seen them in a long time. The Foam family was once considered an average family, but after the Su family suppressed them, they could only live in a small corner, and their fabric and embroidery business was heavily squeezed. Many shops closed down. His grandfather and grandmother told him not to worry, saying that living well was more important than anything. Later, the Su family, seeing that the Foam family was sensible, didn't wipe them out completely. He thought the Foam family posed no threat to the Su family and would be safe. But in the dream, there was a strange force. Su Muyao listened carefully and was visibly shaken. If Foam Linia dreamed of these things so vividly, it couldn't be random. She remembered the dream she had when she formed a contract with Foam Linia that night. Her face changed and she frowned, asking, Who are those people? What do they look like? Do you remember? Hearing Su Muyao's voice, Foam Linia slowly regained his composure. His fox-like eyes flickered with a cold light, and he rasped, Yes, I remember. They all wore black clothes, with strange symbols on them. They also had these symbols on their masks. When Su Muyao heard this, she thought of the scene she saw in her dream. In that dream, the golden crowbird beast tribe was destroyed by a group of people like this. They appeared out of nowhere, very powerful, and easily slaughtered the golden crowbird beast tribe. They didn't show their faces, all wearing masks. So, could there be some connection between all this? Su Muyao's expression suddenly became serious. She quickly got up, took out paper and pen from the table, and started drawing. Soon, she finished drawing the totem. The totem looked like a strange, unusual animal. Is this the totem? I've never seen or heard of such an animal. Seeing the style of Su Muyao's drawing, Hua Linyue's pupils shrank tightly. It's this pattern on both the clothes and the mask. Su Muyao realized something, and her gaze darkened. Let's go quickly to find your grandparents. If we go early enough, maybe we can save them. There's no time to lose. Let's leave now. As she spoke, Su Muyao's expression instantly became sharp and serious. She quickly dressed, tidied her hair, and tied it up. She looked neat and confident, wearing many weapons, fully armed. Hua Linyue also tensed up and quickly packed his things. Do you trust me, wife? Su Muyao replied without hesitation, Of course, I trust you. It's probably not as simple as just a dream. Your bloodline power is special, and the inheritance you received is also extraordinary. In ancient times, the Golden Crow and the Beast Men were the sun gods. So you probably sensed something early, like an early warning. Don't worry for now. They should still be safe. Since forming a contract with Xiao Jihan and strengthening her cultivation, she was now at the mid-8th level of her supernatural power. Using secret techniques, her strength could become even stronger. After forming the contract, Xiao Jihan also became a level 5 powerhouse. Her space had been upgraded again, and she was rewarded with many supplies, especially a lot of medicinal herbs this time. Hearing Su Muyao's comforting words, Hua Linyue calmed down. Wife, I'm sorry for making you worry. It might be very dangerous this time. I'll go alone. He couldn't risk bringing danger to her because of his own problems. In his dreams, those people were very strong, but no matter what, he had to save his grandparents. He was even prepared to sacrifice himself if necessary. Su Muyao turned to look at him and said, Stop talking nonsense. We are family. We are one. Your problem is my problem. Let's go save them first. Su Muyao's expression was serious and firm. She wouldn't allow him to say such things again. At that moment, Hua Linyue felt deeply touched. He loved his wife very much and knew she cared about him, but he dared not think beyond that. In this moment, he realized how wonderful his wife truly was. In many families, if a beast husband faced trouble or danger, the wife might abandon him and his family to protect herself. The Beast Emperor City often has situations like this. After Su Muyao and Hua Linhua left the house, when Nanshi and Xiao Jihan also sensed the commotion and came out. When Nanshi saw Su Muyao fully armed and her gentle eyes turned sharp. "Madam, did something happen?" Su Muyao gave a brief explanation. When Nanshi and Xiao Jihan naturally followed without hesitation. Su Muyao seemed to want to advise them, but seeing their serious expressions, she spoke again. "The enemies we face this time might be very strong." Once her restrictions were lifted, even if she faced danger, it wouldn't involve them. When Nanshi said, "Madam, there's no need to persuade us. Wherever you go, we go." Xiao Jihan also nodded seriously. "Not just for Madam, Brother Hua is our brother too. If he has trouble, we should help." Xiao Jihan didn't want Madam to carry a burden or think her decisions might put them in danger. So he spoke straightforwardly, and his words were honest. Since they are all family, even if they compete for attention normally, when real trouble comes, they wouldn't stand by and watch. Hearing this, Hua Linhua was also moved. Su Muyao understood everyone's resolve. "In that case, let's set out. First, leave the tribe." After they left the tribe, Su Muyao took out talisman paper and a brush. These were rewards from her space contract with Xiao Jihan. They would come in handy now. Time is tight. We'll use teleportation talismans. Teleportation talismans are faster than flying with supernatural abilities. Plus, it's winter now with snow and wind, making travel even more difficult. This was her first time using them. She didn't know the power of the talisman symbols and was worried about affecting the tribe, so she only took them out now that they were away. Su Muyao quickly drew on the talisman paper with her brush, following Hua Linhua's description of his grandparents' location. While drawing, her brush seemed to draw spiritual energy from the air, gathering it onto the paper. As she worked, she felt an unusual sense of familiarity, as if the symbols were imprinted into her mind and soul, allowing her to complete them in one smooth motion. When Nanshi and the others watched the scene, their pupils trembling. Their bodies seemed struck by lightning, frozen in place, staring in disbelief, doubting whether it was real. Talisman symbols? Ancient symbols from legends, only seen in old times. And to draw them with a single? What shocked them even more was what happened next. Su Muyao didn't stop. She drew 8 talisman symbols in one go. Everyone has 2 talismans. Use one when you go out, and use the other to teleport yourself away from danger. Saving your life is the most important thing. When Nanshi opened her mouth but couldn't keep her gentle expression. She wanted to say something but didn't know where to start, only feeling a storm of emotions inside. Hua Linhua and Xiao Jihan felt the same. Su Muyao didn't waste time. She directly stuck the talisman on herself, and everyone followed her lead. When the talisman was activated, they were like a gust of wind, quickly transported in a dizzying blur. Soon, Su Muyao arrived outside a village, where a sign with a character for fox was hanging. This should be where Hua Linhua's grandparents lived. But at this moment, the village was on fire, flames soaring high. Sounds of fighting could be heard from inside. Su Muyao's gaze turned cold. She stepped into the air and saw several masked figures in black robes wielding knives, attacking the villagers. Blood had dyed the entire village red. Su Muyao moved her finger, and the hidden weapons in her hand, bone-piercing nails, shot out in quick succession. The faint sound of breaking air was barely audible, but they hit their targets precisely. The speed was very fast, and the sound was almost imperceptible. The masked figures in black robes were about to kill when they sensed something. Their ears twitched, and they swiftly swung their knives to block. At the same time, they had no choice but to defend against the hidden weapons first. But the power behind the hidden weapons was strong. When they finally blocked them, they felt their arms go numb from the shock. Some of the knives in their hands even cracked. The eyes of the masked figures, visible outside their masks, trembled with shock, and their pupils widened fiercely. Who is this? How can there be such a person in such a poor, low-level place? This person's skill and strength exceeded their expectations. At this moment, through the burning firelight, they saw a stunning woman leap from a distance. Their pupils trembled, and for a moment, they even thought she was a divine beast descending. How could such a beautiful woman possess such strength? Why does this place, a den of beasts, have someone with supernatural abilities? Our information must be wrong. They felt her strength was still very powerful, and their expressions changed. In their view, this continent was a barren land, the lowest level beast world. Most female beasts couldn't awaken supernatural powers, only mental strength, which could serve male beasts but couldn't be used for fighting. Two of the black-robed figures reacted quickly, leaping up and swinging their knives fiercely at Su Muyao. She fell directly from the sky, avoiding the sword, then turned and lightly touched the ground with her toes to spring up. She swung her hidden weapon, and her soft sword, like a swift snake, burst from her waist and struck the attacking man in the black robe, moving very quickly. At the same time, her wood element ability activated. Countless plants nearby suddenly surged from the ground, transforming into thick, strong vines that quickly formed different circles, trapping and protecting everyone still alive inside the village. When the man in black robe realized what was happening, he gasped in shock. They saw that this fierce woman was very strong and tricky. They wanted to come closer to kill her, but many hidden weapons kept flying, blocking their way. Su Muyao fought the two black-robed men with her soft sword, sparks flying as her sword clashed with their blades. She held her soft sword in one hand and her hidden weapon in the other. As she flicked her hair, a silver needle hidden in her hair was thrown out, shining brightly and accurately stabbing into one black-robed man's heart. The silver needle was very thin, and since they were watching her moves closely, they didn't expect her hair could also shoot hidden weapons. Although the black-robed man reacted quickly and dodged slightly, the needle still pierced into his body. Another black-robed man quickly used his ability to shield himself and blocked the silver needle, then rushed even faster towards Su Muyao. But the man with the silver needle struck him with a quick palm to his chest, forcing the needle out. He thought he could survive this way, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood.
You.
The silver needle is poisonous, Su Muyao said with a bloodthirsty smile. Yes, she replied. The black-robed men's eyes nearly popped out in shock. That's so ruthless. You're a poison master, one of them said with certainty, not as a question. When they heard the words poison master, their movements froze, and their eyes showed fear. Under the light of the fire and moon, Su Muyao was fighting but clearly saw their expressions. They thought she was a poison master, and they seemed to be afraid of her. Su Muyao moved her hand, and her ability surged. The hidden bone spike weapons and silver needles that had fallen to the ground returned to her hand. She shot again, saying, "So what if I am, or not?" Since her last assassination attempt, she had prepared well. Her space had upgraded after forming her contract, rewarding her with many herbs and supplies she had collected during the apocalypse. Every hidden weapon she carried was now poisoned. Previously, Wu Tsuefei and her beast husband were experimented on, but the poison was not strong enough to deal with experts above level 5. So she later improved the formula and created a deadly poison specifically for supernatural abilities. As long as they are hit by hidden weapons, they will definitely die. The two black-robed men who just attacked are both level 8. She is also level 8, but because she underwent medicinal baths to strengthen her body, her meridians are wider and her supernatural energy is stronger. Within the same level, she is unbeatable. The other black-robed man avoided the silver needle, but if only he fought Su Muyao, she wouldn't let him live. She swung her soft sword, creating sword flowers to fight him. After understanding his moves, her sword energy aimed straight at his throat. The black-robed man quickly dodged, but Su Muyao kicked a dagger at his knee. His leg weakened, and he nearly kneeled. At the same time, Su Muyao's sword swept out.
Puff.
The black-robed man was instantly cut across the throat, eyes wide with disbelief as he fell to the ground. This scene shocked the other black-robed men behind him.
Who are you?
You're not from this mortal beast continent. Are you from the Tsang beast continent? Only poison masters from the Tsang beast continent can make such powerful poisons. Poison master? Mortal Beast Continent. Song Beast Continent? What is the Song Beast Continent? Su Muyao narrowed her eyes, seeming to learn a lot of information at once. What is your relationship with the Juesha sect? The black-robed men's expressions changed quickly. They took out bottles, took some antidote pills, and shouted loudly, attacked together.
Kill her.
We must not let her live. Just their change in expression told Su Muyao an important secret. The continent they are on is called Mortal Beast Continent, and the one she is on is called Song Beast Continent. But is Song Beast Continent in an unknown area? Su Muyao smiled softly and said, let's see if you have the ability. With her level 8 supernatural power, she could fully display her skills developed in the apocalypse. This feeling of fighting was both long-lost and familiar. She thought she was still suited for the battlefield. These people are all level 8 supernatural beings, perfect for her to practice on. Su Muyao's movements were fast and fierce, and the sword flowers she created vibrated in the air, filled with sharp killing intent. Her figure was like a swift flash, even faster than before. In just a moment, one black-robed man fell to the ground. Now only 5 black-robed men remained. Form the formation. Even if our abilities are suppressed, we must kill her, or we will all die. Their figures suddenly became strange, forming a blood-colored array, and their power instantly increased. At this moment, when Nanshi arrived, if you want to kill her, have you asked me first? When Nanshi transformed into his true form to fight, using a blue bamboo snake body combined with wind element abilities to create a storm that swept over the 5 black-robed people. Meanwhile, Hua Linyue and Xiao Jihan also arrived. They all transformed into their true forms. Hua Linyue's fire abilities, combined with Xiao Jihan's ice powers, attacked together. The black-robed people hadn't finished forming their formation before they were restrained by various powerful abilities. Although when Nanshi and the others were not strong enough, their abilities seemed especially powerful. They could fight across levels and hold back these black-robed men. One of the black-robed men was hit by the flames released by Hua Linyue. The flames couldn't be extinguished, and he looked at Hua Linyue with fear, especially when he saw his true form, which surprised him even more. He pointed at Hua Linyue and said, It's true, you are that leftover evil. The words leftover evil made everyone's expressions turn serious. Su Muyao also realized that things might not be so simple. So, was their purpose in coming to the Hua family to kill Hua Linyue? Su Muyao and Wen Nanshi worked together. The soft sword in their hands had already killed 4 others, leaving only the one who was speaking. She wanted to keep him alive for questioning. This black-robed man probably knew Su Muyao's goal. He sneered strangely and suddenly self-destructed. Be careful. When Nanshi and the others immediately stepped forward to protect Su Muyao. Because the power of an 8th-level ability user's self-destruction is extremely strong, capable of reaching the strength of a 10th-level ability user. The previous people didn't have time to do anything before being killed by Su Muyao. This person saw that Su Muyao wanted to keep him alive, so he took the opportunity to himself up. Watch out. When Nanshi and the others sensed the danger immediately, they didn't think about escaping or protecting themselves, only about shielding Su Muyao with their bodies. Su Muyao quickly led them away from the scene. After the explosion's power subsided, Hua Linyue looked at the village, his face turning even paler. Could it be that all his relatives had died? Su Muyao looked at the wall she had reinforced with vines. Because she strengthened her abilities, only the outer layer was burned, and the people inside should be fine. She said, let's go see first. It's more important to find your grandfather and grandmother. Hua Linyue listened to Su Muyao's voice and steadied his mind. He looked at Su Muyao with grateful eyes. If she hadn't arrived in time, perhaps no one in the village could have been saved. Although they used the same teleportation talisman, because the wife's special powers were stronger than theirs, she arrived a little faster. Su Muyao gave him a comforting look. Feeling his wife's comfort, Hua Linyue felt a surge of strength in his heart. At that moment, he was no longer himself. He had his wife and his home. Hua Linyue and the others moved forward, and Su Muyao retracted all the vines. When everyone saw Hua Linyue, they immediately recognized him. It's the young master. Young master, you're back. Miss, you saved us all. Miss, you're our lifesaver. Everyone was very excited when they saw Hua Linyue, and when they saw Su Muyao, they all knelt down and bowed to her. They thought they were going to die, but this beautiful girl appeared and saved them. Also, just now, it was the vines that surrounded and protected them. Otherwise, they would have died. Hua Linyue introduced everyone to his wife, Su Muyao. At this moment, when he spoke of his wife, Hua Linyue felt a strange feeling in his heart: love, pride, and honor. Everyone was talking excitedly, full of emotion. But Hua Linyue looked around and couldn't find his grandparents anywhere. His hands trembled. Where are my grandfather and grandmother? They should still be inside the main house. They fought outside to protect their family head and others. When Hua Linyue and the others arrived at the main house, they only saw a woman lying on the ground. Auntie. Hua Linyue's voice trembled as he knelt beside her. The woman had a sword stuck in her body and was bleeding from the mouth, looking as if she had no breath left. Hua Linyue knelt there, wanting to touch her but afraid to. Tears welled up in his eyes. After his father died, he was able to survive in the Su family because his aunt secretly sent people to help him and took care of him. She also secretly arranged for someone to protect him in the Su family. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Moreover, his aunt was worried about his health and kept searching for a way to cure his fire poison. His aunt was so kind to him. How could she do this? How could she? Auntie. Auntie. Wake up. Hua Linyue's voice trembled as he desperately tried to hold back his emotions. Su Muyao quickly stepped forward to check on the woman. She's still breathing a little. The sword didn't pierce her heart, but it was very close. Su Muyao's words shocked Hua Linyue, and her sadness suddenly froze. A hopeful light appeared in her eyes.
Madam, is my aunt still 救得了吗？属母妖那里？
Yes, don't be sad. It's okay. At this moment, Su Muyao radiated a strong aura, like a calming force that made people trust her completely. Hua Linyue felt her heart come back to life. Su Muyao looked serious. She quickly used her wood-type ability to inject energy into the woman's body. At the same time, she pointed at several spots, sealing some acupoints, then swiftly drew her sword. After drawing her sword, she quickly applied medicine to stop the bleeding, then used her ability to send her strength to treat her injuries and restore her vitality. Her movements were fast. If she hesitated even a moment, she might not have survived. Time passed slowly until the woman coughed.
属母妖 finally relaxed.
She's alive. As she spoke, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Hua Linyue saw this and finally relaxed her tense heart.
Aunt.
When Hua Wankyu saw Hua Linyue, her face lit up with excitement and surprise. Then she seemed to realize something. Linyue, run. Run quickly. Get away from here. Escape far away. Go now. Hua Wankyu's voice was urgent and frantic. She reached out to push Hua Linyue. Hua Linyue understood what was happening. Her expression darkened sharply. Aunt, what about my grandfather and grandmother? Where are they? Hua Wankyu's eyes turned red as she fought back tears. They're fine. She spoke through sobs, but she held back her emotions. Su Muyao asked, Aunt, were your grandfather and grandmother taken away? Tell us. We can still save them if we go now. If we delay, it will be too late. Aunt, I am now an 8th level ability user. Trust me, I can save them. Hua Wankyu, who had been immersed in pain, suddenly heard this and looked at Su Muyao in shock. She gazed at her, stunned. Is there really such a beautiful female beast in this world? Her temperament was simply extraordinary. And calling her aunt, what is going on? Hua Linyue quickly spoke. Aunt, this is my wife. She just saved you. My fire toxin was also jiachuo by her. I have a 6th level ability. We can save my grandfather and grandmother. Hua Wankyu's pupils trembled in shock. Could it be true? 8th level ability user, female beast? As a female beast, she could not awaken special powers or possess extraordinary strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just watched helplessly. She quickly calmed her mind and gritted her teeth, saying, they were taken away by 2 black-robed experts and headed in that direction. They moved very fast. I don't know where they went. She had tried hard to stop them, but because she lacked special abilities and strength, she was stabbed and killed. No, wait, was she really dead? She looked at her chest, wondering about the sword and the wound.